Chapter 245. After leveling up his Shadow Dancer profession, Soren still had more than 60,000 Slaughter EXP left. In one breath, he put all the Slaughter EXP into the Wizard profession level, preparing to get one more attribute point. This was the last attribute point he could get in advance. Starting from Wizard profession level 9, the Slaughter EXP needed to increase their strength began to multiply. After Wizard profession level 15, the Slaughter EXP needed to level up was completely higher than any other profession. In the future, unless Soren could successfully kill a god, the speed of accumulating Slaughter EXP would be far from enough. The Wizard profession has leveled up to level 8. Receive 25, INT 20+, INT 20 to 10 *0. 5 skill points, HP increased by 10 profession HP 4+, con 21 to 10, *0, 5. Received 1 free attribute point. The Wizard profession has leveled up to level 9. Received 25, INT 20+, INT 20 to 10 *0. 5 skill points, HP increased by 10 profession HP 4+, con 21 to 10, *0, 5. Received 1 ability point. 1 attribute point at each level, and 1 ability point at each level. Without a doubt, Soren put the free attribute point into Dexterity, pushing his Dexterity to 24 points, and then put the ability he got into Enhanced Dual Wielding. Although Soren wanted to use this ability point to master the Wizard's metamagic ability, he thought about it and decided to put it into Combat ability. The Wizard's combat power was very strong, but it was a profession that consumed a lot of time, money, and energy. Soren didn't have enough time to learn spells, conduct research, and hone his casting skills. So his first combat priority was still in the rogue field, which he was most familiar with. The Wizard's spells were only auxiliary to his combat ability. Greater dual wielding, personal ability. With more and more combat experience, you have become more and more proficient in dual wielding. You are already a master of dual wielding. Even in the Underdark, there are not many people who are more powerful than you. Among 1,000 people who use dual weapons in battle, you can be ranked first. You have already grasped and comprehended the advanced technique of using dual weapons in battle. This allows you to use dual weapons in battle without any mistakes or penalties. Number of attacks per round +3, no hit penalty, 18 dexterity. I finally got Advanced Dual Wielding. Soren looked around and walked to the edge of the ship. He held the 2 scimitars in his hands and lifted up a wooden plank. Clang! Rays of cold light flashed. Soren unsheathed his scimitars at the same time, and the wooden board was shrouded in the glint of his scimitars. By the time Soren finished a round of attacks and sheathed his scimitars, the wooden board had already turned into 12 pieces of wood that fell to the ground. He had slashed out a total of 8 times. His right hand had slashed out 5 times, and his left hand had slashed out 3 times. Since Soren hadn't mastered the legendary dual-wielding ability, he couldn't perfectly replicate the speed of his 2 hands. That was the limit of what he could do. Soren's current talent accumulation was not enough. At his peak, he could slash out 18 times in 1 round. Remark: 1 round refers to the speed of 1 second. In actual combat, one might not be able to maintain this speed. If you're interested, you can try it with a small knife. Ordinary people can also slash out 2 to 3 times in a second, but it's very difficult to go beyond that. After distributing the free attribute points and talent points, Soren focused his attention on the skill points. He had been holding back for so long, and finally, he had reached the requirements to master the background ability Sage. God had opened his eyes. After enduring for so long, he had finally made it. In order to achieve the conditions of mastering Erudite, he didn't even invest much skill points into his rogue class skills. He relied entirely on his own battle experience to improve bit by bit, and the speed of improvement was really quite slow. Soren's current rogue skills had not even reached 50 points. If it wasn't for the background ability Sage, he would have already increased all his skills to more than 100 points. With the allocation of skill points, Soren's knowledge finally reached 250 points. A row of data also appeared. Special conditions triggered. Prerequisite ability Encyclopedic knowledge achieved. The prerequisite of 250 literacy has been achieved. You have automatically received a new background ability, Sage. As soon as the data appeared, Soren couldn't wait to look at his new background ability. Sage background ability. Your knowledge has become more and more amazing. You know almost every field. As you accumulate more knowledge, you will be able to comprehend most things by analogy, and your learning speed will be several times faster than others. This is not only limited to knowledge, but also a variety of combat skills. You know how to calculate the weight axis of a weapon, how to calculate the time gap between casting spells, and use this to maximize its power. But you know more than this. The accumulation of knowledge has reached your current level, and it can be directly transformed into real power. Knowledge plus 10. Prerequisite. Have the ability Encyclopedic Knowledge, 250 knowledge. Prerequisite for the special ability, Master of Knowledge. Prerequisite for the special ability, Astral Traveler. Prerequisite for the special ability, Dimension Explorer. This is because he didn't have a spellcaster profession in the past. Soren's knowledge wasn't very high, and he didn't have the talent ability, Encyclopedic Knowledge. So when he saw the row of prerequisites, Soren couldn't help but be surprised. Among them, Master of Knowledge, was needless to say. This was an advanced ability of Sage. But the last two hints seemed to be a bit amazing. Just by looking at the names, one could tell that it was very powerful. Especially, Astral Traveler. This was a famous background ability. Many legendary wizards even had the background ability, Astral Traveler, which was a legendary level background ability. As for the other, Dimension Explorer, Soren didn't know much about it. After allocating knowledge, Soren still had 12 skill points left, so he simply added them to Sneak. Anyway, a rogue's Sneak skill would never be too high. At this time, Soren's overall attributes were very different from the past. He had finally entered the level of powerful people. Name, Soren race, half-elf son of slaughter. Attributes, strength 14 plus 2, agility 24 plus 1, constitution 21, intelligence 20 plus 1, wisdom 15, charm 18 plus 2, alignment, lawful evil profession, level 10 commoner, level 7 rogue, 063500, level 3 shadow dancer, 075500, level 9 wizard, 068500, grade 3 health points, 254254 experience points, 3075 slaughter exp, 545 profession exp, unassigned skill points, none attribute points, none legend level, 21 divinity points, 9 status, normal basic skills, sneak 185, knowledge 250, steal 45, picklock 55, snare 60, focus 30, negotiate 45, appraise 30, deceive 18, threaten 42, taunt 15, perform 15, listen 20, dodge 85, parry 25, block 18, heal 45, search 20, detect 25, copy scroll 25, spell identification 20, survival 15, use magic device 20, cooking 30, alchemy 15. Legendary skills, omnipotent hands. Special abilities, blessing of the misfortune goddess, blessing of the sea goddess, killing heart, slayer, ascetic, scholar. Personal abilities, nimble left hand, eidetic memory, perseverance, encyclopedic knowledge, reflex evasion, nimble movement, evade sight, dark vision, spell control, empower spell, weak cold resistance, greater dual wielding, regeneration, intermediate. Profession abilities, shadow weave, military weapon proficiency, curved sword master. Combat skills, summon shadow, fearful gaze, divine, fear divine, shadow strike, shadow jump, counterspell, sword form, heavy hack, sword form, behead. There were three main parts of combat power. The first was attribute points. One's attributes were the most direct combat power. People with high strength had high destructive power. People with high dexterity had high agility. People with high constitution had good endurance, and so on. The second was basic skills. This was a comprehensive ability in all kinds of situations, and it was also the area that determined one's most obvious weakness. Most of the time, basic skills couldn't be too low. If you didn't have enough parrying and blocking, you couldn't fight a tough battle. If your dodging ability was too poor, You would be finished if you encountered arrows. If you couldn't detect, listen, or survive in the wild, you would be a tragic figure. Even a kobold could successfully sneak up on you. As for your searching ability, if you were too poor, you wouldn't even be able to find the loot. Then there were other basic skills such as acting, deception, and intimidation, which were very useful. When you were adventuring, you would also need to know how to negotiate, appraise, and heal. Therefore, basic skills that didn't seem to be very eye-catching were often things that could determine your fate. Finally, there was the ability. This was very time-consuming and difficult to train, but it was also the most powerful part of combat power. Theoretically speaking, most of the people who could kill other high-grade professions basically had a clear advantage in their ability. These three parts of strength, when combined, would be your overall combat power. In the process of fighting against the enemy, as long as you could form an advantage in one of these aspects, your chances of winning would be increased by a lot. Soren liked to estimate his chances of winning every time he took action. Most of the time, his chances of winning were calculated according to these three conditions. If there was no obvious chance of winning, he would give up in the end. Time passed little by little. Sailing on the sea was actually a waste of time, and most of the time, it was very boring. Soren used up most of his slaughter EXP in one breath, and then began to train his combat ability. Earning slaughter EXP was only a part of improving one's strength. Sharpening one's combat skills and mastering one's ability was also quite important. Adele Isabella was still Soren's training partner, but this time, Soren increased the difficulty. He directly covered his eyes with a black cloth. The blind battle ability was a very important special ability. It was very useful in many situations, so Soren had to master it in advance. Clang, clang, clang. The two quickly began to test each other's strength. Because Soren was blindfolded, most of the time he was on the defense. In the process of fighting against Adele Isabella, he was obviously at a disadvantage, but he didn't look like he was going to lose. On the contrary, as the number of battles increased, he gradually became invincible. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but after he mastered the Sage ability, his whole mind seemed to have become clearer. He could actually summarize Adele Isabella's attack style, habitual attack skills, subconscious attack direction, and so on in the process of battle. He could even summarize the memory of the wind detection skill, including what sound represented what action. This wasn't an improvement in intelligence. In Soren's view, it should be that his calculation and summarization ability had been further strengthened. It was as if the accumulation of knowledge had reached a critical point, and suddenly began to understand by analogy. In his mind, he could even speculate the direction of Adele's next attack. It felt a bit like danger sense. Clang, clang. A series of battle sounds rang out, and Soren gradually began to get used to it. Sometimes he could even counterattack the red-haired female pirate with the blind battle skills. In front of him, Adele obviously felt that the battle was getting more and more difficult. She gasped for breath, raised her hand to lift up her fiery red hair, and looked at Soren with eyes full of awe and disbelief. Her expression was as if she was looking at a monster. It wasn't that she had never seen a guy with amazing talent and a strong learning ability, but she had never heard of a person who could learn and grasp the ability to reach Soren's level. In the beginning, in order to master the blind battle skill, she spent nearly a year or two training. But how long did Soren take? Less than 3 days. According to this progress, in at most half a month, he would be able to master the blind battle skill. Received 3 information prompts. An afternoon of training quickly passed by. After today's training, Soren received a prompt for the second ordinary ability, battle experience. With each battle at sea, your combat ability in the sea environment has improved, and your ability to balance against the ship's bumps has increased. You have received some information about battle at sea. Perhaps it was because he hadn't accumulated enough. Soren only received a prompt for battle at sea, and the other abilities required further training. 2 days passed quickly. As the fleet gradually sailed towards the outer islands, they encountered more and more creatures along the way. They saw schools of swordfish, probably more than 100,000 of them. There was also a large group of flying scalefish that reflected the sparkling waves of the sea, as well as a large number of other fish. Because there were many dangerous sea creatures in the deep sea, fishermen rarely went into the sea to catch fish. There were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of fish moving around. Yesterday afternoon, Soren saw that the sea had turned red. He thought that he had encountered some kind of monster, and was shocked for a moment. Then he found out that it was an uncountable number of lobsters. These lobsters were about the size of 3 fingers, which was a relatively common size in the current sea area. It was hard to tell how many lobsters there were, but there were sailors who threw a net into the sea and caught hundreds of red-shelled lobsters. The taste didn't seem to be anything special, and it wasn't much different from the lobsters he ate in his previous life. However, their pincers were more powerful, and their strength was greater than the lobsters in his previous life. If they encountered a larger lobster, they could directly snap a person's finger. An unlucky sailor almost had his finger snapped by a large lobster. In the evening, Soren sat on the deck and cut the lobsters with his dagger. Most of these lobsters were about the size of 2 fingers, and some of them were especially large, reaching the size of a person's palm. The pirates below caught more than 10 lobsters, and hurriedly sent someone to bring them to Soren to please him. Then Soren turned around and made roasted lobsters. At this moment, he was feeding Vivian, whose mouth was full of oil. The little girl was eating very happily today, because this was made by her brother, and because her brother's cooking was really delicious. Soren was rich. Naturally, he could use those expensive seasonings. When cooking, there were only 3 key points: ingredients, seasonings, and cooking skills. Soren now had good ingredients, expensive seasonings, and good cooking skills. Naturally, the food he made wouldn't taste bad. The little girl ate 2 lobsters in a row, and then she rubbed her round little belly with satisfaction. But at this time, the lookout on the ship next to them let out a suppressed cry of alarm and shouted, "Sea monster! There's a sea monster!" A commotion broke out. Then, a huge shadow appeared in the distance. The shadow was hiding under the sea, and it looked like a giant squid. It seemed to be more than 50 meters long. It really was a sea monster. Cries of alarm came from all directions, and then many people nervously looked at Soren's position. "Calm down." Soren stood at the bow of the ship and said in a deep voice, "Let's go over like this, don't make any moves." The distance between them was getting closer and closer. The sea monster was really a giant squid. It was about 60 meters long, and its huge body was a little scary. It obviously noticed the fleet in front of it, and it even circled around Soren. Then, as if it felt something, it avoided the fleet in front of it and swam past them about 100 meters away. There was no accident, so there was no battle. The 2 sides just brushed past each other. Soren watched the sea monster leave, but he thought to himself, "It seems that the blessing of the sea goddess is very effective." This was the first sea monster they encountered. In the next 2 days, they encountered another 2 sea monsters, but they didn't attack them. On the 5th day of the voyage, they were finally close to their destination, and Soren began to see scattered islands. They were almost at the outer islands. The 5th day of quitting smoking. Maybe it's because I'm always feeling uncomfortable, but it should be over in 2 days. I forgot who said it would be a lot better after 7 days. A 5,000-word chapter. Chapter 246. The Outer Islands. The geographical environment of this area was a bit special because it originally belonged to a continent. Later on, a large area of the continental plate collapsed and sank, causing the geography of the area to become like this. From the map, it was a bit like the place near Singapore after the Spratly Islands, but there were more scattered islands than the continental plate. The largest one was the territory of the Amazons, followed by the base camp of the indigenous people, and many large and small islands scattered in the sea. As he entered the area of the outer islands, Soren's face became dignified. The environment of this area was a bit like a tropical rainforest area, full of unknown dangers. Although the islands didn't attract much attention, the challenge difficulty of these islands were all level 9 and above. In other words, even a group of adventurers around grade 3 could be wiped out on some of these islands. There were a lot of unknown and terrifying creatures here. Some of them were even small, but they were more dangerous than the dragon subspecies. Moreover, There were also prehistoric pythons that were quite difficult to deal with. Some of them had a challenge rating of 15 and above. Basically, they were almost the same as dragons. Soren didn't have the slightest intention to explore these islands. Some of these places even the indigenous people wouldn't easily go near, so he naturally didn't want to explore these dangerous places. His destination was a large island in front of him. If he remembered correctly, there was an island with a diameter of more than 500 square kilometers in front of him, and there were other islands next to it. This was Soren's first stop. If it was suitable, he would set up a camp here. This was because the places he chose had natural harbors. Another 2 days passed. When Soren saw a towering mountain in front of him and a cliff standing on the coastline, he finally knew that he had arrived at his destination. There were many seagulls in front of him, and he could see a dense forest in the distance. There was a thick layer of bird droppings on the ground. The nearby islands were the resting places of migratory birds, so there was a huge amount of bird droppings accumulated here for thousands of years. Don't underestimate these bird droppings. They were a very precious resource. Because in simpler terms, these bird droppings accumulated over time and covered the ground, and they could be refined into the best fertilizer. Soren chose this place as a base not only because of the geographical advantage. Stop here. Soren looked at the others, then shifted his gaze to a spot on the cliff. There was a metal cross there, and there seemed to be white bones on it. This white bones was once a very famous pirate king. Later he fell into the hands of the enemy, and was directly nailed to death by cruel torture. His ghost appeared there, but it could only be encountered at a specific time. He would make a very difficult request to the others, and if it was completed, he would be able to obtain his treasure. The Pirate King's soul seemed to have special requirements to meet his soul in the spiritual realm. Soren wasn't interested in accepting such a quest, even though the difficulty of this quest was almost legendary tier. He looked at the others and said, "You guys stay here. Adele Isabella, Humpback Whale Hulk. The few of you, follow me to the island to take a look." A small fast boat was released. Soren quickly brought a few people to the island. Perhaps it was because there were very few outsiders here. When they just set foot on the island, birds actually flew all over the sky. There seemed to be some noise in the distance, but it soon calmed down. The town could be built in this area, but it was only relatively safe. Soren naturally wouldn't be naive enough to think that there were no enemies here. He didn't go too deep into the jungle, but came to a flat land south of the cliff. This was a natural flatland, and it was also the place where others found it and built a town. There were some white stones in the woods, and they were very brittle to the touch. They broke when you pinched them. Soren picked up a piece and smelled it, and then there was a smile on his face. The others also picked it up curiously and smelled it, but immediately threw it away with a face full of disgust because it smelled like feces and urine. These pirates couldn't see the value of these stones, but for Soren, they were the most important wealth, even more valuable than a gold mine. This place was actually an inexhaustible gold mine. It was just that the Aborigines did not know how to make use of it. Guano stone, a kind of ore, also known as bird and beast feces. The accumulated feces and corpses of birds, bats, and seals are a kind of high-quality fertilizer. Soren's mind was filled with the knowledge that he had learned before. The location of this island near the forest was the accumulation point of guano stones. Because it was in an area where migratory birds migrated, it was unknown how many guano stones had accumulated over thousands of years. 3 feet deep into the ground was the raw material of high-quality fertilizer. However, these were not the only valuable things here. Soren carefully looked around, then put his hands on the hilt of his sword, and gestured to the few people behind him, and said in a deep voice, "Pay attention. There may be monsters around here." He gradually moved forward along the flat land, and as his eyes got higher and higher, the terrain began to become a high slope. Then there was a red land in front of him. There were some active beasts nearby, but when they saw Soren, they immediately fled. These beasts felt the dangerous aura from them, and even a cheetah was scared and ran into the forest. Soren used his curved sword to cut the soil, then reached out and pinched the red soil in his hand, and then threw it on the ground with a smile on his face. It was indeed clay. In his memory, The town that was built here was built with red bricks. He didn't know what kind of craftsmanship was used, but in just 3 months, a brick house was built, and a large wall was cut out. Bricks had begun to appear in ancient Rome, and when humans fired pottery, they had tried to fire other things with clay. Soren knew a little about the craft of making porcelain, so the requirements of firing red bricks were too simple for him. However, the most important point was how to increase the production. The construction technology in this world was quite advanced, but mass production was not widespread. Most of the high-end products were made by spellcasters. Soren still didn't know how that group of people burned so many bricks in a short time. But it didn't matter. That group of people began to develop overseas after the Avatar crisis, and he was now 2 years ahead of them. Even if he lacked a little technical advantage, he could still develop on a larger scale first. "What are you doing, sir?" A guy with a big head, who looked like a big-headed doll but had a ferocious face, stood at the back and whispered, "He's looking at the rocks and the soil. Are you looking to see if this place is suitable for farming? The land overseas is wasteland, and even if you want to reclaim it, it will take several years to become mature. Don't look at me like that. Before I became a pirate, I also plowed the land for several years." The appearance of a pirate was strange, and it basically had nothing to do with their appearance. He noticed that the others were looking at him strangely, and couldn't help but laugh. "Don't look at me when I cut off heads. In fact, I'm also quite good at farming." Soren didn't pay attention to the back. He walked all the way to the top of the high slope, then looked down at the flat land in the distance, and then calculated the size and distance of the space in his mind. Maybe it was because of his powerful calculation ability, or maybe it was because of the data simulation. He actually built a rough town model in his mind. This place could accommodate the development space of a medium-sized city. Don't underestimate the guilds that developed overseas in his previous life. Many of them were professional talents, and the place they chose naturally had many comprehensive advantages. On the other side, the half-elf first mate stood on the bow of the ship. Suddenly he seemed to feel something. He couldn't help but look down at the bottom of the sea. The person next to him asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" He stared at the bottom of the sea for a while, then shook his head gently and said, "Nothing. I just saw something just now." Time ticked by. About 2 hours later, Soren finally finished inspecting the nearby area, and then came back with the others. He had made a decision in his heart. Although he still had 2 spare places that he hadn't seen, Soren was already very satisfied with this place. The location of the other 2 places was a bit remote, and it was still a day or 2 away from here. If he wanted to develop overseas, he must rely on the resources of the mainland. Therefore, the closer the route, the better. It would also be easier to transport other materials. This location, whether it was a natural port, geographical advantages, land resources, etc., could be regarded as a first-class place in the outer islands. And there was another advantage here. That was, the location was relatively far away from the Amazon's range of activity, and it was not near the indigenous people's base camp. Because the island was not very large, there were not many indigenous people who migrated here. In the outer islands, generally, the larger the island, the fiercer the competition was because it was a large territory. On the contrary, small islands had insufficient space for development, and sometimes there were no indigenous people living there. The island in front of him was neither big nor small. It was just right. There was room for development, and it was not too eye-catching. "Disembark." Soren's face finally showed a smile, and he said in a deep voice, "Ship all the materials down and arrange for people to camp on the flat land in front." He was ready to enclose the land here. It's not easy to quit smoking. On the 6th day, my mental state has been very difficult recently, and this plot is being written slowly, so there may be fewer updates. Developing overseas is not a casual encirclement. It's a suicidal act. There are actually a lot of foreshadowing in this plot, and many things must be explained clearly. Finally, in 2 days, I will announce a big event full of positive energy to you. Moi. Wait until I get through this period. Then I will explode. Chapter 247. Speaking of Futu's success in quitting smoking, is this considered as spreading positive energy? The 8th day, it's really not easy. Today there are 2 more. The recent plot will be more high energy. Teams of people began to get busy. Soren stood on the deck of the Dragon Head warship and looked at the others. The Chamber of Commerce's management drove out the slaves, and then let them carry things off the ship. The slave trade was not that simple. It was not that you could sell people as slaves as long as you caught them. The capture of slaves was limited to the indigenous people. If you dared to capture slaves on the mainland, it could be said that there would be people who would cut you with a knife. Even the relatively evil lords and aristocrats would never allow slave traders to act recklessly. They would be hanged at the intersection. Among Soren's slaves, about half of them were indigenous people, followed by about half of the mainland population. Slaves would appear because of many things such as war, crime, bankruptcy, and so on. Selling oneself as a slave was also very common in this world. After bankruptcy, it was not surprising that they would become debt goods. Among them, the slaves of the mainland population were a little better. The indigenous slaves were much more troublesome. They had to be captured and then tamed. The price of a docile slave could be increased by more than 50%, while a disobedient slave was only suitable to be thrown into the arena. There were many ways to tame slaves. Some even involved taboo areas. Most of the slaves on the market were tamed slaves. The price of mainland slaves was higher, and the price of indigenous slaves was relatively cheaper. Soren did not have enough financial resources to use all the slaves from the mainland, so the proportion of indigenous slaves was still very high. With Soren's current experience, he could naturally see that many indigenous slaves' eyes lit up after getting off the ship, because this was the outer islands they were familiar with. This made Soren feel a little headache, but there was no way. After all, this was where they lived. Returning to the place they were familiar with, these indigenous slaves' minds would easily have other thoughts. Watch them. Soren turned and glanced at Adele, Isabella next to him. The red-haired female pirate seemed to be thinking about something. She stood on the deck in a daze for a while, then she came back to her senses. Soren said to her, "Pay attention to these indigenous slaves. You must not let them have a chance to escape." "Adele." Isabella quickly nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Your Excellency." At the other side, there were already pirate leaders preparing to set up camp. These pirates were not a group of incompetent people who only knew how to fight. It was actually much harder to make a living on the sea than on land. Although many pirates were illiterate, they still had some knowledge. For example, the guy who was missing 2 fingers and had a scar on his forehead. This guy couldn't even write his own name, but he actually knew astrology and could sail in the sea without getting lost. Even if he didn't have any celestial bodies, he could still make a rough judgment based on the ocean currents, temperature, wind direction, and so on. This guy was a very capable person. Even though he wasn't that strong, he was still promoted to be the new pirate leader by Soren. Pirates respected capable people. The most important ability was combat power, but they also respected other abilities. Otherwise, a navigator's status would not be higher than that of many pirates. A large group of subordinates were preparing to set up camp. Soren had already brought a lot of supplies, enough for them to use for more than 3 months. There were also various tools. For this, he had mobilized a lot of resources from the Chamber of Commerce in Port Tylon. The others could more or less guess Soren's idea, but they were not so optimistic. The main reason was that there were too many dangers in the outer islands, and the land was not so suitable for farming. There were also all kinds of strange creatures and very xenophobic indigenous people. If there were indigenous people nearby and knew that they were camping here, the possibility of them attacking was quite high. Time passed little by little. Soren watched with satisfaction as the camp was set up. The pirates were cutting down trees, and a simple camp was now 1/3 complete. In front, the half-elf first mate was instructing others to set up the tents. On the other side, the one-eyed man and the bald man were shouting at the slaves to carry the supplies. It looked like it would rain today, so it was best to move all the things into the tents. The weather change was also a very troublesome thing. It was impossible for the sun to always shine. Storms were more common here, and many supplies would be ruined once they got wet. The tools had been moved out, and the others were ready to erect a simple fence with wood according to Soren's instructions. Originally, Soren thought that his first day in the outer islands would pass peacefully. But he was wrong. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly came from a distance. And then Soren's figure turned into a shadow and rushed over. With Soren's action, the other pirate leaders hurriedly pulled out their weapons and rushed over. At the same time, they also ordered their men to prepare for battle. After all, this was the outer islands, the territory of the indigenous people. It was normal to have a battle. However, as Soren rushed over, he immediately found that it was not an attack by the indigenous people, but another kind of trouble that was also very troublesome. Your Excellency. The pirate standing in front of Soren's teeth were chattering. He was holding a leg in his hand, but only half of it was bloody. He stammered, "Frog. Frog was eaten. Only this much is left." Frog. It seemed to be the nickname of a pirate. There were often some messy nicknames among pirates. Soren frowned and glanced at the leg in his hand that originally belonged to a pirate nicknamed Frog. He noticed some irregular teeth marks on it, and said with a serious expression, "What happened? What did you just see?" I saw it. I saw it." This guy was probably frightened, and he spoke a little incoherently. After a while, he gradually calmed down and said, "I went to cut trees with Frog, and looked for dry firewood on the way, but we didn't expect. Just when we were passing by, a strange plant suddenly opened a bloody mouth. Then Frog was swallowed. I wanted to pull him out. But that's all I could pull out." The pirate in front of him, who was frightened to the point of confusion, raised the bloody half of the thigh in his hand. Then he abruptly woke up and threw it away, as if his mind was still a little confused. At this time, the other pirates also rushed over. Soren turned to look at them and said, "It's not the indigenous people. Let the others go back and be on guard. Adele, you come with me to take a look." It would be easier if it wasn't the indigenous people. Because at this time, encountering the indigenous people was very likely to lead to a big battle. Soren didn't want to lose his men in a battle now. "Your Excellency." Adele looked at the half of the leg on the ground with an ugly expression and wondered, what kind of monster did this? It can swallow a person in one bite, and only half a leg is left. It doesn't seem to be an easy monster to deal with. Soren looked at her and said slowly, "I don't know. But I can roughly guess what it is. It seems that we are in trouble. There is a mutated area near this island. The plants inside have mutated. The jungle in front of them had traces of logging. In order to build a camp, they naturally needed to cut wood. Although Soren had the idea of burning bricks, the current resources and manpower were not enough. Cutting wood was the fastest way to build a camp. Adele Isabella followed behind. She looked at Soren and whispered, "Your Excellency, I suggest that we set fire to the mountain once. Otherwise there will be too many poisonous insects and snakes here. Today 2 or 3 people have been bitten by poisonous insects and snakes. Although it was not fatal, there was still a guy whose wound worsened. If this goes on, we will consume a lot of manpower to deal with poisonous insects." Yes, poisonous insects and snakes were a very troublesome problem. Those who had never been to such a primitive area would not be able to imagine how many poisonous insects there were. If someone had smoked a house that had not been lived in for a long time, or some holes in the wild, they would find all kinds of insects crawling out of them. Just looking at them would make one's scalp tingle. It was not so easy to open up the wilderness, let alone open up the more dangerous outer islands. They were getting closer and closer to the site of the incident. Soren suddenly reached out and stopped the red-haired female pirate next to him, and then said in a deep voice, "Be careful. There's something wrong with this jungle." It was too quiet. The jungle in front of them was too quiet. It was so quiet that even the sound of insects could not be heard. Adele Isabella stretched out her hands and held the 2 swords. Then she bent slightly and looked around. She also found that the environment in front of her was very wrong. It seemed that the nearby plants and trees looked a little strange. Their colors were too bright, and they grew too well. The other trees nearby have withered leaves and branches, but the forest in front of us is lush and green. There were drops of blood in front of them. Soren reached out and picked up a little blood to take a look. Then he saw a strange plant that looked like a morning glory. The blood started from there, and came all the way here. His face was not very good, and he murmured, "Rip flower? Damn it. This is really a mutated area." Rip flower mutated plant. Piranha flower. Grade 4. Challenge rating. Level 8, monster level 16, has spell-like abilities. Highest and lowest attributes, 22 and 10. Total attribute points, 90 to 100. Special abilities, devouring attack, vine tentacles, mutated plant, piranha flower. Difficulty C+. Chapter 248. Rip flower. One of the variants of the man-eating flower. A dangerous creature that looked like a giant trumpet flower. There were many strange plants in the jungle, including the man-eating plants. Most of them were man-eating flowers and man-eating trees. Ordinary man-eating plants were easier to deal with, but the most difficult ones were the mutants. Because of a catastrophe in the outer islands, there was an invisible energy field underground, so the creatures here were prone to mutation. Although humans did not have many mutations, they also had some strange innate abilities, mastering spell-like skills similar to psionic. However, it was not real psionic, but a manifestation of a single psionic spell. This kind of energy field would not only affect the indigenous people, but also these mutated plants. Therefore, some abnormal creatures would also have spell-like abilities. For example, the rip flower in front of them. It may have some special spell-like abilities, but it was hard to say what they were because many mutant creatures were different. "Your Excellency?" Adele Isabella frowned and looked ahead, whispering, "How do we deal with it?" She didn't know if it was a woman's intuition, but she thought that the strange plant in front of her was not so easy to deal with, because this strange plant gave her a very dangerous aura, which made her say, "Your Excellency, how about we use kerosene to deal with it? I remember there are several barrels of kerosene on the ship, which should be able to burn this creature." Soren turned to look at her, shook his head and said, "It's useless. Fire is too ineffective against this creature. It needs a lot of kerosene to burn it. More than half of its body roots are in the ground." "Cover me." Soren bowed slightly and whispered, then flew towards the location of the rip flower. This kind of mutant creature's reaction was relatively slow, and it had relatively stronger vitality than many flesh and blood creatures. Soren had to familiarize himself with its combat power first, because there were probably more of these creatures. The challenge of the outer islands was no less difficult than that of the Underdark, and nearly 1/3 of it was because of such dangerous creatures. They were not weaker than the various monsters and creatures in the Underdark, and some were even more dangerous. Fire was not realistic. Unless they got something like asphalt gasoline, they could burn the rip flower in front of them. Otherwise, using other firewood was simply sending their men to their deaths. A creature level of 16 was no joke. Although the challenge level of the rip flower was not high, only half of the creature level, and the final challenge difficulty was only level C, its creature level was on the same level as the sky dragon. The reason why the difficulty was so low was because it was a plant-type enemy and had a relatively obvious weakness. However, plant-type enemies also had one thing in common, and that was that the underground part was the most crucial part. Just attacking the surface alone might not be enough to kill them. Bang! Soren stomped his feet on a nearby tree to gain momentum. Then he swung his machete at the rip flower in front of him. The surface of this man-eating flower was its feeding organ. Looking at the bulging inside, it was obvious that the dead pirate was inside. However, what Soren did not expect was that the rip flower did not react to his attack at all. When his machete hit the surface of the ground, it suddenly seemed to be startled, and 5 or 6 vines shot out from the ground in an instant. Soren's blade seemed to have hit a tough cowhide. It was clearly a plant, but after cutting the surface, a bright red liquid flowed out. It looked a bit like blood. Clang! Soren cut the vines with his machete, and blood flowed out from it. These vines were unspeakably strange. After being cut off and falling to the ground, they were like the tentacles of a strange animal, which made people feel a little numb. At this moment, the surface feeding organ of the petal, which was as tough as cowhide, opened up. In the outer part of the petal, 3 rows of densely packed teeth could be seen. The teeth were a bit like the teeth of a great white shark. They were all fine and sharp teeth, and then they were distributed in 3 layers inside and outside. These teeth were still stained with blood and minced meat. Inside the petal, one could see the extension of the plant's rhizomes. It was like pulling open a plant's tube to provide nutrients. The petal in front of him also had something like blood vessels. The 3 rows of tiny teeth were actually wiggling on their own. Inside the huge flower bud was a pile of flesh that had been completely disfigured. Soren smelled something like a strong acid. However, it was not a strong acid, but the acid secreted by the ripflower in front of him. This liquid could help it digest most of its prey, and then transfer part of the nutrients its body needed to the underground trunk. Although the ripflower could rely on the soil to grow, its staple food was still the flesh and blood of various living creatures. Soren slashed out 3 times in a row. However, the effect was not very high. The part of the ripflower that was directly above its body had a very strong defensive ability. When he slashed it, it was like slashing a dragon's skin. It did not cause much damage. A part of its trunk was attacked. Although the ripflower had no eyes or facial features, it still felt Soren's position. Then the huge bud suddenly opened up, like a bloody mouth, and bit at Soren. Unfortunately, he was already prepared. How could he be bitten so easily? Instead, he took the opportunity to slash at the bottom of the root. The tough root was not cut off at once. Soren took the opportunity to slash several times in a row, and only then did he break the feeding organ above. Then, a very strange thing happened. There seemed to be a strange sound coming from the underground, and then he saw the flying vines retract a little. Then, the ground under Soren's feet seemed to have a small pit. The feeding organ that was cut off on the ground looked like a huge morning glory, but the part with 3 layers of sharp teeth began to wither rapidly after being disconnected, as if it suddenly lost enough nutrients. Then the other part below seemed to have drilled deeper into the ground. Soren stabbed the ground with his sword, but he did not feel anything else. Let's go back first. Soren frowned as if he was thinking about something. He looked at his data prompt and did not receive any slaughter EXP. It seemed that the ripflower was not dead yet. After he stepped back for a while, he said in a low voice, "Tell the others not to come here first. The plants here are very strange. There may be something terrible down there." Chapter 249. The most important part of a plant was definitely its roots. Many old trees could still sprout after their trunks were cut off, but if there was a problem with their roots, they would not live for long. The mutated plant creatures in the outer islands were all like this. Whether it was man-eating flowers, man-eating trees, or other unknown mutated plants, their core weakness was their roots. The things on the surface of the ground would not die even if they were cut off, and it would not take long for them to grow back. When a plant mutated to this extent, it was almost the same as an animal. Although they did not have as much intelligence as animals, they still relied on their instincts to do things. This area should be one of the places left behind by the disaster, but he did not know what was inside. With Soren's current strength, it was not a big problem for him to deal with these things, but this place was too strange, and he did not dare to take the risk to go deep into it. It was better to leave this place for later, as he had a lot of things to do now. However, just as Soren was about to seal off this place to temporarily prevent others from approaching, Adele Isabella seemed to have seen something. She raised her finger and pointed in that direction and said, "Your Excellency, look. There seems to be something there." "What is it?" Soren stopped when he heard this, then looked to the side and saw a grayish-black thing. He carefully walked over, paying attention to the strange trees nearby, then reached out and grabbed a corner to pick it up. However, he could not pull it out when he tried hard. It seemed that there was still a part of it buried under the ground. In desperation, he could only make a gesture to the red-haired female pirate behind him, and then the 2 of them used their weapons to dig out the grayish-black stone at the same time. "It's obsidian." Soren's face showed an expression of disbelief. Then he looked at the grayish-black stone in his hand. Because of the long-term weathering and the passage of time, this obsidian no longer looked like it used to, but he could vaguely tell that it was part of a building sculpture, and it should have existed for a long time. Obsidian was a very strong and durable ore, and it had been weathered for at least thousands of years. It was a very rare ore. It could be used in many places, but it was most commonly used on a large scale, so it was used on sculptures. In Soren's memory, there were only two places where it could be used. The first was the golem puppet. The second was the Magus Tower. Whether it was the golems or the adept's tower, this area was definitely the territory of a powerful adept a long time ago. Since there were artificially polished obsidian fragments here, it was highly likely that there was something related to the adepts inside. There might even be an adept's tower. Thinking of this, Soren's breathing quickened. Even if it was a broken Magus Tower that had been around for thousands of years, it was still very tempting to him. Even if all the functions inside were destroyed, many of the things stored inside still had astonishing value. If Soren's guess was correct, this place might be an ancient ruin left behind by the Arcane Empire. There might be information spells from the Arcane Empire that had survived, and its value was hard to estimate. Let's go in and take a look. Soren, who was planning to leave, decided to go in and explore. He told the red-haired female pirate behind him, "Pay attention to the surroundings. Let's try not to disturb these plants. They look like they're asleep." At this time, the sky was a little dark. Soren looked up at the sky, then made a gesture to Adele Isabella beside him. The two separated and went around from the side. There were many strange trees and flowers around. They looked very large, a bit like an ancient forest. Occasionally they would touch some leaves, and the whole plant would move a little. However, they didn't seem to attack. These strange plants seemed to only attack creatures when they were attacked or needed to eat. This was very similar to how beasts would not be aggressive when they were full. The vision in front gradually widened. Soren saw a large lavender flower. He frowned and looked at it, murmuring, "Mandala? No. It just looks a bit like it." He looked back at the red-haired female pirate and said in a deep voice, "Be careful. Let's go around." This place did not look like it grew naturally. Instead, it looked like it was artificially cultivated in the past, and then for some reason, it had survived until now. There were strange flower seeds on the ground. They seemed to be left behind by this kind of plant, but most of them did not germinate because the ground could not support so many plants. Some of the flower seeds had been damaged and disappeared, but there were still some that remained. It was just that he did not know what they were used for. Soren felt that these plants were dangerous. It was purely the intuition of an experienced rogue, so he did not dare to disturb them. Many of the plants here seemed to be alive. After bypassing these strange flowers, the outline of some broken buildings appeared in front of them. Because the weathering was too strong, and there were all kinds of strange plants growing around. Even with Soren's experience, he could not tell what it was. He could not even find an entrance to the building in front of him. Naturally, he could not judge the situation from the outside. Not all underground ruins would leave an entrance for you, or even help you to open up a tunnel to explore. In more high-end or ancient places, many underground ruins would not even leave you an entrance. What should I do then? Dig. Dig by yourself. Dig a hole, dig a tunnel. High-level adventurers often dug this way. Many sunken cities in the desert would collapse, and the quicksand would pour in. Many years ago, many people dug all the way to find treasures. When Soren saw the surface of the ruins that did not even leave a hole for him, he knew that today's exploration would have to stop here. This building had completely sunk into the ground, and it might even be filled with seawater. Anyway, many things could happen. There was no way to go in now. Soren had to open up a tunnel here, then arrange for people to dig, and finally find a tunnel that could be entered together. He observed for a while. He was ready to memorize the surrounding environment and some landmarks, but at this time, the red-haired female pirate suddenly said, "Your Excellency, look at the corner of the wall. There seems to be something wrong." Her detection ability seemed to be very strong. Soren looked at the red-haired female pirate with some surprise, and then moved towards the wall. He did not know if this woman's intuition was high or her basic skills were strong, but her detection ability seemed to be a little stronger than his. In front of Soren was a plant that looked a bit like a lantern plant. He did not dare to get too close, so he went around to the back, and then saw a strange gray crack. A spatial crack. Soren's expression was a little surprised, and he murmured, "The shadow plane? The building here is connected to the shadow plane?" It seemed to be a permanently solidified dimensional rift. Did the owner of this place in the past open up a fixed portal? The shadow plane. The non-material plane that Soren was most familiar with. He just glanced at the spatial crack in front of him, and he roughly guessed its function and reason. He was sure that he was more than 90% correct. This was not arrogance, but confidence. He had traveled to the shadow plane too many times, and he even lived in the shadow plane for a period of time. "Let's go." Soren looked up at the sky and said slowly, "We'll come back later. It's too dangerous to go in rashly now." The shadow plane was not to be trifled with, because although the shadow plane was connected to the material plane, the environment of the two was not the same, and there may be some ancient and dangerous creatures. Moving in the shadow plane, you may encounter monsters with a challenge rating of grade 3 or above at any time, and the ratio of quasi-legendary creatures to legendary monsters was quite large, much larger than in the material plane, and there were shadow dragons in many places. The two of them carefully retreated. At this time, the camp was almost completed. Although it was still very simple, after all, it had only been a day, so Soren did not ask for anything. Today's discovery in the strange jungle was the focus of Soren's consideration. The slaves were driven together by the pirates, and after working for half a day, they also received some food at this moment. Although it was very rough and poor quality, at least it could fill their stomachs. Soren was not a stingy person. If the slaves were not fed, they would not have the strength to work. It was a very simple principle. The night passed quickly. When Soren woke up and was about to think about how to explore the strange place, the half-elf first mate walked in quickly and said, "Your Excellency, last night, 3 slaves secretly escaped." "What?" Soren's face instantly turned pale. The half-elf first mate noticed his expression and quickly said, "But 2 of them were caught by us as soon as they ran out. The other one escaped into the jungle. I have already sent people to catch him. All of them were natives. Your Excellency, I suggest that these natives be handcuffed to work. They are much more disobedient than other slaves." Soren's face was very gloomy. After hearing the half-elf first mate's words, he gently shook his head and then said with a cold expression, "No need. Pass down my order to prepare 2 crosses and nail the 2 runaway slaves on them. The crosses will be erected at the place where the slaves are working." The half-elf first mate heard this and showed a cruel smile. He immediately nodded and said, "Okay, Your Excellency. I will do it immediately." They were pirates. Piracy was not a benevolent profession. These slaves must be taught respect. Chapter 250. A faint light appeared on the horizon. On the left side of the temporary camp, nearly 300 slaves were gathered together, trembling. In front of them was a group of pirates with fierce faces. Along with a scream not far away, 2 burly and powerful pirates walked over, one carrying 2 indigenous slaves with one hand, and the other carrying them in one hand. Behind them were 4 ferocious-looking pirate minions. They each held a wooden stake, and then set up a rough cross in front of the group of slaves. This is the fate of those who run away. The half-elf first mate's face was not very good. He was just ready to show off in front of Soren, but he didn't expect that a slave would run away the next day. This was tantamount to a slap in the face, telling Soren that he was incompetent. So now he didn't have the slightest good impression of the slaves who ran away. He even wanted to skin them alive. The half-elf first mate looked at the slaves in front of him coldly. Looking at their frightened expressions, he said in a deep voice, "All those who dare to run away, they will end up like you." Patter. The half-elf first mate glanced to the side, and then 2 burly pirates came over with 2 indigenous slaves who were obviously beaten. Then a one-eyed man with a missing left eye stood up with a grin. He held a hammer and nail in his hand. Because of the manufacturing process, the nail in this era was not the kind that we were familiar with, but the kind of conical nail that was as thick as a finger. The one-eyed man winked at the person next to him, and then someone forcibly separated the 2 slaves and fixed their limbs on the rough cross. "No. No. Please." The 2 aborigines seemed to know their fate. They couldn't help but tremble. One of them seemed to be able to speak a little bit of the common language. He kept crying and begging. The slaves below didn't dare to look at him. But no matter how he begged, it was useless. The one-eyed man raised the hammer with a grin, and then pointed the nail at his palm. With a bang, the nail that was as thick as a finger went through the palm of the indigenous slave, and then it hit the wooden stake behind him. An incomparably shrill scream sounded. The sound was very horrifying. A stream of blood flowed out of the palm that was nailed, and then dripped along the finger to the ground. The two indigenous slaves who were executed were trembling all over, and the voice in their mouth had changed a little. They were still begging, expressing their regret and ignorance, but in the end, there was no mercy for them. The one-eyed man continued to pick up the nail, and then nailed their other palm on the wooden stake. But this was just the beginning. This punishment used a total of 9 nails. At first it was the palm, then the elbow, then the foot, and then the knee. As for the last nail, this was used only at the end of the punishment. When the victim was about to bleed out or was close to death, the executioner would pick up a very long and narrow nail and drive it into the victim's forehead. Under normal circumstances, the last nail was not used because it was a kind of punishment with the nature of a taboo curse. Many places believed that if the nail was pierced into the forehead, the victim's soul would be nailed to the cross, and there was a chance that this person would become a terrifying vengeful spirit. After all, the undead were supernatural creatures. Even professionals didn't dare to say that they could win against the undead. After all, they could travel between the spiritual world and the material plane. Soren watched the whole process of the execution. He must sternly stop this kind of escape. Otherwise, these slaves would become more and more unmanageable in the future. He was a person who respected the rules, and he didn't have a sense of historical mission to remove the slavery system. Because even with the technological level of his previous life, the slavery system was only removed a long time later, and the prosperous manor economy at that time was completely supported by slave labor. In his previous life, the complete removal of the slavery system was delayed until the 20th century, which showed how amazing the remaining power of this system was. Its existence was reasonable. Although it might not be a good thing, the current slavery system couldn't be shaken because many gods and churches supported the slavery system. Blood dripped down. The two indigenous slaves who were nailed to the wooden stake had begun to breathe weakly. Their initial shrill screams had changed, and now they were almost hoarse. But the whole process wasn't over yet. The blood would gradually coagulate, because it wasn't a fatal wound. They still needed to be exposed to the sun for a while before they died. The punishment wouldn't end with their death. After they died, their bodies would still be nailed to the wooden frame, and then the smell of blood would attract a lot of scavengers, such as crows. Finally, the crows would begin to peck at the bodies until only the bones were left. This punishment process may last for a week. It mainly depended on how many crows were attracted, and whether the master who ordered this punishment was in a good mood. Some of the slaves below were scared silly. The two aborigines were nailed to the cross, dripping with blood, and then erected in front of them. Following that, the pirates began to instruct them to work. Because of the living example in front of them, these slaves worked very hard. Only when they stopped occasionally and saw the two of their kind nailed to the wooden stakes would their eyes reveal a trace of sadness. However, there were also some who rejoiced in other people's misfortune. After all, half of the slaves were indigenous people, and the other half were mainland people. The indigenous people would want to escape because this was the outer islands, where they lived. But the mainland slaves would never want to escape, because they couldn't survive if they escaped. If it wasn't for the scarcity of slaves on the mainland, and because they were relatively docile and expensive, Soren really intended to buy more. Brother? Vivian's figure appeared not far away. The little girl was wearing a black princess dress. She raised her small hand and rubbed the corner of her eyes, then said, "What happened just now? I seemed to hear someone screaming." The little girl slept for a long time yesterday. Recently, she seemed to be very sleepy, but she didn't know the reason. Even Soren wasn't sure. However, Vivian's state was normal, and her physical condition seemed to be very good. One more obvious thing was that her strength was much greater than before. At present, she had the strength of a 12 or 13-year-old child. Maybe the little girl was developing. Soren felt that she was about 1 or 2 centimeters taller than before. Now she was probably a little taller than Aladdin. But speaking of which, Aladdin was really short. Vivian seemed to have just woken up. She rubbed the corner of her eyes in a daze, then blinked her big eyes and looked around. When she heard the subordinate beside her explain what just happened, she couldn't help but pout and nodded seriously. It should be like this. This group of lowly slaves. As the private property of my brother, they actually dared to escape. They should be nailed to death. Let's see if they dare to escape in the future. At first, Soren was a little worried that the kind-hearted girl would reject this kind of punishment. But hearing the words from the little girl's mouth, Soren couldn't help but smile. This was his Vivian, the little girl who said, "If you kill someone, I'll help you set a fire." Kindness couldn't solve the problem. At least most of the time, kindness couldn't solve the problem. It would only make the problem worse. It wasn't time for Soren to show his kindness. Now the outer islands could be said to be in danger at every step. There were all kinds of dangerous things and all kinds of hidden troubles. He would never allow his slaves to make trouble for him. Today, Vivian seemed to be particularly bold. She raised her hand and straightened her beautiful black princess dress, then tied her hair into a double ponytail with a hairband. The little girl had a single ponytail and a double ponytail every day. She seemed to be having a lot of fun. She tilted her head and looked at the 2 bloody indigenous slaves nailed to the wooden stake. Then, she turned around and looked at the other busy slaves. 2 of the slaves immediately knelt down when they saw her, and kowtowed with an excited expression. It seemed that she had used magic to save the 2 guys. The little girl nodded reservedly. She looked down at them like a noble princess and said, "Work hard." I remember my brother said that as long as you work hard, some of you will be granted freedom. My brother always keeps his words. I believe you will soon be free. Chapter 251. The others obviously didn't believe the little girl's words. He had never heard of a slave owner who would generously grant freedom to the slaves in front of him, let alone give freedom to a portion of them. Most of the slaves showed a trace of doubt on their faces. Some of them even had a mocking expression, thinking that this was a trick to fool them into working hard. However, the 2 northern slaves who were saved by Vivian were pleasantly surprised. They seemed to believe the words of the little angel-like girl in front of them. It didn't matter whether the slaves believed it or not, because the supervisors were the fierce and cruel pirates. If the slaves didn't work hard, they believed that the pirates who were used to seeing blood and cruel means had ways to make them obedient. This was the advantage of being a pirate. With such a group of subordinates, they could do things without rules. Their cruelty and bloodthirstiness could help Soren solve a lot of problems. Some of the things that couldn't be seen in the light of day didn't even need to be done by him. The pirate leader below had already helped him solve it. Anyway, Soren wasn't a kind and noble person. So what if the means were cruel? Now only cruel means could make them obedient. The punishment over there was still continuing. The 2 natives who escaped were almost dead after being exposed to the sun for a whole morning. Soren thought about it, and didn't let his subordinates hammer the nails into their foreheads. Instead, he let them die on the wooden stakes, and then handed them to the scavenger birds that were attracted. Nailing the nails into the foreheads could really give birth to the undead. Although Soren wasn't afraid at all, he hated troublesome things. The 2 natives didn't last long. Their vitality wasn't strong enough. They died on the first day, but their bodies were still standing in the place where the slaves worked. At the latest, crows, vultures, and seabirds would appear tomorrow. At noon, the half-elf first mate's face didn't look very good. He came over and whispered, "Your Excellency, one of the slaves who escaped is missing. We couldn't track him down. Your subordinates are useless." 3 escaped and 2 were caught. After Soren heard the other party's words, he frowned slightly, then waved his hand and said, "Forget it." There was no need to care about him anymore. He ordered the others to prepare to lay the foundation. "Then you take some people to the City of Wealth. I need some dwarven craftsmen. It's best if they know how to bake bricks and build furnaces. Find a way to poach other people with construction skills. Don't worry about the price. Snake Island still has a sum of money. You can take it out and use it at any time. The half-elf first mate quickly nodded and said, No problem. This kind of construction craftsman is easy to find. There are also some dwarves in the City of Wealth. I will definitely find a way to bring them over. Speaking of this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had already messed up once, so he couldn't mess it up again. This time, even if he had to kidnap them, he had to kidnap them. In any case, they were pirates. Pirates did not need to reason with people. If they recruited people through normal means, there might be all kinds of messy requests and matters. He just brought people with him and went over with knives. He wanted to see who would dare not come. Now anyone with a discerning eye could see that His Excellency Throat Cutter was preparing to establish a foundation here. Whether or not he could perform well would determine his future status. You may leave. Soren nodded gently and said, You go and call Adele in, and then call One-Eyed Dragon. The half-elf first mate responded and retreated. After a while, the figure of the red-haired female pirate appeared outside the tent. She came in and bowed slightly, then said, What are your orders? Soren looked up at her, then handed over a white stone and directly ordered, This is a guano stone. It's a very valuable fertilizer. It can be used on crops after a little refining. It can greatly increase the yield of crops. You take people to send this stone to the Alchemy Guild of the Wizard Alliance. I believe they will be interested in this stone. Just send it over. If they are interested, let them send someone to talk to me. Guano stone? The red-haired female pirate's expression was a little puzzled. Although she had mastered a lot of knowledge, she didn't know much about farming. However, this didn't affect her understanding of the meaning of fertilizer. So she immediately nodded and said, I'll go now. I promise to send it over. Very good. Soren nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, I've asked people to prepare 3 boxes of samples. You can send them directly by a fast ship, and then help me purchase the things on the order. Speaking of this, Soren took out a list and said, There is still a sum of money in Port Tylon. You can go and get it. The things I need must be delivered, and the things I need must be brought back next month. Adele Isabella nodded with a serious expression and said, Yes, sir. I promise to complete the task. Soren waved his hand gently. The red-haired female pirate couldn't help but look back at him before going out. Then she went out and met a ferocious-looking one-eyed dragon and a bald, hook-nosed pirate. The 2 men glanced at the red-haired female pirate slightly. Their expressions didn't seem to be too respectful. However, after walking into the tent, they were a lot more honest. They quickly bowed their heads respectfully and said, Your Excellency. The hook-nosed pirate was the first to speak. He bowed slightly and said, 3 of us were bitten today. There are too many poisonous insects and snakes here. The brothers below are a little frightened. Your Excellency. Are we going to scatter the powder we brought over? Soren stood up when he heard the words. He went outside the tent and looked up at the sky. The sun was better today. He thought for a moment and said, Wait until noon to scatter it. Scatter it around the camp. First, let people pay attention to cleaning up the surroundings. The environment here was very bad. There were many poisonous insects and snakes overseas. If you were accidentally bitten, it would be troublesome. If you were lightly bitten, you would bleed and bleed. If you were seriously poisoned, you would die. Even the mosquitoes here could cause wound infection and worsen. When Soren came, he considered all aspects. He was a person who planned and acted. He did bring a lot of insect repellent powder, but it was not to deal with these poisonous insects, but to deal with more troublesome things. But now that there were almost a dozen non-combat casualties, it was better to scatter the powder quickly. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from outside. Then a small pirate leader ran in. He said a few words outside, and someone came in to report, Your Excellency. A slave dug up a hibernating snake and was bitten by it. Monkey drained his blood to expel the poison, but the snake seems to be very poisonous. The slave can't be saved. Damn it. What a stupid guy. A hibernating snake could bite him? The climate of the outer islands was tropical. The winter here was very short, and many poisonous snakes did not hibernate. The temperature here was much higher, and there was basically no ice and snow. But in an area with such a climate, it was easy to breed mosquitoes and snakes. Sometimes, there was no way to deal with these environmental factors. They could only passively deal with it. This was something that people who had been to primitive forests or other wild areas would understand. Soren frowned and rubbed his forehead. Then he said in a deep voice, "Clean up this area first. Set it on fire. Get someone to prepare a fire and smoke it. Then scatter the powder. It should not rain today. As long as it didn't rain, it would be fine. If it did, all the powder would go to waste." Soren's men immediately went to carry out the order. Then they saw the slaves and pirates clearing the bushes near the camp. All the weeds and bushes were cut down and dug up. Then they set fire to the grass on all sides. A thick plume of smoke rose into the sky. Following the spread of the fire and the scattering of the powder, a dense swarm of insects could be seen burrowing out from the underbrush. The sheer number of insects was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Many ferocious and cruel pirates felt goosebumps all over their bodies. "Damn it!" a strong northern pirate cursed. He couldn't help but tremble and murmured, "There are so many insects down there. I even slept there last night." How many insects were there? It wasn't easy to count, but there should be thousands. As long as there was fire and powder scattered, there would be one or two insects crawling out. Soren frowned slightly as he looked at the smoke rising from the fire. He glanced at his men next to him, then ordered a group of people to guard the perimeter. If there were indigenous tribes nearby, they might be discovered by the smoke. It was best to set up a sentry. The indigenous people were very xenophobic. After they discovered Soren and the others, the possibility of them attacking was quite high. It took an afternoon. All the pirates and slaves cleared all the weeds and bushes near the camp together. With the camp as the center, Soren ordered all the weeds and bushes to be burned and dug up. The outside of the camp was all freshly turned over soil, scattered with powder. There was no hiding place in this area, and the field of vision was very wide. Basically, there was nothing to hide. At the same time, there were a lot of logs piled up in the corner of the camp. The first step of construction was obviously still the need for wood. Soren's plan was to first build a simple fence, then build a house with logs, and then expand it further. As for food and other materials, he could ship them over. As one of the 3 pirate kings, Soren could mobilize a lot of resources. There was nothing to worry about in terms of wood. There was a virgin forest everywhere. Now it was his men who were chopping the wood, so the progress was still relatively slow. When Soren cut the wood himself and practiced his swordsmanship, that would be the time for the progress bar to skyrocket. He was a jack of all trades. The job of cutting wood could train a lot of combat skills, especially violent sword attacks. Chapter 252. The houses in this world were relatively simple and rough. If someone was familiar with European history or tried the game from other time periods, they would find that the houses they lived in were relatively simple and rough. Some of the wood used to build the houses was not even shaved clean. It was completely different from the Central Plains at the same time period. But this was also good. Building a house could be said to be very fast. As long as there were enough carpenters, they could quickly build a house. In the future, when Soren made red bricks, these temporary wooden houses could be retired. As for the other very important part, the cement that everyone was familiar with, it was actually not that important. As early as thousands of years ago on Earth, there was a building method of digging trenches, filling burning soil, and using wood to support mud walls. Even if there was no cement, clay, gypsum, lime and so on could be used as a blending agent. It was just that the house that was cut out in the end was not as strong as reinforced concrete, and there was no way to build it too high. Most of the houses in this world were one-story bungalows. If the second floor was intended to be an attic, it could be a structure of wood mixed with bricks. Soren's plan took a lot of things into consideration. A day passed quickly. Soren sent out half of his men, mainly to continue to transport supplies. Although 6 ships of supplies were enough for them to eat and wear for more than 3 months, it was not enough for them to build a town. Before the infrastructure here was completed and could be self-sufficient, everything needed to rely on Port Tylon as a transit station. Most of the other pirates thought that Soren intended to build a base in the outer islands. They never thought that his plan was bigger than everyone thought. Pirate kings basically had overseas lairs, such as the Swamp King's Devil Island, or the Naga Pirate King's Angry Scales Island. In fact, most people thought that Soren was preparing to build his lair in the outer islands, and then control a large number of pirates to control the sea route. In the future, he could rely on this sea route to make money. The next morning, after Soren divided the simple camp area, he began to join the labor process. Although he knew that there were still many things that he needed to explore, he still patiently focused on the construction of the camp. As long as the camp was completed, this area would be his territory. Even if he was attacked, he could defend himself. In the future, he could slowly explore the surrounding area. However, if the camp was not established, it would be quite troublesome if they were attacked by the indigenous people. Perhaps the pirates wouldn't suffer too many casualties, but most of the slaves would die. Resources, population, and land. Soren silently stood up and glanced at Vivian, who was flipping through a book with her head tilted to one side. She was even using her small white hand to hold a quill and scribble on a piece of white paper. He couldn't help but smile. Vivian's innate profession was a warlock. A warlock didn't need to learn too many things. Casting spells was completely dependent on one's innate ability. However, Vivian also had a part-time job as a wizard. What she was doing now was learning magic knowledge by herself, and using the wizard's way to master casting skills. He took a look and left. The little girl was more obedient than before. She seemed to know that he had a very important plan, and most of the time, she would quietly do her own things. Soren quickly led a group of people towards the forest. Yesterday, a lot of trees were cut down, but they were only used to build tents. Today, more wood was needed. It was best to make a part of the fence outside. For this reason, Soren had to do it himself. Brute force. Soren looked at the trees in front of him. First, he blessed himself with a strength spell, and then he walked to a trunk as thick as his thigh. He took a deep breath. With a clang, the legendary curved sword Icing Death appeared with a cold light, and then the tree in front of him was cut off. With a creaking sound, a big tree fell down. Soren didn't even look at it again. The pirate minions behind him went into battle with their swords and axes. After a while, the branches above were cut off. Soon, a simple log appeared on the spot. Two burly and majestic pirates came from behind, each carrying one side of the log, and walked away. At this time, Soren had already cut down 3 big trees in front of him. 20 or 30 pirate minions spread out and chopped with their swords and axes for a while. They piled the branches on the other side to make a fire, and then let the others carry the 3 logs back. Houses were being built in the camp, and the fence outside was also being raised. This amount of wood was simply not enough. Soren's cutting speed was very fast. He almost maintained the speed of cutting down 3 trees in a minute. After cutting down a tree with his sword, he rested for more than 10 seconds, and then cut down another tree. There were already a large number of pirate minions behind him. Now there were at least 60 or 70 people. Even with so many people behind him to deal with the trees that had been cut down, there were still more than 20 that had not been dealt with yet. Outside, the pirates responsible for carrying the logs back were all tired and sweating profusely. Soren's breathing was still very steady. His extraordinary physique was undoubtedly revealed in this situation. He continuously cut down 50 trees before stopping. He let out a small breath and relaxed his arms. His arms were numb from the continuous exertion of force. The pirate minions behind him were all busy. They hurriedly gathered the other logs that had been cut down and sent them back to the camp to build a fence. Soren naturally didn't stop because his body couldn't take it anymore. It was only because the duration of the brute force spell was up. Cutting down trees required the support of strength. Without the buff spell, his efficiency would be greatly reduced. However, Soren had already memorized a large number of spells in advance. Not only did he memorize the brute force spell for all the second circle spell slots, he also memorized the brute force spell for the third circle spell slots. What he just used was the normal version of the brute force spell. If it was the third circle brute force spell, Soren's spell effect and duration would be increased by 50%. This was the value of the brute force spell. Soren's efficiency was indeed quite amazing. In just 1 or 2 hours, he had already cut down hundreds of trees. After that, a large group of pirate minions were busy handling the logs and transporting them back. Now the fence of the entire camp was partially completed. The slaves were under the command of the pirate leader to drive the logs into the ground. It was estimated that a sturdy wooden fence would be completed in 1 or 2 days. And this was only the beginning. Soren wanted to build more than just a fence here. Chapter 253. The construction of the camp was still ongoing. Soren personally cut down the logs at a very fast speed. The number of pirates who were responsible for transporting the logs had increased to more than 100. The logs were sent back to the camp and then cut into wood by the craftsmen, or those who were proficient in the craft. Some of the logs were directly dug into the ground to build fences, which were about 5 meters high and had simple arrow towers. Pirates often built their camps on the islands, so this kind of work was common among the pirates. Sauron was busy chopping wood and practicing his sword techniques at the same time. Vivian was bored after reading for a while. She took out a scroll and flipped through it, then directly walked out of the tent. Many pirates respected this cute little girl. First of all, those who didn't respect her were thrown into the sea to feed the fish by Soren. Second of all, this cute little girl who looked harmless was a terrifying wizard. Her status was aloof and independent of the pirate group. Even the half-elf first mate would answer the little girl's questions honestly when he met her. Oh. Vivian tilted her head and looked at the slaves and pirates who were busy working outside. To be honest, their labor efficiency was not high. Although there were alchemy machines similar to excavators in this world, they were all things that only high-level spellcasters could afford. Currently, the construction of the entire camp was done by manual labor. They only relied on a few simple tools. The drainage ditch outside the tent was dug with a hoe. In this case, it was easy to imagine that the construction efficiency was not high, and the manpower use was also quite large. The little girl looked at it for a while, then took out a thick book from thin air. It was about the thickness of a chinois dictionary. There was a row of strange words written on it, but the general meaning could be understood. On the cover, it was written The Wizard Tower Construction *Guide* and the Golem Guard's Manual. This book might not have been preserved very well. Some of the words on the cover had fallen off, and there were some stains on the front part. It was probably a book that had been preserved for a long time. A wizard's knowledge was very precious, especially the books that wizards needed. Most of these books were not printed, and they were written by their own hands bit by bit. This was the wealth that they had accumulated in their lifetime. Soren was a person who respected knowledge, so although the little girl did not like to read, she was very protective of books. She was a good child who listened to her brother. Vivian casually found a place to sit down. Then, she closed her little knees and flipped open the thick book that was even bigger than her face. She flipped through the book at a rather fast speed. In just a short while she had flipped through about 100 pages. Then, she stopped at one of the pages and lifted her little white finger to point at a line of words. Then she flipped to the next page. There were many words and pictures there. The little girl frowned and looked at it for a while, then murmured, "The best material for building a wizard tower is not any stone, but stone made with the mud to stone spell. This kind of stone is quite strong. After a simple enchantment, it can reach the level of hardness above marble." She turned to the second page and continued to read. If combined with the magic arts left over from the Arcane Empire, mud to stone can make the stones made by magic as hard as steel. She did not know if it was deliberately erased by someone, or if it was unintentionally damaged by time. All the information about the mud to rock spell, and how hard it was to turn the stones into steel through alchemy, had become stains that couldn't be seen clearly. Vivian's brows furrowed as she read this, and she couldn't help but say angrily, "Which bastard did this?" She lifted her little hand and kept flipping to the back. However, the back had already turned to the layout of the wizard tower. There was no mention of the overall construction material of the wizard tower. The little girl was so angry that she directly threw the thick book into the dimensional belt. Then, she held her chin with her little hand and said, "It's a pity that my spell slots are not enough. Otherwise, I can help my brother build a camp with mud to stone. Oh. The book that Sister Gloria gave me seems to have recorded that this spell changes the soil according to the casting level and casting strength. It seems that every point is about 2 feet square. I wonder how large the area I can change? Yes. I'll try it when I have time. The little girl tilted her head and muttered for a while. Then, she seemed to feel a little sleepy and could not help but walk into the tent. Recently, she had been more sleepy, but what made her happy was that she had grown taller. Mud to Stone Level 5 Spell. The spellcaster can transform soil into stone. This transformation process is permanent. Every point of spell strength can transform 2 feet square of soil. Many building materials, including the structure of the wizard tower, are made of mud to stone. The effect of this spell will be permanently changed after use. Spells such as Dispel Magic cannot be used to remove the transformation effect. Phew. Soren took a deep breath and put away the curved sword in his hand. A large area of the nearby trees had been cut down by him. Perhaps it was because everything had to start from scratch. He actually felt like he had returned to the slash and burn era. In fact, the fastest way was to rely on the power of the wizards. However, he did not have any spellcasters, so he could only use the simplest way to open up the camp. There was a level 5 wizard spell called Mud to Stone. This spell could directly turn soil into stone. At that time, there was a guild with rich spellcasters who directly relied on spells to build a city wall in a day. However, there was still a big limit to the spell slots. If the goddess of magic died, the spell slots would be converted into mana. At that time, although the spellcasting ability of the wizards would be weakened, they would have a lot more freedom to cast spells. If all the mana was invested into the level 5 spell Mud to Stone, only a small number of wizards would be able to achieve amazing results. The creation ability of the wizards could not be ignored in the pioneering tactics of the past, especially the development of the outer planes and the abyss. Soren put away his sword and looked behind him. The pirate minions were still busy moving the logs. He took a deep breath and then looked at his data display. He found that there was an extra row of words on it. Training successful. You have obtained part of the information of sword form, horizontal slash. Training successful. You have obtained part of the information of sword form, horizontal slash. Training successful. You have mastered the combat skill sword form, horizontal slash. Sword form, horizontal slash. It was a more basic combat skill of the sword form. In fact, it was a prerequisite skill of the sword form, waist slash. This was the easiest sword form skill to master in logging. Its combat effect was similar to the sword form, heavy slash. Its strength was strengthened to Soren's current standard, especially after his attributes were increased. These more basic sword force abilities were all integrated into his normal attacks. This was because this kind of force exertion technique no longer caused him too much of a burden. With enough attribute points as a foundation, he slightly skipped the previous requirement of charging force. As long as he did not use it consecutively, he could use it in his normal attacks. There were actually many types of sword forms. Basically, they were suitable for most weapon attacks. If a melee profession did not have a combat specialty, they would have to train and master enough combat skills. It was said that there were more than 100 types of sword forms. The foundation for a grand swordsman to advance into a legendary was to understand these basic sword forms. Soren did not have any mandatory requirements for sword forms. However, mastering more sword forms would increase his combat power. Moreover, many powerful combat skills in the future would require the coordination of basic sword forms. For example, mastering sword form, horizontal slash, would have a strong effect when comprehending and using sword form, beheading in the future. Many sword forms and skills were interconnected. Yellow sand was flying all over the sky. A slightly stooped figure was moving forward at the edge of the desert. Judging from his face, he did not seem to be very old. However, his face was full of vicissitudes and fatigue. His hair seemed to have not been washed for a long time. There was stubble on his chin, and there was a lot of dust in his hair. He was wearing mottled armor. There were sword marks on his shoulder armor. There was a bandage on his arm, and there was a trace of blood seeping out from it. The originally bright silver armor seemed to be a little dim at the moment. It seemed that it had not been maintained for a long time. It looked very worn out. There was a long sword on his waist. From time to time, he looked up into the distance. His hands seemed to be hanging on the hilt, ready to fight at any time. This was a young paladin. Or rather, he used to be a paladin. Now he was just a wandering warrior. He seemed to have been walking for a long time. Even the sturdy and durable boots on his feet were almost worn out. However, he still did not stop, as if there was something very important waiting for him in front of him. The wind stirred up the sand and dust. Soon his whole body was gray and covered with a layer of dust. The young warrior shook his clothes, shaking off the dust on the ground, and then continued to move forward silently. His lips were a little chapped, and there were bloodstains at the corners of his mouth. However, he didn't drink any water, because there wasn't much water left on him. Just like that, he kept walking forward. When it got dark, he would stop to camp and eat some hard rations. He didn't need a tent, so he just leaned against the corner and slept with his clothes on. His hands were always holding his sword, and even when he slept, he hugged it to his chest. He did not know how long he had been walking. It was not until an old middle-aged man appeared in front of him that he stopped. He knelt in front of the other party on one knee, inserted the long sword into the ground, and pressed his palm on his chest. This was the etiquette of a paladin. The other party seemed to have expected his arrival. He just said in a hoarse voice, "What have you learned along the way?" The young paladin looked up. There seemed to be a trace of sadness in his eyes, but more than that, he said slowly, "There is something called justice, and justice requires great strength. P.S. There were a lot of things today. It took me a long time to write this. On the 11th day of quitting smoking, I gained more than a pound." Chapter 254. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, Soren had been here for 5 days. The camp was completely different from when he first arrived. Outside the camp, there was a 5-meter-tall fence. Every 100 meters, there was a simple arrow tower. It was the kind of tower that could be reached by climbing up a ladder. There were 4 gates in the camp. The east was where Soren lived, the west was where the other pirates lived, the south was where a large amount of materials were stored, and the north was where a large number of slaves were locked up. The layout of the camp was square. There were specially dug drainage channels on both sides of the road. There were even toilets built on all 4 sides. This was something that the other pirates couldn't understand. This was because this area was dirty and messy. Even in the developed cities along the coast, there were very few toilets. Many people would just go to the alleys to relieve themselves. However, this was very important to Soren. Even though he used to live in the slums, when he had the ability to directly plan, the first order he gave was to build toilets. From today onwards, no one was allowed to relieve themselves in the camp. If they wanted to relieve themselves, they had to go to the toilets. If anyone dared to relieve themselves in the camp, they would be caught and their tools would be chopped off. Sanitation was the most important thing. This was because the environment of the outer islands was very easy to breed mosquitoes. If the disease spread, it was definitely not something that Soren wanted to see. Moreover, no one would like to accidentally step on other people's urine in their own territory. Even though Soren wasn't a clean freak, this was still a very important point. At this moment, looking down from the sky, the camp was an irregular square. It looked a bit like a Greek village. There was a large square in the middle, mainly for the convenience of gathering people. The 4 sides were divided by 2 intersecting streets. The ground was flattened. Even though the roads were made of mud, there were ditches dug around the roads. There were also a few wells nearby that could drain the dirty water. There were many houses in the camp that were being built, but most of them weren't completed yet. The only thing that was completed was the warehouse. This was mainly because they were afraid of the rain. The warehouse had to be completed as soon as possible. This was even more important than Soren's house, because many of the materials could not be exposed to the rain. The food reserves were enough to last them for more than 3 months, but it was better to store the food in the warehouse. Things like smoked meat were fine, but other things would quickly become moldy if they were exposed to moisture. In the place where the slaves worked, there were 2 crosses. The corpses on top were almost turned into white bones. The whole process could be said to be very cruel. Many slaves were so scared that they didn't dare to look over here. Even until today, the 2 wooden stakes had to be erected for another 2 days. During these 7 days, they had attracted many vultures and crows. These scavenging birds were openly pecking at the corpses, causing many people to have a headache just by looking at them. The effect of torture was undoubtedly effective. At least during this period of time, the slaves were very honest. And because Soren told the pirate minions not to whip them too much, and to give them more food, the slaves had to work hard every day, but at least they could still fill their stomachs. And yesterday, due to His Excellency Throat Cutter's impromptu fishing, the shark caught was too much meat to finish. He only took the shark fins and so on. And then the slaves ate fish soup to their heart's content. This place was actually very good. Although it was primitive and barren, and there were many dangerous things such as annoying mosquitoes, the resources here were indeed very rich. Some slaves caught a kind of fat vole when they worked, and the indigenous slaves ate it directly. The other slaves brought it back and ate it by fire. Here they ate better than in the past. From time to time, they would have some meat and fish, mainly because the nearby sea area had not been developed much, and they could pick up big crabs on the beach. In some ways, this place really felt like the Great Northwest. The slaves themselves were people who had nothing, so their requirements were not very high. As long as they could fill their stomachs while working hard, and occasionally have a little meat, many people would be able to restrain their thoughts. After all, Soren had clearly told them that the fate of escaping and being caught was very miserable. Even after death, they would not be easily free. Moreover, there were still some slaves who believed what Vivian said. When the time was right, Soren would give freedom to some of the hard-working people. Inside the big tent in the center, Soren frowned as he scribbled on a piece of white paper. He looked up at the sky and murmured, "They should have returned to Port Tylon by now, right? It will take half a month to go back and forth. I should be able to bring back what I need in January next year, and then I can start the next step of the plan." The end of December. It looks like the new year is coming, right? Soren walked out of the tent and silently calculated in his heart. He found that it was indeed the new year in a few days. In this world, there were no strong New Year celebrations, but the tradition of preparing for the new year was still there. When Soren came, it was the middle of December. Now it was the end of December, and the new year was coming in a few days. The new year was actually not that bad. The most important thing in this world was the harvest festival. This was the grandest celebration of the year, and this celebration was common to most gods. In the south, they sacrificed to the goddess of agriculture. In the north, and in the coastal areas, they sacrificed to the goddess of the sea. Even the drows would pray to the queen of spiders for a year's harvest during the harvest festival. Every year. After all, for any race, filling their stomachs was the most basic and most important thing. Soren looked outside and walked towards the sea. He let his pirate leaders drive away 2 ships, but there were still some warships left outside. The cargo ships of the Chamber of Commerce also went back. Soren's order was a large amount of materials. They would take 3 months to ship a part of it every half a month. The most important part was the slave resources. If Soren wanted to develop and grow, he could not do without labor. In a short period of time, the pirates would not rebel, but if they were really used as labor, these pirates would complain. For now, they knew that the base camp had just been built, and no one could avoid hard work. When the base camp was built, these pirates would not be so diligent. On the other side, Vivian's petite figure squatted next to a mud pit. Her white little hands played with a pile of mud, as if she was molding a clay figurine. She used her small hands to mold the mud into various shapes. The little girl squatted beside the mud pit, and seemed to have played for a long time. Even her snow-white princess dress was stained with mud. After about 10 minutes, she kneaded the mud into what looked like a cube. Then, she raised her small hand, and began to cast a spell. Mud to stone. A faint magic aura emerged, and the mud in front of her gradually turned into stone, but it did not seem to be solid. It looked like the kind that was weathered. The little girl's expression seemed to be a little annoyed. She kicked the mud away and murmured, "It's so difficult. Why is it so difficult to learn spells above the 5th circle? Obviously, 4th circle spells are quite easy, But why does the difficulty increase so much after entering the 5th circle? Lillian? Why do you think we can't master this spell? There was a short silence. Then Lillian said a little matter-of-factly, I don't have to go through so much trouble to learn spells. Those who need to learn spells are not real geniuses. Yes. That's it. Needless to say, Vivian also knew that she asked in vain. The little girl got up and snapped her fingers. Then there was a faint magic aura. And then her body became clean. Vivian clapped her little hands, raised her hand to tidy up her skirt, and then planned to go back to sleep. But at this moment, she heard a noise coming from the bushes in the distance, and then a figure rushed out from inside. It was an ugly man with a tattoo on his face. His ears were full of earrings, and there was a scar on his skull. This was a pirate. There were a lot of strange people among Sauron's men. Anyway, there were very few guys who could be considered as good-looking. He was a sentry sent out to monitor the movements nearby. Vivian's face did not show the slightest panic. Although she was only a little girl who had just turned 9 years old, she was quite calm at this time. The little girl approached little by little, while also paying attention to the nearby movements. She saw a blow dart on the back of the pirate sentinel in front of her. It was a weapon as slender as a needle. Most of it was smeared with a rather potent poison. It either had the effect of sealing one's throat upon contact with blood, or was able to quickly anesthetize a person to death. The little girl approached carefully, and at the same time, she had several spells on her body. The bushes in the distance moved a little. However, no one chased out. When Vivian walked over, the pirate was not completely unconscious, but he said in a somewhat intermittent voice, Miss? Native. After saying that, he directly fainted. It seemed that the blow dart had a nerve anesthetic on it, and not a poison that could kill blood. This kind of thing was very troublesome. It had to be a compulsory test of vitality. Maybe Soren had a higher chance of passing it, but the other pirates would have a hard time resisting it. Vivian stretched out her finger to check his breath. After confirming that he was not dead, she ran toward the camp. The natives had appeared. This must be told to Brother quickly, because the natives were very xenophobic, and it was very likely that they would attack. Chapter 255. Inside the tent. Soren stood in the middle with a serious expression. In front of him was a man who was surprisingly well-dressed among the pirates. He even wore a monocle. But don't underestimate this guy. Looking at the calluses on his slender palms, you could see that he was an expert in using short weapons. He also had good throwing knife skills. He was one of the few pirates who could read and learn. He was also a doctor among the pirates. He was proficient in various surgical operations, and had quite good medical skills. This man who looked like a noble tutor reached out, and checked the breath of the unconscious man on the ground. Then he opened his eyelids and looked at his tongue. He slowly said, Your Excellency. It seems that he wasn't poisoned, just temporarily unconscious. However, when he would be able to wake up would depend on his physique. Under normal circumstances, he should be able to wake up tomorrow morning. This guy's physique is still very good. Soren heard this and nodded. Then he walked around in a circle. He had actually sent out quite a number of scouts, but it seemed like only one of the 5 would return. If the other 4 didn't die in the hands of the Aborigines, they should have been caught by them. The area of this island was actually quite large. It was about 500 square kilometers. Because of the tropical rainforest-like climate, and the fact that it was connected to other islands, there was a high possibility that there would be an Aboriginal tribe here. Soren had long sent people to explore the nearby area. For this reason, he lost 3 to 5 people. At present, the exploration of the entire island was mainly concentrated around 10 kilometers around the camp. The most dangerous place was still the remains of those strange plants. Soren himself didn't dare to easily explore the secret. Then the more dangerous place was near the southern coast. There was a high cliff where about 3 groups of about 10 large pterosaurs lived. Then there was the direction near the northwest. After passing through the jungle and a big river, there was another place full of strange flowers and plants. Unsurprisingly, the Aboriginal tribe was there. It was about 30 kilometers away from Soren. There were several more dangerous areas in between, including the territory of some dangerous and fierce creatures in the outer islands. Your Excellency? A bald and ugly pirate raised his head to look at Soren and cautiously asked, "Do you want us to teach those native monkeys a lesson?" Soren turned around and looked at him. He slowly shook his head and said, "There's no rush. After all, this is still their territory. These aborigines are more familiar with the terrain than we are. The most important thing for us is to figure out our surroundings and make sure that there are no creatures like army ants or flying insects nearby. Then we can have a good fight with them. If we want to turn this place into our territory, we have to get rid of these aborigines. It's fine if we don't make a move, but once we do, it must be a thunderous one." He couldn't act rashly. Soren was very clear about the troubles of the aborigines. Because they had a scattered tribal system, they were maintained by the same totem beliefs and in-laws. There were very troublesome relationships between the tribes. He didn't want an endless war, so once he started a war with the indigenous people, he had to defeat them with a thunderous force. Otherwise, it would be a nightmare for these guys to hide and harass him. The indigenous people had a semi-slavery system. The main members of the labor force were ordinary people and slaves. Most of the slaves came from the wars between the tribes. The indigenous people belonged to a sense of separation between soldiers and farmers. The indigenous people who were qualified to become professionals would be selected, trained, and then participate in hunting operations. These indigenous people were first-class warriors and hunters. They were quite dangerous, more dangerous than many professionals. The challenge level of the entire outer islands was raised by them. This group of people could be regarded as warriors who had been trained since childhood. They were proficient in sneaking, archery, tracking, and other skills. Most of their tasks were hunting and fighting. The wars between the indigenous tribes were cruel and bloody. They occurred frequently throughout the outer islands. In the structure of an indigenous tribe, the most important thing was the shaman priests and combat members. Most of the other ordinary people served as labor force. The hierarchy in the tribe was quite strict. The strength of a tribe was measured not only by the population, but also by the proportion of warriors in the population. Because for the indigenous people, they only needed to conquer and defeat a tribe to capture a large number of slaves. These people were actually wealth and goods like gold. The slave trade in the outer islands was also developed in this way. Most of the indigenous slaves were not warriors. They lived a slave-like life from childhood, and were responsible for supporting the entire tribe. Soren took out a quill pen and drew a few circles on the map. Those were the areas that had been explored. Because he was responsible for guarding the camp, the pirates would go out to investigate. The 5 most dangerous places were in the south, west, and north of the camp. The first was the place with strange plants, the second was the nest of large pterosaur, the third was the swamp area occupied by crocodiles, the fourth was the territory of a group of man-eating insects, and the last was the river that divided the island in the middle. This river passed through the entire island, flowed from the inlaid islands next to it, and then flowed to the sea. Strictly speaking, this river was the most dangerous place, but it was only when people fell in. This was because there were a large number of piranhas that were only half the size of a palm. These piranhas had very sharp teeth. When they moved in groups, they could eat any creature that fell into the water. Even an elephant could be eaten clean in a short period of time. In the end, not even the bones were left behind. This kind of piranha was distributed in many places in the outer islands. This was one of them. The number was huge to millions, and they were very sensitive to the smell of blood. To cross the river, one must rely on a boat. Even the indigenous people couldn't swim over, not to mention the large electric eels in it. Electric eels were creatures that could electrocute an adult man near land. It was even more difficult to deal with them here. The large electric eels were almost as fast as a spell attack. The intensity of the electric current was quite dangerous. Some of the special electric eel bosses could directly electrocute a grade 3 profession. Your Excellency. A one-eyed pirate next to him looked at Soren, who was in deep thought, and carefully said, "What do we do now? Don't we care about them? If we don't teach those indigenous monkeys a lesson, I'm afraid they'll think we're easy to deal with." The indigenous people deserved a beating. Their xenophobia was quite strong. If you didn't kill them, They would treat you as a soft persimmon. Even the pirates knew about this. Soren looked up at them and said, "Don't care about them for now. You guys prepare enough food and bring out the wine on the ship. It's almost the new year. Let the others have some good wine and meat first. Then we'll deal with them. During this time, I'll personally investigate them. For now, don't move too far away from the camp." Because Soren didn't touch a drop of alcohol, the pirates also banned alcohol during this time. The pirates below had already complained, but because they were afraid of Soren's prestige, no one dared to say it out loud. There were many drunkards among the pirates. During this time, there were also many who secretly drank a few mouthfuls, but there were still few who drank openly. There were too many pirates who were addicted to alcohol. Soren had to control them. Otherwise, there would be people who were drunk all day long. Soren wasn't against them drinking, but when it came to serious business, he definitely wouldn't allow people to drink and mess things up. The group of pirates quickly retreated from the tent. Although they didn't understand why Soren wanted them to celebrate the new year, the pirates below were really tired. There were already many who were complaining. Now that they were celebrating with wine and meat, it would be better to appease them. After all, pirates weren't soldiers. Their discipline was very low, and they obeyed orders out of respect. The ban on alcohol was lifted, and soon there were cheers in the camp. Many of the pirates secretly took out a small bottle and put it to their mouth to take a big gulp. This was the pirates' usual equipment, and it was filled with strong rum. This kind of rum had a high alcohol content, and it could be used to disinfect when necessary. It was a habit passed down from the northern pirates. Perhaps it was because the new year was coming, but the pirates' tempers were much better. They didn't even beat or scold the slaves. Boxes of supplies were moved out. There were smoked meat, vegetables, salted fish, and so on. Soren actually prepared a lot of things, including things that the pirates didn't think would be useful. A day passed just like that. Soren looked at the rare happy atmosphere in the camp, and the corner of his mouth showed a trace of a smile, but it seemed a little cruel. Let them have a good new year. He looked up and murmured, "Next year will be the most difficult year. Whether we can gain a foothold here will depend on whether we can get rid of the indigenous people next year. The other dangerous areas and all kinds of wild monsters could wait, because the monsters had an area of activity. If no one provoked them, the monsters in the outer islands wouldn't easily run to other places, including the most aggressive and predatory large pterosaur. Most of their hunting areas were fixed. So the most troublesome thing was the indigenous people. As long as the indigenous people were defeated, there would be time to clean up other small problems. Moreover, for Soren, the indigenous people had a greater meaning. He needed slave labor for his development, and in the end, he would have to find a solution from the indigenous people. If this was the case, then things would have to be carefully planned. P.S. After some adjustment, I'm in a much better state. I'm back to normal. There will be more at the end of the month. Chapter 256. In the evening, Soren had changed into a tight suit. He cut his shoulder-length hair with a curved sword and cut it to about the length of his earlobe. At this moment, his appearance was a little different from before. There was almost nothing on his body. His wrists and legs were wrapped with cloth strips, and he didn't wear any armor, not even light leather armor. The only thing that stood out was the Battlemaster gloves on his hands. Almost all of his equipment and weapons were in it. Next to Soren was Vivian with a pout. The little girl looked unhappy and muttered, "I want to go too. Brother, why don't you let me go with you? If we go together, we might be able to kill those aborigines directly. I'm worried about you going alone. There are so many of them. What if you're discovered?" Soren squatted down when he heard this. He reached out and stroked Vivian's little head and said softly, "If I go and you go with me, then there will be no one to guard the camp. If something happens, those pirates will easily collapse. I'll be more relieved if you stay here. Besides, there won't be any danger if I go alone. There are almost no people in this place who can stop me from coming and going freely." Speaking of this, Soren's face showed a confident smile. He had been to many dangerous areas. There were many monsters in the abyss that could see through invisibility and seal the plane, but he still went back and forth. Although his strength was not as strong as before, there were no real gods in the outer islands. At most, there were some legendary monsters that were close to the demigod level. Throughout the thousands of years of the outer islands, no one had heard of a god with weak divine power. Perhaps it was because the Storm Lord was above them, and he would kill any signs of a god with weak divine power. Okay. Vivian nodded gently, but the expression on her cute little face was still a little unhappy. She looked at Soren seriously and said with a serious expression, "Brother, you can go alone, but you have to let me leave a spell mark on you. That way, if you're in danger, I can find a way to teleport to help you." Spell imprint? Soren didn't think too much about it. He nodded and said, "All right." Vivian clapped her hands and stood up. She looked around with her big round eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. Once Soren agreed, she immediately began to cast her spell. Something was wrong. Soren felt that something was wrong when the little girl started casting her spell. Spell imprint was a very simple low-level arcane spell. With Vivian's strength as a legendary warlock and her powerful talent, it was impossible for her to take such a long time to cast it. Although Soren's spellcraft identify wasn't high enough to determine what spell the little girl was casting, he was sure that it was a very difficult spell. It was probably a level 6 or higher spell. He wanted to interrupt the little girl's spellcasting, but he was afraid that it would hurt her. "Vivian. What are you doing?" Soren had no choice but to stare at Vivian until she finished chanting the last part of the spell. Only then did he understand what spell she was casting. A terrible pressure shrouded the area. This pressure was stronger than the dragon's aura of an adult dragon, but it wasn't as overbearing. Following the appearance of a spell, a portal opened in front of the two of them. A creature full of power and divine radiance appeared from the portal. It first glanced at Soren, then its eyes fell on the little Vivian. This creature full of divine power and divine radiance stared at the little girl in front of it. It couldn't help but frown slightly and said in a dull voice, "Spellcaster. Are you summoning me? You look like a little girl who hasn't grown up, whether it's your body or your soul. Are you sure you want to make a deal with me?" Jin. When Soren saw the creature in front of him, he immediately guessed what spell Vivian had just cast. Limited Wish. Level 7 spell. The Jin in front of him looked a bit like the monster in Aladdin's magic lamp. Its upper body was still in human form, and its skin was pale blue. Its pupils seemed to flash with lightning from time to time, which was the light of divinity. Any Jin summoned by wish was at the level of a god. The strength level of the one in front of him couldn't be judged, but it was definitely a Jin above the demigod level. The Jin of the elemental plane had special rules. They followed the constraints of contracts and laws, and would trade with spellcasters when necessary. This was a Jin above the demigod level. Now it was its avatar, not the main body of the Jin. Only some very special transactions could make the main body of the Jin appear. It was even possible to summon the oldest elemental god. Knowledge War. The creatures of the wind elemental plane once beat up the abyss demons, and these Jin were the vanguards. Vivian looked up at Soren, and then said to the Jin in front of her with a serious face, "At hashtag, yen asterisk hashtag at yen hashtag at hashtag percent at hashtag percent hashtag yen percent. Hashtag yen percent at hashtag yen at hashtag percent at hashtag percent hashtag." As soon as the little girl spoke, Soren was instantly dumbfounded, because she was speaking the demonic language. He had never felt so deeply that learning a foreign language was so important, especially when it came to the demonic language, which was widely used in many planes. The Jin was a neutral creature. The 4 elemental planes were basically not involved in the battle between the upper and lower planes. Unless there was any idiot who was ready to unify the universe and transform the entire multidimensional plane into one form, the 4 elemental planes would basically not stand up and do anything. Therefore, the Jin could also trade with the demons. As long as it was any spellcaster who used the wishing spell, they could trade with them. So the Jin also said in the demonic language that Soren could not understand at all. At hashtag percent yen hashtag percent, at and asterisk at hashtag at and asterisk percent at hashtag and asterisk, At hashtag yen and asterisk at yen at hashtag yen. This was going to kill him. Soren wanted to interrupt Vivian and let her communicate in the common language, but he was afraid that this would anger the Jinn. These Jinn were actually not easy to talk to. But before Soren could speak, the Jinn seemed to have reached some kind of consensus with Vivian. Then it took out a roll of parchment out of thin air, held a quill pen and began to write quickly. Soon it filled a contract scroll. It squatted down and handed the contract scroll in its hand to the little Vivian. The little girl looked at it carefully for a while, then pointed out one of the points and argued fiercely with the Jinn. It was obvious that the difference in strength between the two sides was huge, but in the face of the little girl's impolite tone of argument, the Jinn was not angry at all. Their contract was full of all kinds of traps. Anyone would bargain with them before trading with them. Not much time had passed. Soon, the Jinn's face showed a trace of amazement and said seriously, "Very good. According to the contract, I will take a part of your divine power, and then give you some other abilities in return." Little girl, if there is no problem, then sign it. Vivian was very fast. She picked up the quill pen and signed it. Then the Jinn's face showed a satisfied smile. It raised its hand and pointed at Vivian. A special contract power emerged and took a part of the little girl's divine power. Then it stretched out its finger and pointed at Vivian and Soren, and a divine light appeared in its eyes. In an instant, as if he had been electrocuted, Soren couldn't help but tremble. Then he felt Vivian beside him. He didn't see her with his eyes, but he felt it with his soul. It was a very wonderful feeling. He could determine Vivian's position and how far away she was from him. As long as he concentrated, he could lock the little girl's specific direction. It was like a very strong telepathy. Chapter 257. Under the dim light of the night. Soren's figure flew out, shuttling through the dense tropical jungle, moving towards the distance at high speed. He was not unfamiliar with such a terrain. When he came to the outer islands to complete a legendary level mission, Soren also fought with the best trackers here. This group of guys had a very powerful tracking ability. They could track the target through footprints, smell, environment, and so on. Even Soren had improved a lot of tracking skills after fighting with them. Pada. Soren's toes tapped lightly on a big tree, and then slowly landed on the ground. There were many messy footprints in front of him. Although a lot of them were covered by weeds, the traces left by high-speed movements were still very obvious. Soren raised his hand and looked for traces of something being dragged away. It was a bit like the traces left by heels. He found a little dark red blood, but there was not much blood. It seemed that the battle was over soon. Soren could already imagine the situation at that time. The pirate scouts he sent out were suddenly attacked, and before they could react, most of them were killed. Then one of them successfully escaped, and the other scouts were dragged away. Looks like they're all masters. Soren's eyes showed a trace of coldness, and his face showed a cruel expression. He slowly said, "Kill these scouts first. They seem to be the elites of the indigenous tribes." Jungle fighting was different from flat ground fighting. The most common thing here was encounter and ambush fighting. Even a grade 4 profession could die in the hands of a low-grade profession that was proficient in tracking and hiding. Because there were too many environments for ambush, and there were many natural traps that could be used. Many brilliant trackers could kill other professions that were 5 levels higher than them here. The most dangerous ability of these indigenous people was tracking and hiding traps, and then there were the use of blow darts and hidden weapons, etc. However, this time they might not be so lucky, because rogues were also experts in this field. Soren moved quickly along the traces in the grass. His tracking ability was not very good, but it was not enough to lose the traces left today. Brilliant rangers could even track the traces left a few days ago, and even distinguish what kind of enemy left them. Therefore, Soren had always attached great importance to tracking skills. He moved quickly along the grass. He could be sure that the indigenous elites had not returned to the tribe, because they could not know the number of Soren's men if they were not close to the camp. Shadow hiding. After crossing a stream, Soren's figure gradually disappeared into the night. He heard a little movement. It was a scream. It seemed that the pirate scouts sent out during the day were not all killed by them, and 1 or 2 survivors were brought back by them. A trace of killing intent appeared in Soren's eyes. His whole body was shrouded in shadows, and he approached the mountain wall in front of him where some screams came from. There were many places in the outer islands that looked like the Irish coastline. The landscape structure here was completely different from the southern continental shelf. What Soren saw in front of him was a natural cave. It seemed that the enemy was quite familiar with the nearby terrain. No one had come to this cave for a long time. It was a little dark inside, and the cave was not very deep. Soren heard a slight scream again, and saw a faint fire in the cave. It seemed that there was a corner in the cave. He did not recklessly sneak in. Soren reached out and touched the ground, carefully observing the surroundings. His dark vision allowed him to see as clearly at night as during the day. Soon he found a rather clever alarm trap. The indigenous people were very cunning, and their living environment was also very harsh. For someone who could easily kill the pirate scouts sent by Soren, it was impossible for them to be unprepared at night. Soren's trap skills were not enough. He glanced at it and felt that he might not be able to successfully remove the trap without making a sound. Even if he was lucky enough to remove it, it would take too long. Soren reached out and grabbed the edge of the cave. Then, he climbed into the cave along the corner, as if he was hanging in the air. He was just 1 or 2 centimeters away from the alarm trap. The people inside the trap would be immediately alerted. The scream continued. There were broken stones in the cave, so Soren had to be careful. He heard the common language and the indigenous language, but he could not hear what was being said clearly because the screams were interrupted. The enemy seemed to be interrogating. Soren did not dare to be careless. His figure slowly approached in the dark. As he turned a corner, the situation in front of him appeared in front of his eyes. He saw 5 indigenous people with oil paint on their bodies. The skin of these indigenous people was darker, but it was not like the black race. Instead, it was like a mixture of the black race and the Native Americans. The bone structure of these guys was thicker, obviously thicker than the bone frame of the mainland people. They were interrogating a pirate scout. The pirate who was being interrogated was badly mutilated. His appearance could not be distinguished at all. His breathing was also very weak. It seemed that he would not last long. There was an indigenous person who looked different next to him. It was obvious that he did not have oil paint on his body. A cold light appeared in Soren's eyes. Because he recognized that this indigenous person was one of the slaves who escaped from him. Because he knew the common language, he was helping to translate the interrogation and telling them the information in the indigenous language. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Soren's eyes were full of killing intent. He quietly approached the enemy who had been asking questions and looked like the leader of the indigenous people. Backstab. Shadow strike. An icy cold light suddenly appeared. Soren's figure emerged from the shadows. The legendary curved sword Icing Death drew a cold light and instantly pierced the heart of the indigenous leader. The tip of the sword penetrated from the back to the chest. The other party's expression was full of shock. Before he could change, he died under Soren's hands. A row of data quickly appeared. Shadow strike successful. Shadow strike launched. Backstab launched. Successfully launched backstab, causing 116 plus 10 piercing damage to the target. Piercing the target's heart. Triggered the test of death. Target's test of death failed. Target dead. Extracting the target's soul energy. Received 3250 slaughter EXP. As the slaughter EXP data emerged, Soren immediately guessed the approximate strength of the opponent in his mind. It should be an enemy above profession level 15. A leader in the indigenous tribe. The enemy seemed to have more than 100 HP, but because his heart was pierced, he did not pass the test of death. Therefore, he could not survive for a period of time like some of the enemies that Soren had encountered in the past. Sword form, spinning strike. After killing the enemy's leader with a sneak attack, Soren did not retreat. On the contrary, he rushed up directly. Another curved sword appeared in his hands out of thin air. He spun it in a circle and slashed at the other 2 enemies in front of him. Caught off guard. This was the most common reaction under a sneak attack. Many people were caught off guard, and their ability to dodge and parry was greatly reduced. In this case, it was the best time to test one's ability. One of the indigenous people almost subconsciously dodged sideways, then rolled to open the distance, but the other indigenous person was a little slower. He was directly hit in the chest by Soren, and even a large part of his lung was cut open. The former was an indigenous person with a reflex evasion ability, while the latter obviously did not have any powerful evasion ability. Once he encountered a sudden situation, he would inevitably be slower by half a beat. Swoosh! In the face of Soren, who suddenly appeared and killed their leader, the indigenous people reacted quickly. They began to fight back quickly. However, instead of pulling out a weapon, they quickly took out a blow dart. With a few faint cold lights, the blow dart flew out like steel needles. They hit Soren's body, but it did not have the effect it should have. Stone skin. The blow dart did not break through Soren's stone skin. These blow dart with strong anesthetic had no effect at all. Dang. Dang. The blow dart fell to the ground, but Soren jumped out and slashed at the seriously injured enemy. A row of data quickly appeared. Shadow Strike activated. You've dealt 56 plus 10 / damage to the target. You've dealt 26 / damage to the target. Target dead. Extracting target soul energy, gain 2150 slaughter EXP. Soren's sword was extremely fast. Almost at the same time as the icing death in his right hand slashed the enemy, the curved sword in his left hand immediately slashed the enemy's abdomen. Soren, who had mastered greater dual wielding, could almost achieve the effect of left and right mutual attack. The curved sword in both hands could fight independently. When he killed the indigenous person in front of him, his left hand almost immediately turned around and directly blocked the attack from the side. Then he bent forward and slashed the enemy's arm with his right hand. Dang. Dang. With a splash of blood, 3 fingers were cut off. Thump. Soren's 2 swords turned into cold lights, and he turned around to cut off half of the hand. At the same time, a distorted shadow appeared beside him, and then 2 heads fell to the ground. Shadow Strike. Summon Shadow. Sword form, beheading. Soren's eyes were cold, and he did not hesitate at all. When the summoned shadow in front of him entangled the enemy, he slashed at the enemy's head. Thump. A headless body fell to the ground. Soren was covered in blood, and there was only one enemy left in front of him. Chapter 258. Facing the last enemy. Soren still didn't hesitate at all. His 2 swords turned into a cold light that shrouded the enemy's vital points. Because he didn't need to keep the enemy alive, and he didn't need to torture anything from the indigenous people in front of him. Since Soren had already planned to explore the enemy's details, there was no need to torture information from the captive. More importantly, the 2 sides didn't speak the same language at all. Plop. Blood splattered out of the wound. Soren stabbed into the abdomen of the skinny aborigine in front of him, then suddenly cut open the abdomen with the tip of the sword, and finally cut off a head with his right hand. Since mastering the sword form beheading, Soren had become more and more fond of beheading the enemy. As long as the enemy's head was cut off, they would die directly, but if the other parts of the body were cut off, they could still hold on for a while. Of course, this may also be related to the hidden violence in his heart. As a rogue, he actually had the blood of a berserker deep in his heart. A row of data emerged. Soren glanced at it and found that the enemy gave a lot of slaughter EXP. The bottom level of the indigenous people was similar to ordinary people, but the warrior class of the indigenous people was very strong. Their task was to hunt and fight, which was basically a way to gain experience and strength. The ordinary work was basically all on the bottom level of the indigenous people. The 5 enemies were all professions above grade 3. Because there were no spellcasters among them, the slaughter EXP they gave was similar to wilderness monsters of the same grade. A total of 21,500 slaughter EXP was given to Soren. It seemed that they were indeed elites. After killing 20 or so of these enemies, Soren could easily level up his profession by 1 level. Sure enough, sneak attacks are more suitable for me. There were 2 keys to Soren's easy victory. One was that the sneak attack of backstab caught the enemy off guard. In this situation, it was easy to expand the victory in an instant. The other was that he had the support of Stoneskin, so he didn't have to be afraid of the enemy's blow dart. Because even if Soren had more than 20 points of constitution, he didn't have much confidence to resist the poison on the blow dart. One thing that must be admitted was that these indigenous people had good skills in toxicology. Some were even better than the alchemists on the mainland. There were very few spellcasters among the Aborigines. However, he could not rule out the existence of special beings with psionic powers. There were basically no wizards here, only sorcerers and shamans. Shaman priests were a different kind of priest, and their spells were quite different. Since there were no real gods in the outer islands, the spells of the shaman priests were more inclined towards elemental attacks, which were similar to evocation magic attacks. In areas where totem beliefs were distributed, this kind of shaman priest was more common. There were also ancient shaman doctrines that simply worshipped the souls of their ancestors. Surveys had shown that the more civilized a place was, and the more widespread the written education, the higher the possibility of spellcasters appearing there. Soren started to collect the loot. The Aborigines didn't have anything valuable on them, and Soren wasn't looking for gold, silver, or jewelry. He rummaged through the bodies of the Aborigines, and soon found 6 blowers and a small bottle of unknown potion. There were steel needles soaked in it. Soren tried to identify the item, and when he saw the attributes, he was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. Item type: blow dart, +3 item grade. Rare grade 3. Item description: this is a very special blow dart that originated from the Aborigines scouts in the outer islands. In the thousands of years of history of the Aborigines, although it didn't bring them civilization and wisdom, it allowed them to develop some other special skills. This blow dart is smeared with a refined and purified neurotoxin. It will start to take effect in the blink of an eye after hitting the enemy. The dosage of a blow dart can anesthetize an elephant for a short time. There are very few humans who can successfully resist it. Requirements: none. Effect: causes 5 to 10 poison damage to the target, and then after hitting the target, a test of anesthetizing toxin with a difficulty of 20 points will be initiated. Any target that can't pass the test will faint in a short time. Damn. It's actually a grade 3 rare item? Soren immediately broke out in cold sweat when he saw the item's data, because he found that the probability of him passing the test was less than 50%. Fortunately, he activated the Stoneskin spell in advance, or else he might have failed miserably. Soren took a quick look and put away the blow darts, needles, and potions. Then he leaned over and looked at the captured pirate scout. The pirate was already breathing out more than he was breathing in. The tendons in his hands and feet were all cut off. It was basically impossible to save him. Unless there was a high-grade priest to cast a restoration spell on him, he would be paralyzed even if he was barely saved. The key was that there were no priests in the camp. "I've avenged you." Soren walked over with a blank expression, held his hand and said in a deep voice, "Let me relieve your pain." A cold light appeared. After relieving the pain of the dying pirate, he slowly closed his eyes. There was no other way in this situation. Many times after a battle, there were wounded people who needed others to relieve their pain. After all, the number of priests was only a small number, and it was difficult to popularize expensive divine spells. Otherwise, the disputes in various places would not be at this level. Soren slowly stood up and glanced coldly at the indigenous slave who was killed by him. If this guy didn't escape, the indigenous people probably wouldn't have found them so quickly. Bang! Soren stepped on the indigenous slave's head, and then walked out of the cave. Killing these scouts was only the first step. Since Soren had the intention to kill the indigenous people, he naturally had no mercy in his heart. Under the pitch-black night sky, Soren's figure moved forward at high speed in the jungle. The night was his best disguise. At the same time, with the blessing of dark vision, Soren was even more drowsed than drowse. Some night-hunting beasts began to appear, and Soren carefully avoided them. There were some strange fluorescent plants around. If a flying insect approached, it would be swallowed immediately. There were many types of carnivorous plants in the outer islands, so even animals would not easily get close to some places. The sound of a river came from the front. Soren moved forward quickly. This island was not very big, about 50 kilometers in length. It was narrow at both ends and wide in the middle. There was a large primitive jungle inside. and then there was a river flowing from another island. The width of the river was about 50 meters. There was nothing strange on the surface, but it was different after people went down. Soren was not in the mood to care about these piranhas, even if they could provide about 2 slaughter EXP. The signs of human activity in front began to become obvious. Soren even saw abandoned broken fishing nets by the river. The indigenous people's source of food was not all hunting. They also knew how to farm, but the area of land that could be farmed was not much. Soren's figure gradually merged into the darkness. He moved along a muddy road that was obviously often used by people, and soon he saw the cultivated land. There were no crops in the land now, but there were crops like corn and sorghum stacked next to the field. There was the light of torches in the distance, and there was a faint sound of people. Soren first made sure that there were no hidden sentries nearby, and then gradually approached. He was not sure if the indigenous people here had any special means, so he did not get too close. In front of him was a simple village. Looking at the number of houses, the population was about 1,500 people. The indigenous people's population was more densely distributed, because they could not survive in the outer islands with a small number of individuals. The periphery was the indigenous people at the bottom. They all lived in low shacks, and the surroundings were very messy. In the center, there was a tall building, and in the distance, there were torches and guards. The indigenous people had a tribal system, similar to the tribal system in Africa, where one could marry more than 100 wives to work. The internal hierarchy was strict, and the gap was quite large. Sauron glanced at it for a moment, and then quietly sneaked in. Chapter 259. As soon as he entered the tribe, Soren immediately smelled a strange smell. He couldn't tell what the smell was, but it was indeed a little stinky. The environment of the entire tribe was very dirty and messy. There were feces left by children everywhere on the ground. Even the road was not deliberately smoothed, and there was black mud when he stepped on it. The tribe was surrounded by low huts. The simple fences were useless to Soren. He could see the lower aborigines gathered in a mess. There were more than 5 or 6 members in a family. It gave him a feeling of an African tribe. Even if it had a history of thousands of years, there was no civilization at all. War, chaos, and killing. The environment destroyed the hope of civilization. Only the oldest traditions and order were still maintained, and the Num rulers ruled these lower aborigines. The low huts formed a circle, and only the center of the tribe could be lit with relatively rare resin torches. Everything here was so primitive and barren. Soren could even see simple stone tools. Steel was also a very rare resource here, and it was mainly used for weapons and knives. However, he could see some bronze tools. The small indigenous tribes were basically quite primitive. Only the tribes that had established towns had many skills. In fact, life was far from as easy as you think. The most basic things were clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Clothes were ranked before food. Perhaps in the more civilized mainland areas, clothes were something that could be bought with money, but there were not many transactions here. Soren saw a lot of lower aborigines who were not fully clothed. Many of the aborigines' children were basically sleeping with their buttocks naked. The clothes in the outer islands were mainly animal skins, linen, and other plant fibers. Animal skins were more valuable, and linen also needed to be planted and exchanged. If the location of the tribe was far away from the indigenous town, many of the most basic needs of life could not be met. Here, the finished cloth was something that could be used as money for transactions and consumption. Note: it was similar to the cloth used as a substitute currency in ancient China. Soren soon saw their food. Basically, as expected, it was a kind of black porridge mixed with vegetables, leaves, and all kinds of other things. There was also a kind of ugly black bread on the side, which was similar to a hard wooden stick. Soren could tell that they had plenty of food, but there wasn't much oil or water. Their food was messy as well, because Soren saw a palm-sized spider. Most of the huts were like this. The inferior aborigines lived in groups. Even if they were mating, they did not avoid children. The children here were considered adults when they were about 13 years old. Soren didn't stay for too long. He walked along the muddy road towards the center of the tribe. To be honest, Soren couldn't understand the thinking of the Aborigines. They had so much manpower, so why didn't they just clean up the road? Maybe they were used to this kind of living environment. Patrolling guards appeared in front of them. The ground near the center was actually paved with broken stones. Soren had just lurked nearby when he heard a series of rapid breathing, crashing sounds, and moaning sounds, and they came from more than one place. Maybe it was because of the habit of working at sunrise and resting at sunrise. The Aborigines basically had no other entertainment at night. So their only entertainment at night was mating. As warriors with higher status in the tribe, they enjoyed more food, more resources, and more mates. Everything in this area was much better than the outside. There were even decorative sculptures, and smoked meat, salted fish, deer legs, and so on hanging under the beams. The Aborigines living here were the warriors of the tribe. They were basically professionals and had strong fighting power. They were supported by the inferior Aborigines, and had the right to speak in the tribe. The number of warriors was uncertain. But according to Soren's estimation, at least 5 people were needed to support one warrior. If this tribe didn't annex other tribes, at most there were about 300 warriors. In terms of numbers, they didn't pose much of a threat to Soren. Because he brought a lot of pirates with him, they could basically participate in the battle. However, there were a lot of old and weak women and children in this tribe. As he got closer and closer to the center, Soren inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. He carefully lurked closer, and could see a few tall and majestic buildings. One of the buildings was very luxurious. Even the ground was covered with fur, and there were 2 tall Aborigines standing in front of the door. This should be the residence of the chief of the indigenous tribe. It seemed that the living conditions here were no worse than that of many generations of aristocrats. Soren could also hear the sound of maids walking around. Soren heard the sound of people and footsteps, but he was not sure what was going on inside. In addition to this luxurious residence, there was only a large courtyard nearby. The source of Soren's uneasiness was this courtyard. Judging from the strange statues placed in front of the door and all kinds of mysterious patterns, it was no surprise that this was the place where the shaman lived. Soren felt a weak fluctuation of magic, but he didn't dare to approach because the spellcaster could set up an alarm trap, and this trap was very difficult to remove. It was possible that if he approached slightly, the other party would directly use a magic trap to discover him. There was a very strong smell of medicine near the shaman's courtyard. A very, very strong smell of medicine. The smell was a little pungent, and it made people feel a little uncomfortable. It was as if they would be poisoned if they stayed for too long. The nearby houses were quite far from here. It seemed that the other people in the tribe feared the shaman more than they respected him. There were a lot of strange plant roots and body parts near the courtyard. Soren couldn't identify most of them, but this didn't prevent him from confirming that the shaman inside was an expert in potions. At least in the branch of potions toxicology, he was a first-class expert. The indigenous people were good at using poisons. This kind of knowledge was mainly in the hands of the shaman. They would pass on part of it, but the most important part was passed down orally by the shaman. Because of long-term exposure to potions, many of these shaman had poison resistance, and some even had a body that was directly immune to poison. They also had some abilities similar to dark witchcraft, including some strange curses. There was a row of trees near the courtyard. It was a kind of strange tree, about 25 meters tall, and the leaves weren't very wide. It looked like a kind of arbor, and the bark was white and gray. Soren glanced at it, and his expression gradually became serious. He quietly approached it, and then a throwing knife appeared in his palm out of thin air. This is... Soren carefully pierced a small hole in the trunk, and then carefully observed it. He only saw a trace of milky white liquid flowing out, and there seemed to be a faint fishy smell in the air. His expression was serious, and he murmured, "Throat sealing. Arrow poison wood? Throat sealing." It was a kind of naturally poisonous tree, and its name was arrow poison wood. It was a kind of tree that was commonly seen in tropical rainforests. When the milky white venom touched the wound, it would quickly paralyze the poisoned person's heart, seal the blood vessels, coagulate the blood, and finally suffocate to death. This kind of poison was very dangerous. If the dose of poison was relatively high, even an extraordinary body may not be able to withstand it. As for the ordinary pirates under Soren, if they were poisoned, they basically needed an antidote, and the probability of surviving was quite low. It seems that my decision was right. Soren couldn't help but have a cold sweat. He secretly rejoiced that he decided to come here personally today, and didn't recklessly let his men fight with the indigenous tribe. Otherwise, when the real fight began, the casualties of his men would definitely be quite heavy. Not to mention the indigenous people's other means, just the throat-sealing poison alone was enough to make many people suffer. Most of Soren's pirates would be dead before they could even see them summon their elemental spirits. It seems that I have to think about it at length. If I want to make a move, I have to catch them off guard. Soren's figure lurked in the darkness. He took a deep look at the courtyard in front of him, then turned and walked out of the tribe. The shaman here was a big problem. If he wanted to deal with the indigenous tribe, he had to carry out a decapitation operation. He and Vivian had to take the first step to get rid of the shaman. Although he couldn't determine the level of his profession, it shouldn't be higher than the 4th grade. Basically, there were very few legendary level shamans in the outer islands. Even if there were, they would be in the large indigenous tribes with tens of thousands of people. This indigenous tribe seemed to have a lot of resources, whether it was population, land, or other materials. Even the arrow poison wood was of great use to Soren. Soren's trip this time. He confirmed the threat of this indigenous tribe, and also confirmed his determination to get rid of them. How could he allow others to sleep beside him? These indigenous people were so dangerous, Soren absolutely couldn't allow them to live on this island. Perhaps the indigenous people's attitude towards outsiders was similar, but because they didn't know Soren's background, they didn't rush to attack. Only one of them was destined to survive. P.S. I got up at 6:30 in the morning to write. Maybe I feel that the updates during this period of time are not good enough, so I have to quickly compensate you. Futa Z, who is working hard to write. Today at 3 o'clock. Chapter 260. Port Tylon. In a tavern near the port, the half-elf first mate was sitting at the bar waiting. Next to him was a prostitute, but he was not interested in looking at her. There was a sign outside the tavern. The sign was painted with a great white shark. There were many people waiting outside. Many of them looked fierce, so ordinary people passing by did not dare to approach. About 10 minutes later, a skinny man came in. He looked around, then turned and went into the tavern. "How is it?" The half-elf first mate glanced at the skinny man who came in and said in a deep voice, "Have you found the person I need?" The skinny man quickly bowed his head and replied, "Because it's near the end of the year, many people have left here. Dwarves have been rare during this time. Maybe it's because of the City of Wealth. Now the whole coastal area is a bit depressed." The half-elf first mate frowned and said, "I don't care what the reason is. The person I need must be found for me, or I will throw you into the sea to feed the fish." The skinny man heard the words and had a cold sweat on his forehead. He quickly said, "I will do it as soon as possible. I will do it as soon as possible. However, there are a lot of people who know how to make bricks, but it's very difficult to find someone who's proficient in it. I heard that some slaves were recently shipped from the east, among which there are craftsmen who know how to make porcelain. This batch of slaves seems to be sent here for some reason. Anyway, many people have received the news recently. Some of them will be sent to the City of Wealth for auction, and the other will be sent to the Principality of Rossard." The half-elf first mate showed a look of interest and said slowly, "Eastern slaves? Porcelain?" "Yes." The skinny man quickly nodded and said, "Among the slaves sent from the east, there are many craftsmen who know how to make porcelain. It seems that something big happened over there. Many Easterners were demoted to slaves. Since these people even know how to make such exquisite porcelain, it should be no problem to make simple bricks and tiles. They should be able to meet your requirements." "Porcelain? Slaves?" The half-elf first mate raised his hand and touched his chin as if he was thinking about something. He said slowly, "It seems to be useful. Where are they? You also have to find me the dwarf who built the furnace. You know His Excellency Throat Cutter's temper. If he is unhappy because things are done too slowly, I'm afraid another batch of heads will be cut off in Port Tylon. The skinny man quickly nodded and left after saying a few more words. After he left, the half-elf first mate raised his hand and beckoned to the scarred man next to him. He then ordered, "Go to Snake Island to gather people and prepare a batch of fast boats. Those craftsmen will definitely be useful. Let's go and grab them." They were pirates. Pirates spent money to buy things because they had moral integrity. Robbing them was their professional ethics. Scarface's subordinate quickly nodded and left. The half-elf first mate nodded with satisfaction, and then began to think about how to take down the slaves with the least casualties and the fastest speed. His Excellency Throat Cutter recently needed a lot of labor, and this batch of Eastern slaves seemed to be very valuable. At the other side, after the skinny man left the tavern, he quickly made his way into an alley. He entered from a back door and came to a room. Outside the room, there was a powerful female Amazon warrior guarding. Inside, there was a woman with a scar on her face and a dagger. She glanced at the skinny man who came in and asked, "How is it?" "It looks like he took the bait." The skinny man quickly bowed his head. The Amazon woman with a scar on the side of her face showed a smile and said playfully, "Very good. That batch of goods is secretly controlled by the pirate King Ashrod. As long as this group of Throat Cutter's men snatch the goods, their conflicts will soon become more and more intense. The pirate King Ashrod has long felt threatened and dissatisfied with the rise of Throat Cutter. Now he should make a move, right?" The skinny man quickly nodded and hesitated for a moment before saying, "But that batch of goods seems to have more than just some slaves transported by the way, right? Some of the things in it are very valuable. I'm afraid that they will benefit in the end. And I'm afraid that Ashrod can also guess the information we revealed to them." The Amazon woman looked at him contemptuously and said slowly, "It's just 50 or 60,000 kindlers' goods. If it can make the two pirate kings fight, it's worth paying a little price. That man thinks that he can run rampant on the sea with the support of the Naga royal family behind him. It's not the first time he has done things secretly behind the Sea Temple's back. Now we just have to sit back and reap the benefits." The skinny man didn't speak, but his expression was inexplicably worried. Instigating the struggle between the two pirate kings on the south coast would definitely put a little pressure on him. As long as either side knew, his end would be very miserable. Now he only hoped that after they fought, no one would be in the mood to pay attention to a small character like him. The Outer Islands. Soren returned to the camp at dawn. Vivian seemed to have not slept all night. After feeling that he was back, she closed her eyes sleepily. The little girl was worried that Soren would be in danger, because she had used limited wishing. The two of them had a telepathic ability. She was ready to teleport at any time when Soren was in danger. Now that Soren was back, she was naturally relieved. The little girl, who had been very sleepy during this time, quickly fell asleep. It was really enviable. The little girl slept most of the time every day, but her strength grew faster than Soren. It was as if sleeping could improve her combat power. After Soren came back, he immediately became busy. On the one hand, he strengthened his vigilance. On the other hand, he also studied how to uproot the indigenous tribes. There were two most troublesome problems in dealing with the indigenous tribes. The first was the spirit that they worshipped and sacrificed. Most of the spirits had legendary combat power, and there was more than one spirit. If the tribe maintained the worship of the ancestors, then the number of spirits might be more. The most powerful of them was probably above the legendary level. The other souls were directly transformed into souls after the death of the high-grade warriors in the tribe. This kind of existence was a bit like the war spirit. It was more common in totemic areas, and it was a common situation in the far north and Iceland. Souls were a bit similar to holy spirits. Both had a weak divine power. It was not that easy to deal with souls. Anything that was related to the power of the gods was not easy to deal with. Even if Soren and Vivian worked together, it would be more troublesome to deal with the souls sacrificed by the indigenous tribes for generations. Secondly, the Aborigines were proficient in the use of poisons and medicines. whether it was the blow darts that could force people to faint or the poisons and liquids that could be smeared on weapons. These things were quite dangerous and troublesome. Moreover, the speed of these poisons was quite fast. Once you were poisoned, you would fall to the ground in a short time. Soren had a headache dealing with them, not to mention the other pirates. This was the most troublesome thing in the outer islands. There were too many poisonous things here. With a little knowledge of potions, it was easy to find the poison things here. Soren frowned in thought, his fingers gently stroking the table. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Because Soren ordered to lift the ban on alcohol and let the pirate minions celebrate the new year, the whole camp was now in a celebratory atmosphere. No matter how fierce the pirates were, they were still humans, and humans would certainly have some other emotions. There was no need for decorations for the new year, but a bonfire had to be set up. Large bowls of wine and large pieces of meat were also necessary. Some of the pirates were prepared to hunt, and some were prepared to go out and fish for seafood. Many of the pirates were fishermen and sailors. Recently, the pirate minions had a little understanding of Soren's eating habits. They knew that the throat cutter liked seafood, such as sea cucumbers, shark fins, lobsters, and so on. Even the king crab, which was rarely eaten, was quite liked by him. Many seafood actually had a strong fishy smell. In this era, spices were very expensive. Many people directly boiled the seafood they caught, and there was basically no seasoning. A group of pirates was ready to go to the sea. They planned to catch some rare seafood and bring it back to Soren. But at this moment, suddenly, there was a trace of a ship in the distance. It did not look like a warship, and there was no flag on it. The pirate leader under Soren still knew the severity of the situation. After seeing the ship in the distance, he immediately ordered his minions to go back and report. Then they sent out a fast boat and rowed towards the approaching ship in the distance, ready to inquire about the identity of the other party. But it seemed that they did not need to ask, because the pirate leader had just approached and recognized who the person in front of him was. The other party had two obvious characteristics such as black skin, silver white hair, and scarlet pupils. Drows. Strictly speaking, they should be half-drows of mixed blood. Standing on the bow was the drow warrior that Soren let go. Behind him was a whole team of drow warriors. Although their equipment looked a little worse, and many of them had some traces of damage, they were much stronger than the pirates. The pirate leader in front of him was stunned for a moment, but he did not stop them to ask. He just let the team of drows in front of him go ashore. On this day, after waiting for more than a month, Soren finally received a response from the drows. However, the time was much later than he expected. Chapter 261. The City of Wealth. The shadows left by the chaos and killings that happened some time ago have not yet dissipated, and the city was still a bit deserted. There were not many pedestrians on the streets, and now a lot of trade has turned to Shipwreck Bay. So much so that the life of the lower class of the City of Wealth has become difficult. In the past, there were endless jobs to be found on the docks at this time, but now the docks had to be picky. Many families who relied on selling coolies to live were now very poor, especially because of the arrival of the new year and the spread of chaos within the mainland. The gradually increasing food prices made them even more miserable. Many people have regretted it. Many people lost their relatives and friends that night. But after that night, they found that they lost more than that. The paladins left. They actually succeeded in changing the place and reducing the evil here, but they did not let the poor live the life they wanted, because they were weak, and the weak were so fragile after the chaos. The gang forces in the City of Wealth have been reduced a lot. Many gangs were destroyed that night, but the destroyed gangs left a lot of empty spaces, and too many bloody incidents have occurred in the fight for these interests. From that day until now, the curfew in the City of Wealth has not been lifted, and there are many guards patrolling every day. The temple also seemed a bit silent. They don't seem to have any plans to do anything about the City of Wealth that is gradually losing its former prosperity. Maybe they have already done something, or made other decisions. No one knows what the temple is planning. Maybe they don't care about this temporary depression, but for the poor at the bottom, they only know that life is getting harder and harder. Food prices are still rising, work opportunities are getting fewer and fewer, and the merchants who come here no longer provide economic consumption. Even the business of prostitutes and female prostitutes has begun to deteriorate a lot. In the past, 2 silver thalers could get a pretty prostitute, but now 1 silver thaler could be played twice, and even let her open her mouth to taste the flute for a while. At the corner of the street, 2 shop owners with some sad faces sat together. One of the chubby shop owners raised his hand to wipe his sweat and complained, "I heard that there is going to be a war in the South. Recently, the price of goods has increased by 30%, and there are fewer things being shipped from the South. I heard that some trade routes have been cut off. I also heard that the Red Dragon appeared in Whiterun, and now everyone is in a panic." The other shop owner, who was skinnier, also sighed and said slowly, "That's not too bad. We could have taken the sea route. But now, after such a commotion, many merchants did not dare to come over. I heard that there's a pirate king named Throat Cutter in Port Tylon and Shipwreck Bay. He's different from the previous pirate kings. He doesn't like to take his men to rob, and he restricts others from acting recklessly. Now many merchants are running to these 2 places." The fat shop owner was stunned for a moment before he asked, "Not robbing? Then where would his money come from? There are many pirates who make a living on the sea. If they don't rob, won't they all have to starve?" The skinny shop owner looked outside and replied, "I'm not sure either. But there must be other ways to earn money." It was said that some of the pirate leaders had changed professions and started a caravan. In addition to the filial piety on the surface of the sea, it would definitely be enough to feed a group of subordinates. Besides, most of the trade on the south coast was supported by the outer islands. That's a lot of money. TSK, 1 ticket is enough for us to earn in 2 or 3 years. That's right. I heard during this period of time that His Excellency Throat Cutter did not rob merchants at all. Recently, Port Tylon and Shipwreck Bay have heard that they are selling flags. It's a big black flag. It's said that pirates on the sea will not attack merchant ships if they hang it up. Those who don't hang flags are a bit uncertain. Anyway, I'm not too sure. The world has changed too fast recently. Something will happen every few days. I've been very worried recently. I'm wondering if I should sell my shop, and then make some preparations to go back to the manor in the countryside." The 2 men kept chatting, and they talked too much about recent events. Suddenly, they seemed to have heard a scream, and then their whole body shivered. There was a lot of chaos during this period of time. The day before yesterday, someone was hacked to death in front of their shop in the middle of the night. The 2 men did not dare to go over when they heard the sound. Instead, they hurriedly called the patrol guards. It took about 10 minutes for the guards to come over. There was no movement in the alley where the sound came from. However, this was also good. People who didn't see anything, didn't hear anything, and didn't know anything could live longer. As soon as they entered the alley, even the patrol guards could not help but take a deep breath. There were many corpses inside. One of the guard captains with a beard and full body armor turned over and looked at the corpses. The expression on his face suddenly became serious. He looked around and said, "It's a very powerful master." These corpses were all killed in one blow. The time of death was less than a minute. Such a powerful master has probably crossed that threshold. This is not something we can control. Let's report it and let the higher-ups deal with it. There were 12 corpses on the ground. All of them were killed in one blow. The time of death was less than a minute. The last scream seemed to be because of something else. Otherwise, there was no movement at all. This was already the combat power of a legendary level. Not to mention that the guard captain just took a look and found that there were adventurers with similar skills as him among the corpses. 3 of them were at least grade 3 professions. The matter was quickly reported, but it was hard to say whether anyone would care about it next. On the other side, on a hidden beam, a young man in a cloak sat in the corner of the house. He was playing with a golden gold coin in his hand. His expression seemed to be a little excited. The gold coin in his hand was quite special. It was not in the style of Kindler. There was no portrait of the Lady of Riches on it. Instead, it was engraved with the image of another goddess. There were strange patterns on the front and back of the gold coin. Many of them could not be understood at all, but it did not affect people who saw it at first sight. The young man stood up, picked up the gold coin, and smiled in the direction of the sea. My luck is really good. This time, not only did I get a big order, but I also happened to meet someone who found the legendary lucky gold coin in the underground ruins. It seems that the Lady of Luck is really looking after me this time. Throat cutter. If I kill you, I will have a big harvest this time. Chapter 262. From the desolate desert to the east, across the boundless Gobi, into the fortress surrounded by mountains. A young man in tattered armor was walking alone. He had just finished a battle, and dealt with an ogre that was wandering nearby. At this moment, he was wiping the blood on his sword, then he put his sword back into the scabbard and walked toward the fortress surrounded by mountains. The fortress was built halfway up the mountain. It was undoubtedly very time-consuming to build at such a height, and in such an environment. This place seemed to have a very long history. Just by looking at it, one could feel the vicissitudes of the fortress. There were some black marks on the walls, which were the blood that seeped into the rocks and finally became what it was now. The young man took a deep breath and then slowly stepped into the fortress. No one seemed to be surprised by his arrival, and no one stopped him from entering. He walked all the way to the center of the fortress. There were 6 marble pillars in the hall, and there were almost no other decorations. There were some relief paintings on the walls, and it looked quite empty. At the front of the long table sat a rather burly man. He had a standard square face, a strong heroic spirit, clean short hair, thick eyebrows, and a rather sharp gaze. The man was wearing heavy armor, and had a 2-handed heavy sword on his knees. When he heard the footsteps of others, he could not help but raise his head slightly and put down the quill in his hand. In front of him were piles of scrolls, which were almost a meter thick. Many of them had been flipped through and put aside. It seemed that he had been sitting here for a long time. Next to him was the food he had eaten at noon, which was just very simple bread and soup. You're here. The burly man stood up. He was probably more than 2 meters tall, much taller than the young man in front of him. He put down the quill pen in his hand, and also put down the book in his hand. His sharp and heroic eyes stared at the young man in front of him. Time did not leave too many traces on his face, but his chiseled and resolute face still made others feel the traces of time he had experienced. This was a profession above legendary. Powerful strength had transformed his bloodline, and his lifespan was much longer than ordinary people. The young man knelt down on one knee and humbly lowered his head. He held the top of the sword hilt and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, Judge." The burly man didn't answer. He just quietly looked at the young man in front of him. After a while, he slowly walked down and came to the front of this former Saint Samurai. He pulled out his sword and placed it on his shoulder. He said in a deep voice, "Since you have the qualifications to come to me, it proves that you have passed all the previous tests. I don't know what you've been through, what you've seen, or what you've understood. None of this is important to me. The important thing is that from today onwards, you have to learn to look at the world from a different perspective. Now, I want to teach you your first lesson." The tall and sturdy man picked up a heavy book and handed it to the young man in front of him, saying in a sonorous voice, "Justice, either by force or by law. From today onwards, you will follow me and learn all the laws of the continent. Once you've learned all the laws, I'll teach you how to use force to seek justice. Young people, you have to remember that force is always the last resort. You have to learn to use your wisdom before using force. The law is also our most effective weapon, even if we have to use force to maintain the law in the end." Judge. A former Saint Samurai who was almost forgotten by history. Many people had completely forgotten this legendary Saint Samurai. However, if Soren were present, he would recognize that the tall and sturdy man in front of him was a more powerful and special existence than the Silver Hand. Not many people still remembered his past, but Soren knew that he was one of the few legendary professions in the world who had the ability to fight against powerful gods. He was also the only Saint Samurai who dared to draw his sword against the God of Light. The City of Wealth. In a dark basement, a woman with a grimace mask frowned and shouted coldly at the others below. "What? The lucky gold coins were stolen? You bunch of useless trash. Hurry up and get them back for me. The angry voice was like a cold wind blowing, making the others below tremble. One of the men couldn't help but muster up his courage and whisper, "Your Excellency, please calm down. According to the prophecy, we must gather all 12 lucky gold coins to unlock the secret of that place. We still have time. We must have time to get the lucky gold coins back." The woman with the grimace mask looked at him coldly and said slowly, "I'll give you half a year. If you can't get the lucky gold coins back after half a year, then you can talk to His Excellency the Saint in person." Lucky gold coins. A legendary special item that was said to bring good luck to people. There were a total of 12 lucky gold coins. The front was engraved with the oldest goddess of luck, not the current goddess of luck. The back was engraved with 12 astrological signs, representing different meanings. There were very few records about the lucky gold coins. It was only known that they could bring good luck. However, there was also a special legend. It was said that after gathering all 12 lucky gold coins, one could find the 13th gold coin that represented misfortune and bad luck. This was a very ancient artifact. It could even be used to curse the gods. It was an artifact made by the goddess of luck for self-protection. The Outer Islands. Soren didn't have much joy on his face for the appearance of the drow warrior, because the other party arrived much later than he expected. According to his original plan, the drows should have arrived before he set off for the Outer Islands, instead of waiting until he had set up a camp in the Outer Islands. A team of drow warriors appeared in the distance. Although their equipment was a bit shabby, their momentum was very strong. There were only 31 drows, but their neat pace and cold eyes were more shocking than hundreds of pirates. These drow warriors were easy to associate with the elven army in The Lord of the Rings. Among the warriors of many races, the discipline of the elves was the best, and among all the elves, the rule of the drow army was the most cruel and ruthless. The training time of an elven warrior was quite long, far more time-consuming than that of warriors of other races. So in terms of quality in all aspects, the elven army was one of the best. As for the drow warriors, they were even stricter. The training they received was far more than that of other races. All of them were professions above grade 3. Soren just glanced at the drow warriors in front of him, and inferred their abilities. Almost all of them had the combat power of a pirate leader. This kind of combat power could be a patrol captain in a city on the surface, but in the Underdark they could only be a more elite patrol guard. They were not even qualified to apply to be a petrified lizard knight. It seemed that their race had weakened a lot. Soren couldn't see many grade 4 drow warriors among them. The strict standard for a drow warrior in the Underdark was a profession level of 15. Your Excellency. The leader of the drow warriors seemed to intend to show his strength. After stopping, he turned around. The drow warriors behind him also turned around neatly at the same time. There was no movement during this period. Everyone seemed to be one. This might seem very shocking and oppressive to the pirates, but Soren was used to it. In his previous life, the discipline of military parades was child's play. Perhaps their fighting power was not as good as these drow warriors, but in terms of formation, he had seen more shocking things. Soren nodded indifferently and said slowly, "The others stay outside. You come in with me. I have something to talk to you about." These drow warriors came at the right time. Soren just needed such a group of thugs. P.S. I'm a little slow today. I can only write 2 chapters. Chapter 263. The sky gradually darkened. Darkblade did not look very good when he walked out of the hall. The drow warriors he brought had been settled in another residence. When he returned, there were already people waiting for him. These drows did not seem to be completely at ease with Soren. They were still fully armed after settling down, just waiting quietly for the return of their leader. Drows were very suspicious, intelligent creatures. It was difficult for them to trust others in a short time. "How is it?" A young-looking drow warrior stood up and asked, "Lord Darkblade, what did that lord say?" Darkblade looked at the others and noticed that they also wanted to know what Lord Darkblade asked for. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly. "He wants us to serve him and fight for him. As long as we can do this, the tribe can get a steady stream of supplies. He even promised to let us move here to live. These words made many people silent. At first glance, it sounded like a good condition, but after careful consideration, it was suspicious of annexation. The drows did not want to be controlled by a human. Cooperation was the limit they could accept at present. Unless Soren was so powerful that they could not resist or refuse, and could easily erase their existence. Before coming here, the female priests had made a decision. In fact, the group of women was still a little disgusted and distrustful of human beings. Otherwise, the leader would not be a male drow. It was important to know that males were naturally inferior to females among the drows. Lord Darkblade. A young drow warrior hesitated and said slowly, "Didn't we think this would happen before we came? After all, there is no free food in the world. He will definitely need us to pay something. If it's just fighting for him, it's not a big deal for us. After all, it's not the first time we've dealt with the natives." What was the most abundant in the outer islands? The natives. This group of drows had fought with the natives more than once or twice. Basically, in the outer islands, where the living environment was slightly better and the surrounding materials and food were richer, there would be large or small native tribes. They had mastered many ways to deal with the indigenous people in this cruel environment. After all, they were drows, which were equally dangerous and evil creatures. Even if they gave up their faith in the Queen of Spiders, there was still a trace of cunning and cruelty in the nature of the drows. "I know." Darkblade looked at the others and slowly said, "But this lord wants to directly attack and destroy the aboriginal tribe." His words caused a huge uproar. The other drows could not help but widen their eyes and murmur, "Master Darkblade, didn't you tell His Excellency what was in the indigenous tribe? Those spirits are rather difficult to deal with, and they don't have bodies of flesh and blood. When we first encountered them, we suffered heavy losses. With the pirates in the camp, it's basically impossible to defeat the spirits, unless there's a relatively powerful spellcaster. The drows had also fought against the native spirits. However, there was no doubt that they had failed. It was because they were not strong enough, and also because there were too many enemies. Without the power of the adepts and priests, it was very difficult for a group of powerful melee warriors to kill the half-energy soul lifeforms. Right. Spirits were immune to any attack from non-rare weapons. If it was a spirit with the power of a demigod, it would be immune to any rare weapon attack below grade 3. Its immunity was not much different from that of a demigod lich, but it did not have the powerful physical damage reduction ability of a demigod lich. After all, a lich's body was just a skeleton. In the entire camp, if they encountered a demigod spirit, except for Soren's legendary curved sword, Icing Death, no other weapon could hurt it. One could imagine how passive this group of drows with simple equipment was at that time. It was almost a one-sided situation when facing the spirits. In many cases, there was no way around it. It was like if you didn't have Dragon Slayer equipment. Sometimes you couldn't break the defense of a giant dragon. "I've said it." Darkblade looked at the others and said in a deep voice, but His Excellency's attitude was quite firm, and I didn't dare to reject him obviously. After all, you know the situation of the tribe now. It's definitely not a wise choice to anger a pirate king. But fortunately, the indigenous tribes here are much weaker than the ones we encountered. The population is estimated to be only more than 1,000. According to the customs of the indigenous people who participate in hunting are considered warriors, there should only be about 300 people who can fight. The indigenous warriors did not participate in farming or labor. In addition to regular hunting and fighting, they were all supported by the lower-level indigenous people. The leader of the drows looked at the others and said slowly, "His Excellency said that he was sure to deal with the spirits, so our task is to assist the pirates to deal with the indigenous people." There was a short silence. A drow's warrior who looked not young stood up and said in a deep voice, "If His Excellency can deal with the spirits, we are not afraid of those indigenous people. According to the time, it's almost time for the antelopes and horned zebras to migrate. During this time, all the indigenous tribes are hunting. The source of meat for next spring depends on this hunt, so they should not launch an attack for the time being. Maybe we can choose a good time to attack them. If we are lucky, the casualties will be reduced a lot. The outer islands were a bit similar to Africa. Many of the islands here were scattered, but there were also connected islands because it used to be a continental shelf. The creatures in the jungle also had the habit of migrating north and south. When migration occurred, the number of herds would be quite large. Sometimes they would encounter migrating elephant herds. This was the hunting season for the indigenous tribes. Most of their meat for the coming year came from here. The indigenous people would use sea salt to cure the meat, which could be maintained for a long time until the next autumn's fishing season. The fishing season was the migration of fish. Sturgeon, swordfish, striped fish, and so on would go to warm areas to reproduce every autumn, and return to areas near the north in the spring of the next year. During this period, the number of fish was quite spectacular. You could see a large number of fish on the migration route of the fish with the naked eye. Simply put, you could catch dozens of fat fish by throwing a big net down. And because the fishermen did not hunt much, these fish were very clumsy and could be speared with a harpoon. In some ways, the resources of the outer islands were indeed very rich. Knowledge, geography. The outer islands as a whole are a narrow island-connected area. The length reaches the scale of the continental shelf, but the width is less than 1/10. The edge of the Gulf Islands will extend to the extreme north, and eventually close to the Great Glacier that stretches for thousands of miles. On the other side, Soren walked back and forth in the hall, then looked up at his men in front of him and said, "Pay attention to the drows. If there are any changes, tell me immediately." "Yes." A scarred man immediately responded and left. Just as the drows could not fully trust Soren. Soren did not fully trust them because he had dealt with the drows more than once or twice. He knew a lot about these intelligent creatures that were cunning by nature. If you wanted to control the drows, you either had power or benefits. Otherwise, they would easily betray you. Soren closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then said, "No female drows appeared, and no spellcasters were seen. Has this group of drows declined to such a state, or have they still not decided to fully cooperate with me? If it's because of me, their value will be greatly reduced. A group of drows that has lost their spellcaster inheritance has no future. If it's the latter, then they still feel repulsed by me. I'm afraid they can only cooperate because they have no other choice. I must have great power to completely tame them, right?" This group of drows was very valuable. If they were included in Soren's plan, it could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Besides, the drows were naturally suited to do some shady things. Soren had many means that the pirates might not be able to do, but these drows could definitely do it. He must capture these drows in his hands. P.S. Today's update. Chapter 264. The sky was just starting to brighten. Soren had already woken up. He washed up and went to the training ground outside his room to stretch his muscles. Soren's mastery of sword forms had once again entered a period of accumulation. He was now practicing the White Raven tactics. It was much harder to master compared to sword forms. He had been practicing it for a few months, but he still hadn't made much progress. Under normal circumstances, it would take 3 to 5 years to master a portion of these high-level combat skills. Sword forms belong to a single attack, while the White Raven tactics belong to a set of attacks. It was like the difference between a powerful sword form and a set of powerful sword forms. There were also techniques for explosive power, techniques for accumulating power, and techniques for combining attacks. These things required specialized training and mastering the corresponding skills. For example, Soren couldn't immediately use sword form decapitation after using heavy slash. Only sword saints could master these techniques. There were many combat skills that only they could use. Soren exercised for a while, and the sky gradually brightened. He took out a 3-shot crossbow and quickly loaded it with ammunition. He then fired at a target 100 meters away. The distance wasn't too far, but it wasn't too close either. Soren didn't even aim. He just raised his hand and fired at the target. With his current strength and attributes, he didn't need to aim. His accuracy was quite high. All attribute abilities extended to various fields, so attribute abilities were also the most difficult to improve. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All 3 arrows hit the target, and all of them hit the bullseye. However, there was no trace of pride on Soren's face because this was just the simplest shooting skill. This kind of skill was nothing in the eyes of many people. He calmly continued to load the crossbow and ran from left to right. He moved at an astonishing speed, and at the same time, he fired at the target in the distance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All 3 arrows hit the target, but this time, only one of them hit the bullseye. Soren looked at the target in front of him, and couldn't help but frown slightly. He hadn't mastered any skills in long-range shooting. It wasn't easy to hit the target while moving at high speed. He had to rely on his strong dexterity attributes, balance, coordination, hit rate, etc. However, this was really nothing. A true expert could directly shoot the heart of the target while moving at high speed while the enemy was also moving at high speed. Only then could he be considered a true godly archer. If it was a sharpshooter according to the standards of ordinary people, then most of the elves who were good at crossbows could do it. The conditions were still not enough. Without modern training equipment, high-speed shooting had to be mastered in actual combat. Soren played with the 3-shot crossbow in his hand. Then he loaded it and fired. There was a burst of applause in the distance, and then the drow that Soren had let go came over. His name was Dark Blade Andri. He was a master of combat among the drow and the leader of the drow warriors. There were 2 people behind the drow warrior. He looked at Soren in front of him and bowed slightly. He then praised, "Your skills are amazing." It was a little fake. Soren knew his shooting skills, but his face didn't change at all. He just smiled and said, "It's just a casual practice. Drows are the masters of shooting." Dark Blade Andri smiled and then said, "Do you like to use crossbows?" "Yes." Soren frowned slightly. He didn't quite understand why the other party said this. The leader of the drow warriors in front of him glanced at the target in the distance, then lowered his head slightly and said, "In my opinion, with your strength, you shouldn't use such a heavy and slow crossbow at all. Only some people who are not talented enough are suitable to use a crossbow because it takes too long to load, and its power is not stronger than a bow. From my personal point of view, your strength, agility, and physical fitness are far superior to others. From the perspective of an archer, you are a genius in using a bow." Genius? Soren couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. In terms of attributes, he did have quite enough attributes to use a bow. It was just that he had always used a crossbow before, and it had become a habit, so he almost never thought about switching to a bow. Until today, when the leader of the drow warriors in front of him mentioned it, Soren realized that with his current attributes, using a bow might be better than using a crossbow. "Come." Dark Blade Andri turned around and looked behind him, then ordered, "Bring me my elven war bow." One of his subordinates quickly left. After a while, he came back with a dark golden elven war bow. The surface of the bow was very smooth, and there were exquisite carvings on it. It looked like it was painted with some kind of dye, but Soren wasn't too sure what it was. This elven war bow was not an ordinary item at first glance. In fact, all elven war bows were not ordinary items. They were at least +1 rare grade weapons. This was because the bows made by the elves were more sophisticated than those made by humans. The craftsmanship and materials used could not be compared. Elven warbow +2, rare grade item. Dark Blade Andri handed the elven war bow in his hand to Soren and said slowly, "Why don't you try this war bow? Maybe you will find that a bow is more effective than a crossbow." Soren reached out and took the elven war bow. In the past, his way of fighting was to fill the crossbow with ammunition in advance, and then throw it away when the battle was over. In fact, Soren rarely filled the crossbow with ammunition continuously in battle. He only used it as a one-time consumable. However, today the words of the drows in front of him had attracted his attention. He also wanted to test the lethality of the elven war bow. The follower next to him quickly brought over a quiver full of arrows. Soren stood about 120 meters away from the target, then reached out and picked up an arrow. He smoothly knocked the arrow on the bow and shot it at the target. He didn't use the bow much, but it was not that he was completely unfamiliar with it. It was just that it was not as convenient to shoot as a crossbow. After all, a crossbow could be fired after it was loaded, but there was a process of knocking the arrow on the bow. However, the continuity of shooting with a bow was undoubtedly much better than with a crossbow. Swoosh! A sharp arrow was released, and Soren easily hit the bull's eye. His strength wasn't high, but his dexterity was 24 points. This meant that Soren's balance and coordination were very good. He was very outstanding in anything related to skill. This arrow didn't mean anything. Soren was just trying out his skills. When he got a feel for it, he raised his hand and took the quiver, then he continuously shot at the target in front of him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 5 arrows were shot out in succession. Soren's shooting speed was quite fast. Although his strength wasn't very high, his endurance was quite good. It took him about a second to aim and shoot. In other words, he shot continuously for 5 seconds at the target at a rate of 1 arrow per second. In the next moment, 5 arrows pierced through the air and hit the bullseye in the distance. He didn't seem to be unaccustomed to using a bow. Perhaps it was because of the omnipotent hands. His accuracy was very high when he aimed and shot. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soren didn't stop at all. He had a total of 30 arrows in his quiver. He shot 10 arrows at each target, which took him about 36 seconds. During this period of time he didn't need to rest, and he didn't have any stamina that couldn't keep up with the consumption. When he finished shooting all the arrows in his quiver, he felt a slight numbness in his arm. The targets in the distance were full of arrows. Soren basically didn't miss the target, but only 27 arrows hit the bull's eye. 3 of them didn't hit the bull's eye. From the angle of aiming and shooting, this result should be considered pretty good. The drow next to him was slightly surprised. On the other hand, Soren looked at the targets in the distance that were full of arrows and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He seemed to have overlooked something in the past. Perhaps the crossbow wasn't suitable for him. Chapter 265. Soren needed a long-range attack. Because in the past he often followed a team, but now he was mainly alone. Wizards had too few spell slots. It was unrealistic to rely on spell slots for long-range attacks, unless one was a high-grade wizard. Soren used to use a crossbow, but now he thought that a bow was more suitable for him. However, there was also a limitation to this equipment. That was, to use the bow, he must carry a quiver on his back. At the same time, if there was a close combat, the bow must be carried on his back. In that case, a turn would be fatal. One could imagine rolling and dodging with a bow on his back. In some ways, a bow was not as convenient as a crossbow. But Soren did not have these concerns, because he had a piece of equipment that he had never had before. It was the Battlemaster gloves. As long as he had this equipment, he could switch weapons at any time. Using a crossbow was as convenient as using a bow. He could take out and put back the bow at any time, and then take out his curved sword to fight in close combat. In other words, this equipment solved the problem of Soren using a bow before, and it also perfectly solved the problem of the bow affecting his performance in close combat. Soren found another way to fight, but he was not in a hurry to change his way of fighting. The reason was simple. Using a bow required a considerable amount of skill, and at the same time, it also required the support of a variety of abilities. He only had high attributes and did not have any abilities. Maybe he could deal with ordinary people, but it would be difficult for him to hit the enemy with a high-grade profession. If he wanted to use a bow to fight, he at least needed to master the abilities of precise shooting, moving shooting, and eagle eye. Very interesting. Soren returned the elven bow in his hand to the drow in front of him and nodded slightly. Your suggestion is very good. It is indeed useful to me. Darkblade bowed slightly, but he did not reach out to take the elven bow. Instead, he bowed his head and said, "That would be my pleasure. Your Excellency, I think this bow is more suitable for you. In the future, you will be able to exert its greatest power. Please accept it." Soren smiled slightly when he heard this. He nodded and put it away. It was a grade 2 extraordinary bow. Moreover, it was an elven war bow. Although it was not as valuable as legendary equipment, it was still relatively rare. At the moment, there was not enough special wood to make bows, short bows, long bows, and so on. Most of them were +1 rare grade items. This was similar to the enhanced crossbow. Tier 2 extraordinary ranged weapons were already relatively rare, and Tier 3 extraordinary ranged weapons were even rarer. The most powerful crossbow Soren had ever seen was a +3 heart-piercing bow. He had heard of legendary crossbows before, but he had never seen one before. The increase in the power of the crossbow was mainly due to the arrows and bolts. Item type: Elven War Bow +2. Item grade: Rare, grade 2. Item description: This is an elven war bow with a certain history. It was made with wood from the ancient war tree, and took 3 years to make. It has tenacity and durability far surpassing other war bows. The surface of the war bow was engraved with strange patterns. This was the symbol of enchantment, but it was unknown why the maker did not complete the enchantment process. At the bottom of the war bow, there was a sword mark that had been repaired. Its history was unknown, but it was still a powerful elven war bow. Requirements: 12 STR strength requirement +2. Weapon effect: Hard bow, continuous shot, +2 penetration, +1 armor break. It seemed like this elven war bow had some history. Soren looked at it, and was slightly surprised. If this elven war bow was completed, it should have its own name, but it seemed like it was not completed for some reason. He touched the engravings on the body of the bow. They did look like engravings left behind by enchantment, but since it was not completed, it was only a grade 2 elven war bow. This weapon is not bad. It even has the effect of armor break. Soren looked at it and thought to himself, the power of the bow mainly depends on the arrow. Although there are no explosive arrows or frost arrows in the outer islands, there are a lot of tools that are dipped in poison. As long as we destroy the indigenous tribe, we can directly use the poison on the arrows in the future. It should not be a problem to mass-produce poisoned arrows. The blow darts used by the indigenous people could reach +3 extraordinary level. If they used their poison skills to make arrows, they might be able to make +3 poisoned arrows. Then, with the help of the elven war bow, the power would be more terrifying. It would definitely be more useful than many spells. At this time, the sky was already bright, and many people had already woken up. Soren just wanted to say something, but he saw a one-eyed pirate coming from outside. He carefully walked to Soren's side and said respectfully, "Your Excellency, it's ready." "Okay." Soren nodded. He looked at the leader of the drow warriors in front of him and said in a deep voice, "We'll attack tonight. Tell your people to get ready." So fast. Darkblade hesitated, but he still nodded and said, "Yes. I'll arrange it now." Soren smiled with satisfaction, then waved his hand to summon one of his men. He whispered a few words in his ear, and then said a few words to the one-eyed pirate. Immediately, the two men ran in different directions. Soon, the camp began to operate. All the elite pirates under the pirate leaders gathered, but they did not enter the jungle area. Instead, they all went to the port and boarded the warships outside. There was a river on this island that led to the sea. They could approach the indigenous tribe from the estuary. In the room, when Soren walked in, Vivian was already dressed and waiting for him. When she saw him come in, the little girl smiled sweetly, but her expression was a little excited. She said in a clear voice, "Brother, let's go. Kill all those nasty aborigines." Today, Vivian was wearing a black princess dress. For some reason, the little girl liked to wear black and white princess dresses recently. She rarely wore other clothes. Maybe it was because he gradually got used to the little girl's gradually changing clothes. Soren did not feel strange in his heart. He just nodded slightly and said, "Do you remember all the things I taught you? The most important thing for a spellcaster is to protect yourself. Remember not to be too impulsive. Our goal is those souls. As long as we kill the souls, we can deal with the other indigenous people at any time." The souls were the key to everything. Because whether it was for Soren or Vivian, killing the souls could increase their divine power. As long as the souls were killed, the threat of the indigenous people would be reduced by half, and they could deal with them at any time in the future. Moreover, Soren had now accumulated 9 divinity points. As long as he casually killed a soul with divinity, he could accumulate 10 divinity points and get the buff of minor divinity. At that time, Soren's all attributes would be +1, which was equivalent to an additional 6 points of total attributes. This was quite a huge increase in combat power. Hearing Soren's order, Vivian nodded obediently, and then said cheerfully, "Brother, when are we leaving? I can't wait to show off my skills." He did not know why. Soren felt that the little girl was more belligerent than before, but he still liked this change. Because as the Avatar crisis was getting closer and closer, Soren's pressure in his heart was increasing, especially when the future enemies were likely to be gods. He might not be able to protect Vivian's safety at all times, so it was definitely right to let the little girl have a little more strength to protect herself. Fighting also required courage. If she did not even have the courage to face killing, then fighting would become a joke. Soren nodded gently and said in a deep voice, "We'll leave in a while, we'll go by sea. Asterisk 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 asterisk. P.S. There are 2 more updates today, but the time may be late. I just went to eat." Chapter 266. Under the dark night sky. A warship with black sails entered the island's river from the estuary. Soren was quite patient. He waited until it was dark before he quietly approached the indigenous tribe's territory. This time he did not bring many people. Even with the drow warriors, there were only 121 people. Most of the pirate minions were left in the camp. Because to achieve the effect of a surprise attack, there must be few people and they must be strong. Only an elite force could catch the enemy off guard. The night was getting darker. Soren and his men disembarked from the ship 10 kilometers away from the indigenous tribe. This distance was just right. If they were too close, it would be easy to alert the enemy. If they were too far away, it would be inconvenient to travel in the night. This time, most of the men Soren brought out were strange. They either had many scars on their faces and necks, holes in their ears, or strange tattoos all over their bodies. More than 70% of these guys were fierce-looking pirates. There was no doubt that they were also the elites among the pirates who had survived many battles. The pirate profession was the survival of the fittest. Basically, after 3 battles, the pirates who could survive would not be too weak. In this case, the pirates could improve their strength very quickly. After all, they were originally professionals. The pirates Soren brought out this time were all grade 2 and above. Among them, there were also 20% of the leaders around grade 3. These pirates were far better than ordinary pirates in terms of combat experience and equipment skills. The pirates' equipment was basically private. Soren did not have to pay for their equipment. They would use the bounty to buy equipment themselves. The worst of these pirates had exquisitely forged military weapons. Some of the leaders also had rare grade 1 weapons. Then, the drow warriors came down from the ship. They looked much better than when they first came. This was because Soren had replenished their equipment. Before he came, he had prepared a large number of standard military weapons, enough to equip nearly 300 people. This also included some leather armor and inlaid iron armor. As for better armor, it was difficult to get, mainly because the higher the price of armor, the higher the price. The price of a full body armor would even make Soren's heart ache. Now all the drow warriors were wearing new leather armor, and nearly a third of their weapons had been replaced. After all, Soren had taken a +2 elven warbow from them, so he had to give them something in return. He was a very fair person. The overall strength of the people brought this time was very strong. Drows had quite strong night vision, and basically had no problem fighting at night. After all, there was not much light in the Underdark. Most of these drows were albino elves and half-elves, and they still had infrared vision in the dark. Then there were the pirates that were brought over. Basically, there was no possibility of night blindness, so during a night raid, their combat power would not be reduced too much. Stop. Soren looked at the others behind him, then gave Vivian a look and said slowly, "We killed their scouts last time, so I'm afraid they'll be prepared. I'll go check if there are any hidden sentries." After that, he nodded to the others, and his whole body disappeared into the darkness. Soren's figure was completely covered by the night. After he entered stealth, he approached the indigenous tribe in front of him, and the people he brought over stayed nearly 3 kilometers away. Remove the hidden sentries. This was the most common job for rogues, and Soren was good at finding hidden sentries. There was a glimmer of light in front of him. Soren approached carefully along the edge of the road. He did not enter the tribe, but very cautiously circled around. Soon, he felt a slight movement coming from the bushes in the southwest. It was also very difficult to keep watch at night. The indigenous people could not stay still all night. Soren quietly crept over from the side, and then saw a skinny indigenous person crawling among them. The indigenous people of the outer islands were short, a bit like the indigenous people of Indonesia. They were often jokingly called indigenous monkeys by pirates. Soren lurked with no expression. When the distance was about 15 meters, he suddenly began to accelerate, but there was no sound. A faint cold light appeared, and Soren directly rushed over. He stretched out his hand to cover the other person's mouth and nose, and at the same time, his sword pierced through the back of the other person's heart and came out directly from the chest. A stream of blood came out, and the indigenous person that Soren blocked twitched, and then turned into a corpse. A row of cold data appeared. The battle is over. You launched backstab at the target. Caused 86 piercing damage. You hit the target's heart. Triggered fatal damage test. Target's fortitude test failed. Target died. You've gained 1750 slaughter EXP. Although Soren did not scan the strength of the indigenous people, according to the slaughter EXP, he could still roughly judge the opponent's profession level, which should be around grade 3. Due to the lack of knowledge of civilization, and not too many sorcerer bloodlines, there were very few spellcasters among the indigenous people. Most of the spellcasters were concentrated in the shamans. However, there were some people here who could control psionic abilities, and under normal circumstances, they would not appear in such a small tribe. It should be a large tribe with tens of thousands of people. The proportion of psionic abilities was probably much smaller than the proportion of sorcerers. Plop! A very slight sound. Soren put down the corpse in his hand, and then covered it a little bit with the grass. Then he went into stealth mode again, and moved along the indigenous tribe. Since he had found the hidden sentry, there must be more than one. There must be other indigenous people nearby. Soren, who was in stealth mode, was very careful. After circling around and finding nothing, he began to expand the area and continue to search. Because if there was a hidden sentry that was not taken out and found them in advance, the effect of a sneak attack in the night would be greatly reduced, and they might even suffer heavy losses here. He was very patient. After circling around 3 times in a row, Soren finally found the second hidden sentry. It was actually hiding in a big tree near the south. If it was not for his sharp hearing, it would be really difficult to find it. Soren spent a whole hour to take out 3 hidden sentry outside the indigenous tribe. When he was sure that there were no more hidden sentry nearby, he went back to the place where he started. It was close to 1 o'clock in the morning. He entered the island river from the sea after it was completely dark. Along the way, he cleaned up the hidden sentry. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning now. This was the best time for a sneak attack. Chapter 267. Soon, Soren returned to the beginning. At this time, the gap between the drow warriors and the elite pirates could be seen. In terms of strength, the difference between the two sides was not very big, but after more than an hour of waiting, the difference in discipline between the two sides was obvious. The drow warriors were still silent, but they would wipe their weapons from time to time. However, the elite pirates were a little restless. Many unruly pirates were a little impatient. If it were not for Soren's prestige and the suppression of the pirate leaders, they would have begun to stir. The discipline of the two sides was not at the same level at all. The former reminded Soren of the years in the Underdark. At that time, he deeply experienced the cruel rule of the drow and the strict discipline of the drow army. However, the pirates were all elites, and they were a little impatient after waiting for more than an hour. They were completely used to being undisciplined. Soren saw the situation in front of him and immediately had the intention to train them well in the future. Let's go. With the appearance of Soren, the pirates immediately seemed to have found their backbone, and the restless elite pirates also settled down. When he gave the order to move forward, the others immediately began to approach the indigenous tribe. Vivian blessed herself with fly and invisibility, and flew directly to the front of the team. He did not know how the little girl's strength increased so much. Soren was very envious of her. She had been sleeping every day recently, but her flying and casting skills were so smooth. On the other hand, Soren could not master any other casting skills except for the ability to control spells. The drow warriors were still quite quiet and followed the team in silence. The pirates, on the other hand, made some noise from time to time, and complained in a low voice because of the bad road, but they were immediately reprimanded by the leaders. Darkblade shook his head. He did not have much hope for today's battle. In fact, he had already planned to retreat if the situation went wrong. After all, there were not many warriors in the tribe. The elite and precious drow warriors should not be wasted here. Now he only hoped that they could succeed in their sneak attack, and that Sir Throatcutter could also kill the spirits. The distance was getting closer and closer. With a glimmer of light in front of them, Vivian gradually lowered her altitude. The pirates were a little better. After all, they had seen the little girl fly and cast spells before, but the drows were a little scared. He felt that the little girl in front of him had unfathomable strength. She had already cast several spells in a row. Haste. The first spell was Haste, which was a group buff spell. It could increase the speed of people within a certain range. Vivian could buff about 20 people at a time, so she only used it 3 times in total to buff some of them. Dragon Strength. This was a spell that was meant for Soren, and it could greatly increase his combat prowess. The little girl didn't spend too many spell slots on buffs. After casting a few simple spells, she immediately began to cast a defensive spell on herself. Then she nodded at Soren. Their mission was to kill the shaman priest. They must not give the spellcaster a chance to attack. Otherwise, their side would suffer great losses. Squeak. Soren easily opened the wooden fence of the indigenous tribe, and then a group of people quietly sneaked in. The guard on the watchtower had already been killed by Vivian's disintegrate, and the other was directly hit by Soren's enraged charm. Because of the buff spell, the drow warriors entered very quickly. During this period, the inferior indigenous people on the periphery were awakened, and before they could speak, their throats were cut. There was no mercy, no sympathy. In the blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen corpses here. Don't worry about the others. Soren looked around at his men and said in a deep voice, Darkblade, you take people to attack the chief in the center of the tribe. I'll kill the shaman priest, and then come back to meet you. He didn't know when the spirit would appear, so Soren could only kill the shaman priest first. His figure went directly into the shadows, and then walked toward the courtyard that he had confirmed at the beginning. Vivian's figure was flying in the air, and she had already cast greater invisibility on herself. The two quickly approached the position of the shaman priest. On the other side, Darkblade had already led the drow warriors to launch a surprise attack, and rushed directly to the center of the tribe. On the way, they inadvertently startled the indigenous people, but whether they were men or women, old or young, as long as they appeared in the line of sight, they were all killed. The drows would not pity these aborigines, and the pirates had no sympathy at all. Along the way, corpses and blood flowed. Those who wanted to resist were killed mercilessly, and soon there were nearly 100 more corpses. The drows were close to the center of the tribe, and the noise here awakened the indigenous warriors. However, many of them were killed on the spot by the drows who rushed in before they could pick up their weapons. It was already about 2 o'clock in the morning. Under normal circumstances, most people were sleeping soundly, and even if they heard the noise, they would not react so quickly. Kill. Kill. The blood and screams finally alarmed the entire indigenous tribe, but it was a little late now. In just the first round of confrontation, the drows with night vision had completely gained the upper hand. Although they only had about 30 people, the number of heads harvested in the battle was twice that of nearly 100 pirates. They were indeed a race that could survive in the Underdark. When they killed, they would not be soft-hearted at all. Follow me. Darkblade felt that there was a chance of victory, and immediately said in a deep voice, Rangers, follow me. Shoot those guards. Attack the big house in front of you and kill the chief of the indigenous people. The elite pirates had begun to fight with the enemies who were gradually reacting. These guys were screaming when they fought. Although their momentum was quite amazing, it also alarmed more and more indigenous people. Casualties began to appear on their own side. 7 or 8 pirates died in a while, and more than a dozen were injured to varying degrees. More than half of them directly fainted. However, the casualties of the drows were very small. Only 3 of them were injured and no one died because they had night vision and were more adapted to the current combat environment than the indigenous people. Blood flowed. The indigenous warriors were not gathered together. Although they lived in the center of the tribe, they lived in separate houses with their wives and children. Some of the half-grown children were also fighting, and they even killed 1 or 2 pirates. Darkblade's expression was indifferent. He raised his hand and took out several throwing knives from his waist, and threw them at the indigenous children who looked at most 12 or 13 years old in front of him. The throwing knives hit the other party's chest, and the indigenous children fell directly to the ground. Then they heard the roar of an indigenous man nearby, followed by a scream. The drows did not have any change in expression, and the pirates were still murderous. On the other side, Soren and Vivian approached the shaman's courtyard. As soon as they arrived near the courtyard, the little girl could not help but frown and whisper, "Brother, there's a strange atmosphere here. I don't like it very much." Soren was just about to say something. Suddenly, the house in front of them shook, and then a behemoth appeared in front of them. It was a huge brown bear about 5 meters long. Although it had the appearance of a brown bear, it did not have the aura of a living creature. After it appeared, it growled silently, and then rushed toward Soren, directly raising its huge bare paw. Clang! 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 Soren naturally would not be hit by the enemy so easily. He dodged the attack, and then swung his 2 swords at the huge brown bear in front of him. But to his surprise, the icing death in his right hand broke through the opponent's defense, but the curved sword in his left hand seemed to have hit some kind of tough energy field, and it was deflected to another place, causing almost no damage. Soren's expression was serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Spirit bear?" "Oh." Chapter 268. Spirit bear. It was a kind of animal spirit, mainly born from totem worship. Although its external manifestation was that of a bear, in fact, most of its spirits were composed of the souls of intelligent creatures. They belonged to the half-energy life form, somewhat similar to the form of a saint, but not as powerful as the saint form. The one in front of Soren was a spirit bear totem. The indigenous people liked to worship some fierce beasts, or it may be because their ancestors had interacted with some beasts, and then they believed in a certain kind of beast as a totem. The most common totems were wolves, bears, tigers, eagles, snakes, and so on. Soren didn't know much about totem worship, but he knew that there was a kind of indigenous tribe whose totem worship must not be provoked easily, and that was the tribe that worshipped insects as their totem worship. This kind of indigenous tribe was quite difficult to deal with. Perhaps there were not many of them, and their strength did not seem to be too strong, but in fact, the danger was higher than many indigenous tribes with tens of thousands of people. Many legendary professions had fallen in their hands. Dang dang dang. The spirit bear in front of him was huge, and naturally gave Soren enough opportunities to attack, but the grade 1 rare curved sword in his hand seemed to be unable to do any damage to the spirit bear. Only the legendary curved sword could break the strange energy field of the enemy. The opponent was a half-energy life form, and almost had no fatal points, and was immune to any backstab attacks. The only thing that could work on them was heavy damage, but any heavy damage could not trigger the test of death. Vivian. Soren twisted and rolled to avoid the huge bear paw that had set off a gust of wind, and said in a deep voice, "You go and deal with the shaman first. I'll hold off the spirit bear." He didn't know how strong the spirit bear was. Its paw could set off a gust of wind, and it made Soren feel like he was dealing with a 1,000-year-old black bear in Eastern mythology. But even if the bear spirit in front of him seemed to be quite difficult to deal with, Soren was most afraid of the shaman who did not show up in the house. His long combat experience made him understand how much a spellcaster could change the situation in a battle, so the first thought in his mind was to let Vivian deal with the shaman. Even if the opponent's profession level might not reach level 15. Vivian had always obeyed Soren's words, so she didn't think too much about it. She raised her hand and threw a fireball at the door, causing half of the wall to collapse. Vivian continuously buffed herself with several defensive spells, and then cautiously flew in. The enemy seemed very cunning. From start to finish, the shaman priest didn't show himself. However, the little girl was not afraid at all because in the face of absolute strength, any strategy was useless. It was almost impossible for a legendary spellcaster to lose to a spellcaster below legendary. Bang! Soren dodged 5 consecutive attacks from the spirit bear, and was finally forced into a position close to a dead end. He had no choice but to block the opponent's attack with his curved sword. Plop! Soren's figure flew out directly, and before he landed in midair, he had already spat out a mouthful of blood. His body hit the wall behind him, and directly knocked out a human-shaped dent in the earthen wall. Even with his extraordinary 21 points of constitution, at this moment, he felt that his internal organs had been turned upside down. The strength of the spirit bear was somewhat beyond Soren's estimation. It was probably more than 25 points. Just now, it had directly dealt crushing damage, causing him to enter a state of serious injury. Cough cough. Soren coughed after he landed, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The spirit bear in front of him did not hesitate at all. After it sent Soren flying with its paw, it rushed over and opened its bloody mouth to bite his head. Just the damage of a paw parry caused nearly 50 bruises on Soren's body, which was higher than the damage of being hit by other people. Soren estimated that the strength of the spirit bear could reach about 27 points, and it was very likely to be close to 30 points of strength, because the strength of each of its attacks was estimated to reach more than a ton. Evade sight. Shadow jump. Slaughter transformation. Soren's figure disappeared in an instant. His whole person escaped into the shadows, and then the huge body of the spirit bear rushed over. Because it suddenly lost its target, it could not stop the forward momentum, and directly knocked down the house in front of it. At this time, Soren's figure also appeared in the distorted shadows. He only had a curved sword left in his hand. When the spirit bear's momentum could not be stopped, he suddenly stabbed the sword into the spirit bear's anus. Even if there was no fatal point, he did not believe that the whole sword would not be able to cause heavy damage to the spirit bear's anus. In fact, Soren did think too much. He stabbed the sword into the bear spirit's anus. With the increase of strength in the form of the slaughterer, and the effect of Vivian's dragon strength, Soren almost stabbed the whole curved sword into the bear's anus. However, he did not feel like he had stabbed the intestines. Instead, he felt like he had stabbed into a tough muscle layer. This made Soren wonder if the spirit bear in front of him had internal organs. It looked like it only had the outline of a spirit bear's body, and there might not even be internal organs inside. Roar! Although he did not hit the heavy hit effect, Soren's attack unintentionally completely angered the spirit bear, and at the same time, it also caused a lot of damage to it. The position of the spirit bear's heavy hit was relatively special. It required the legendary ability, Expose Weakness, to accurately find it. Although Soren did not hit it, the damage was greater than other places. Poochie. Even in his slaughter form, Soren still did not dare to fight the spirit bear head-on. Because the strength of animals was far greater than that of humans, the normal slap of an ordinary brown bear would cause almost instant death to humans. An adult brown bear's front paw was enough to crush the back of a bison, and the power of the spirit bear in front of him was even more terrifying. It was estimated that in the entire outer islands, only a kind of gorilla jokingly called King Kong could compete with it in terms of strength. Knowledge creature. Variant of Silverback King Kong. The sword was pulled out. Soren did not see any blood on the blade, as if there was no blood in the body of the spirit bear in front of him. With an angry roar, a huge bear paw swept across. Soren did not dare to take it head-on, and could only dodge. At the same time, he stretched out his palm and slapped the back of the spirit bear. Vampiric touch. The effect of the spell was still effective, and the opponent was not a demigod spirit. With the higher degree of conversion of the body's energy, in addition to being immune to any non-rare weapon attack, the spirit could also be immune to many level 1 to 3 low-grade spell attacks. This was due to the accumulation of spell resistance. If a legendary profession had high enough spell resistance, it could also offset many lower spell effects. Vampiric touch directly stole the target's life energy, so the spirit bear almost took all the damage. At the same time, Soren's pale face showed a trace of blood. A very pure life energy poured into the body, and Soren's injuries recovered a lot. Shadow Strike. Not daring to fight the enemy head-on, Soren could only move around. Fortunately, creatures with too much strength were more clumsy and heavy when moving. The strength of the spirit bear was estimated to be higher than many giants, but its agility was only at the level of a normal person. As long as Soren paid attention not to be blocked by it, he could consume its strength little by little. According to the calculation of the damage received by blocking, the normal attack of the spirit bear could reach about 80 points, which was equivalent to the attack of a legendary sword saint. Soren could only withstand 3 attacks from it at most. Shadow Strike. The sound of magic explosion came from the house. Soren did not dare to be distracted to observe the situation over there, and could only take a look when he jumped into the air to avoid it. Vivian seemed to have encountered a little trouble, but his telepathy told Soren that the little girl was not injured, but there was some annoying trap inside. He could feel a trace of anger in the little girl's heart. Shadow Strike was a very useful combat skill. Its role was to use shadow energy to erode the target's body, which meant that it would be effective as long as there was contact. Soren's rogue was level 10, and Shadow Strike could cause an additional 10 points of shadow erosion damage as long as there was contact. Maybe this damage was nothing, but the accumulation of 10 chances per day was nearly 100 points of additional damage. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in the house, a bit like the explosion of a delayed fireball. Soren could not identify the level of the spell, but he could feel the elemental energy of the explosion. The explosion was like preparing a large amount of high explosives. The whole roof was lifted up, and then there was debris all over the sky, as well as a nauseating smell that made one feel weak all over. When Soren transformed into a slaughterer, he actually felt a little affected by the smell. He did not know what this thing was refined from. Shadow Strike. Soren's curved sword once again slashed the back of the spirit bear. Just as he was ready to continue to pull away from it, the spirit bear in front of him suddenly roared. Spirit Bear Battle Roar legendary skill. The sudden appearance of this roar shocked Soren. He had a feeling of seeing stars, and there was a trace of blood oozing out of his eardrums. It felt like he was suddenly hit by the legendary lion roar. This roar formed a substantial wave of air that vibrated and spread out like ripples, causing the nearby houses to tremble. Sound wave attack. One of Soren's most hated and feared attacks. Chapter 269. Sound wave attack. It was one of the most difficult attacks to defend against, and it was also the most troublesome attack for rogues. Whether it was the melee profession's Berserk Roar, War Roar, Fear Roar, or the spellcaster profession's Roar, Infrasonic Wave, Banshee's Howl, etc., these attacks were all difficult to defend against with conventional means. Unless it was a spell that protected against sound wave attack, there was only one key to determining whether you could survive this attack, and that was whether your fortitude was enough to pass many tests. As for sound wave attacks, many were like various versions of Lion Roar, and there were few ways to defend against them. Even spellcasters would still stumble on this. As soon as the distance was shortened, it was almost impossible to pass the test of fortitude by relying on the weak constitution of the spellcaster without a spell in advance. In fact, at this moment, even Soren could not completely pass the test of fortitude. The sound waves of the roar made him dizzy, as if a cannonball had exploded directly beside him, and the shock wave made his eardrums bleed. Although he did not faint, Soren's current state was also very bad. He almost had no time to dodge the bear spirit's attack, and was directly slapped 7 or 8 meters away. Plop. Soren's figure landed on the ground, his chest was slightly sunken, and 7 or 8 of his ribs were broken. If it wasn't for the protective energy of stone skin on his body, it would have caused bruises of nearly 100 HP. Soren had just recovered a part of his HP with the help of vampiric touch, and his HP had decreased again, and his whole body had entered the state of serious injury. However, this attack also woke him up. He activated a legendary item almost without thinking, and at the same time, his whole body rolled in an awkward posture to avoid the second attack. Summon Earth Elemental. Summon Shadow. A portal connecting to the elemental plane soon appeared, and then a heavy Earth Elemental appeared in front. Boom. The Earth Elemental hit the bear spirit with a fist, temporarily attracting its attention. At the same time, in a distorted shadow, a shadow that seemed to have a human shape appeared and directly launched an attack on the spirit bear spirit. Both of Soren's summoning spells were cast very quickly. One was the summoning ability of a legendary item, and the other was the supernatural ability of the Shadow Dancer. The attacks of the two summoned creatures obviously slowed down the pace of the spirit bear, and also bought precious time for Soren. He was finally free from the negative status effect caused by the soundwave attack. Even though he was heavily injured, Soren was still filled with fighting spirit. This was because the spirit bear in front of him had also been slashed more than 10 times. Coupled with the shadow erosion effect of Shadow Strike, it had also caused 100 to 200 points of damage to the enemy. In other words, the spirit bear's injuries would not be any better than Soren's. The intelligence of spirit creatures was not too high, and the fact that it used its ultimate skill meant that it had sensed danger. Soren didn't dare to fight it head-on, but it didn't mean that he had no other way. The curved sword in Soren's hand disappeared, and then a beautiful elven war bow appeared in his palm. He took out the quiver and put it behind him. Then he put an arrow on the bow and shot directly at the spirit bear's head. With Soren's dexterity, it would be impossible for the opponent to keep up with him if he tried his best to pull away, unless it could launch another roar attack. Stone to mud. Just when Soren shot the spirit bear, Vivian's petite figure also appeared in midair. She raised her little white hand and pointed in the direction of the spirit bear. Then the hard and solid ground turned into mud, and the huge body of the spirit bear sank directly. It took a long time for it to climb out of it. This level 5 spell had many uses, and how to use it depended on the person. Soren had asked the wizard to help him set up a huge trap with this spell. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Soren shot 5 or 6 arrows in a row, and then pulled out his curved sword. There were no special arrows in his hand. Ordinary steel arrows could not cause much damage to the spirit bear. If he wanted to fly a kite, he had to be able to break through the spirit bear's defense. At the very least, he had to have 20 explosive arrows, frost arrows, poisoned arrows, and so on. Only then could it be possible to kite some powerful enemies. Ordinary arrows completely relied on the +2 armor penetration attribute of the Elven War, about to cause 2 or 3 points of damage. It was quite difficult to kill the spirit bear, and it could only be used to reduce the opponent's HP. Missile Storm. Acid Arrow *2. Flame Arrow *3. After Vivian temporarily trapped the spirit bear with stone to mud, she began to cast continuously. It seemed that the little girl's combat experience was much richer than before. She actually judged in advance that as a divine creature, the spirit bear in front of her was difficult to control with ordinary spells. From its appearance, it could be judged that it had a very strong immunity ability. So the spell Vivian chose was not a control spell, but the stone to mud could have a control effect. Many wizard spells did not have to be controlled to be used to restrict the enemy's activities. A barrage of spells fell from the sky. Some of it was offset by the spirit bear's magic resistance, but the other part still seriously injured its body, especially the attack of the acid arrow and flame arrow, which caused quite a lot of damage to it. Soren's figure also rushed up at this time. The shadow bit and attacked around the spirit bear. It was a shadow creature, and almost didn't have much weight. Although the earth elemental was about to fall apart, it still had 30% of its combat power. Die. Soren held his sword with both hands, and slashed on the head of the spirit bear. It had already been in a state of near-death by Vivian's spell bombardment, and finally ended under a round of siege. It was directly cut off by Soren. A bear's head fell to the ground, but there was no blood gushing out. The body of the spirit bear in front of Soren's eyes quickly dissipated, like fireworks, turning into a slightly shining light in the sky. This was the power of the elements. A fairly pure elemental energy, It was a body in a semi-energy state. The flying energy dissipated. Some of it condensed and became a crystal-like substance. This was a crystal stone after the elemental energy was highly condensed. It was a very rare tool. Other than legendary creatures that would leave it behind, only a part of it could be found in the elemental plane. This was an important material that many spellcasters needed. A row of data appeared. Launch beheading attack. Beheading successful. You've dealt 49/ damage to the target. Target dead. You've gained 7500 slaughter EXP. Target is a divine creature. Automatically extracting divine energy from the target's body. You've gained 2 divinity points. A power full of divinity emerged and gradually integrated into Soren's body. He originally had 9 divinity points, and now he had accumulated 11 divinity points. He didn't know if it was because the spirit bear itself didn't have much wisdom, but Soren didn't feel a strong will in this divine energy. Instead, it was like some kind of chaotic and hazy subconsciousness. It was as if many people's prayers had gathered together and finally formed a consciousness with simple thoughts. This consciousness was quite weak. Because it didn't have much self-concept, it could be ignored compared to the will of the Dread Lord. Soren swallowed it without hesitation. Then, a divine light appeared in his eyes, followed by a series of data prompts. Fuse divinity points. Divinity fusion successful. You've fused 2 divinity points. Current total divinity points is 11. You've automatically mastered the minor divinity talent. Minor divinity innate ability. You have a very weak divinity in your body. Although this divinity is nothing to many powerful existences, it has allowed you to gradually step into the realm of transcendence and sainthood. Due to your own ability, the transformation of the divinity you possess is biased towards the lower planes, so the effect of the minor divinity you possess is similar to other high-grade demons who are born with divine power. This divine power will gradually strengthen as your divinity points increase. All attributes +1. Chapter 270. All attributes +1. When Soren had the minor divinity, he looked completely different. Although his appearance was still the same as before, the aura he exuded was somewhat similar to that of a deity. If one had to describe it in Eastern terms, then there was a trace of unity of heaven and man. But this aura was obviously the unity of heaven and man, of the devil path. Soren's originally delicate face now had a trace of evil charm. It was difficult to describe in words, but it was a real change. This kind of change in aura could easily attract mortals to him. The strength of the abyss demons largely came from the divine power they were born with. Basically, the high-grade demons in the abyss had a trace of divinity. The power of divinity could be gradually accumulated, so the struggle between high-grade demons was also very cruel. Many existences even robbed others of their divinity to strengthen their own strength. The almost endless demon army was the best target to rob divinity, but unfortunately, there were very few people who could succeed in the end. There must be an ancient history mentioned here. That was the Lord of Hell. Asmodeus. He was one of the oldest existences in the whole world. It was said that when he was first born, it was because of the appearance of the source of chaos. There were very few clear records about that history. It was only known that demons appeared in the source of chaos, which was the first demon army. This was the oldest demon army. Many of them were burning with raging flames. It was the ancestor army of the current 3rd generation of Tana-Re demons, a terrible creature born from the source of chaos. The demons crossed the universe uninvited and seriously threatened the oldest group of gods at that time, which was the ancient gods of order that had only a few records. This battle lasted for quite a long time. The ancient gods of order were tired of the endless war, so they began to create a creature to help them fight against the demon army. These creatures were angels. Of course, Soren preferred to call them Otherworld God's servant. Among these warriors with beautiful wings, Asmodeus was the most brave and the most beautiful one. He killed more demons than any other angel, and even more than any other god. But countless years had passed, and Asmodeus and other battle angels had gradually been infected with some of their enemies' characteristics. Gradually, their originally beautiful appearance became ugly, and the ancient gods of order and other angels began to fear them. They were devouring the divinity of the primitive demons. Even if this process was passive, they still changed day by day and became stronger day by day. Asmodeus' power became more and more amazing. Although he was still a servant of the ancient gods of order, he had begun to use the law to gain power for himself. The privileges and rewards he asked for from the ancient gods of order were gradually more powerful than many gods. The divinity of the demons was further eroding their bodies, and Asmodeus and his oldest subordinates were all transforming. Finally, demons were born. Asmodeus became the lord of hell, the ruler of the devils. He was the only one who could fight against a powerful god just by relying on his divinity and not his divine domain. There was also one of the few existences that could be great divinity. By the way, the devils had inherited part of the divinity of the primitive demons. So many of them were completely immune to fire damage, and many of the existing demons were not immune to fire damage. There were many legends about Asmodeus, but this was the one that Soren thought was most likely, because there were records in some ancient ruins that recorded the scene of Asmodeus fighting against the source of chaos. That was an era that was much older than the bloody war in the abyss. Almost none of the existing gods had lived from that era. Even many of the so-called ancient gods might not have been born in that era. Including the material plane that Soren was in, there were no gods in that era. It was even more impossible for gods to be born in this material plane. Soren had entered the realm of demons. Although he did not realize it himself, after obtaining minor divinity, he was indeed close to becoming a demon. The only difference was that there was a trace of a demon's aura on him. Demons were crazy existences, but demons were quite calm. If Soren's current strength was close to the demons, then his inner strength was close to the demons. As the main force of the bloody war in the abyss, demons and demons were almost irreconcilable enemies. But one thing that was undeniable was that whether it was the current third generation of Tana re-demons or the demons that had survived until today, part of their power source came from the most ancient primitive demons, which was the evil power born in the source of chaos. Demons were still demons. Devils had only inherited the evil while maintaining the order of things. Knowledge myth. The body of the spirit bear dissipated. An amber-colored gem-like crystal was left on the ground. Soren's eyes showed a trace of divinity. A row of data appeared in front of him. Acquired minor divinity. The bloodline of the Son of Slaughter has acquired divine power. Awakened potential demonic abilities. Automatically mastered minor fire resistance. Automatically mastered minor poison resistance. Automatically mastered minor electric resistance. Acquired supernatural ability, telepathy 10 feet. A large number of data displays appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Maybe it was because the divine power had broken through the critical point. Dense zeros and ones began to appear in front of his eyes, and then gradually calmed down. Then he gained 3 more basic resistance specialties and a supernatural ability. Minor fire resistance, personal ability. Minor divinity gives you a part of resistance to fire damage. From now on, you are immune to any cold damage below 1 point. When attacked by spells or spell-like attacks, any damage with cold effects will be reduced by 1 point. With the strengthening of divine power, you will gradually increase your resistance to fire, and eventually may be completely immune to fire damage. Prerequisite: minor divinity. The 3 minor resistance abilities were the same. Unlike the cold resistance that Soren had acquired before, this resistance was not trained by him, but it was an effect of minor divinity, so it could only be strengthened by the improvement of divine power. Demons had naturally resistant skin. In the end, it was possible to be immune to any fire, poison, and electric damage, but most demons had lost their most ancient bloodline. Only the Baler, which was considered to have the purest bloodline, could be completely immune to fire, poison, and electric damage. So far, there were not many things that could be verified. The only thing that Soren knew was that almost all primitive demons were immune to fire damage, and the Baler was one of the more orthodox demon descendants that survived. The last one was a supernatural ability that was added by divine power. Telepathy 10 feet supernatural ability. Divine power gives you a supernatural telepathy ability, and the range of this ability will gradually increase with divine power. Telepathy can be used in many situations. It can strengthen your abilities in all aspects, and at the same time, it can be stacked with special perception type abilities, such as sixth sense, evasion, intuition, super sixth sense, and so on. This ability will gradually increase with the level of divinity. This was a very good supernatural ability. In a way, it made up for Soren's weakness of not having evasion intuition, but the range of its effect was still too small. According to the information in Soren's memory, the Baylor was born with telepathy 100 feet. Speaking of which, he really couldn't understand how Cui Heighten killed the Baylor with a challenge rating of 20, with just one slash. One had to know that his profession level was not as high as the Baylor's challenge rating at that time. Under normal circumstances, even if he just stood there and let him kill it, it would take him a long time to kill it. Didn't you see how long Gandalf the Berserker Wizard fought to kill the Baylor? After that, he directly leveled up to Gandalf the white-robed Berserker Wizard. The power of divinity fused with the body. Soren's pupils were slightly red. This was not the influence of divinity, but the bloodthirst of the slaughterer form. Just killing the spirit bear was not enough to satisfy his bloodthirst after transforming into the slaughterer form. Soren had to kill more enemies to prevent himself from entering the slaughterer state. Vivian's petite figure landed on the ground. She seemed to be a little worried as she looked at Soren, who was in front of her with a strong murderous aura. At this time, Soren saw the true face of the shaman priest. It was actually an extremely thin natural dwarf. He was probably not young. No wonder he was so cunning and refused to come out. But in the end he still died in the hands of Vivian. Because the difference in strength between the two was too obvious, there were very few legendary professions in the indigenous tribe. Most of them were similar to the earthbound spirit that only appeared in the tribe. "Let's go." Soren looked around and said in a deep voice, "Let's go and help them." Although the spirit and the shaman priest were killed, the battle was not over. There were still a lot of fighting power in the indigenous tribe. Soren had to suppress them as soon as possible, and let these indigenous people surrender. Otherwise, when the battle was over, more than half of his pirates would be killed or injured. Just now, the proportion of his men who were injured had reached nearly 1/3. This group of idiots. Even the inferior aborigines had begun to resist, but they did not notice that they were about to be surrounded by thousands of ordinary people like dumplings in a moment. Discipline -3. Chapter 271. The sky was just beginning to brighten. The indigenous tribe was filled with cries and shouts. Many houses had been swept away, and the ground was a mess. There were also many bloodstains and corpses that had not dried yet. The strong smell of blood attracted many dangerous beasts, but after seeing the village in front of them, they were smart enough not to approach. Piles of hides, belongings, and swords were collected and piled up in front of the chief's house in the center. There were also a lot of gold and silver weapons. The indigenous people liked to use gold and silver to show their status. The empty space in the center was filled with a dense mass of human heads. All the weapons were confiscated, and the captured indigenous people were all separated into women, children, and adult men. Then they were all tied together with ropes. There were not many old people among the indigenous people because their average life expectancy was less than 40 years old. So most of the indigenous people were adults. Children who were over 14 years old were also considered adults. They had not forgotten the battle last night. The bloodstains on the ground made these indigenous people full of fear. Especially the way they looked at Soren. It was as if they were looking at a very terrible existence. The battle ended soon after the soul essence was killed. There was basically no accident. Ordinary indigenous warriors could not block Soren's attack at all. Although he had just reached the realm of a high-grade profession, he was not without the slightest confidence in fighting against a legendary creature. The number of captives had not been counted, but there should be 800 or 900 people. After all, the people who escaped last night were only a few. The drows quickly controlled the situation. After all, the drows were also a race that relied on slaves. Sure enough, Soren looked at the busy men in front of him and said to himself, The Drow's ability to do things is indeed much better than the pirates. Whether it was the discipline during battle, or the process of capturing slaves, the Drow warriors were completely superior to the elite pirates under Soren's command. The Drow society was supported by slaves, so they were also good at controlling slaves under the influence of what they saw and heard. However, the best at enslaving other races in the world were the soul suckers. That kind of creature was born to control other races. The Drows were still good at the dark arts, but for Soren, their abilities were indeed much better than the pirates. "Sir." A one-eyed pirate approached Soren and bowed respectfully. "I finished counting." Soren looked at him and asked, "How are the casualties?" One-eyed dragon turned his head and looked behind him. He looked a little guilty and said in a low voice, 26 died, 42 were injured, and the rest were basically just minor injuries. I've already given those who couldn't be saved a quick death. The casualties were so high. Soren's face did not look good. He turned around and glanced at the Drows. Darkblade was collecting the bodies of his companions. A total of 3 Drows were killed, and most of the others were injured. The difference between the two was too great. This was the difference between disciplined and undisciplined in battle. Nearly 30 elite pirates had died. If it were other pirates, their morale might have collapsed. Looking back at the Drows, only 3 of them had died, and only a dozen of them were injured. It seemed that in a large-scale battle, the strength of the pirates was indeed not that great. "Send a signal for people to come over." Soren looked at one-eyed dragon in front of him and ordered in a deep voice, "Use ships to transport these slaves back. First, transport the children and women back, then the adults. Let the people in the camp come over and help. If there are any strange movements, kill without mercy." The indigenous tribes did not have much wealth. All the spoils added up to 10 or 20,000 Kindler coins worth. And this was including the fur goods they had accumulated. These things had to be transported to the south coast to be exchanged for money. Here, they were just ordinary daily necessities. Most of the captured indigenous people were ordinary people, but there were also a small number of professions. These people were strictly guarded, and there were only about 50 or 60 of them. As for the original chiefs and high-ranking nobles, they had long been slaughtered by Soren. These high-ranking indigenous people must not be left alive. They must all be killed to control them. The pirates began to get busy. One by one, the ferocious pirates kicked and drove the indigenous slaves away. Many of their brothers had just died last night, so they were naturally not in a good mood now. Soren did not have much pity in his heart. He just warned them that they must not break the slaves because these were important assets that he needed. Long ropes tied the wrists of the indigenous slaves, and then pulled them forward one by one like animals. The warship had been docked in the river in front, and these slaves would soon be transported back to the camp. "Set fire." Soren looked at the ruined village in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Burn it all." A big fire ignited. Many of the Aborigines wailed and cried. Their former home had turned into a sea of fire. Now they didn't even have a place to stay. Seeing that the tribe was completely turned into ashes in the fire, many indigenous people were angry, but more of their expressions gradually became numb, as if they had lost hope and let the pirates take them to the warship. They were homeless, and their tribe had been wiped out. They were now slaves and goods. Without a place to stay, they had no hope and no more choice. They did not even have the courage to resist. Thick smoke rose. Soren looked at the village that turned into a sea of fire in front of him, and then turned to look at the slaves tied up with ropes. He could not help but show a smile on his face. He finally had a foothold in the outer islands. After getting rid of the indigenous tribe in front of him, this island was his territory. Unless he took the initiative to provoke other indigenous tribes, the chances of them attacking Soren would be greatly reduced. At this time, he finally had time to slowly develop, and these nearly 1,000 slaves also provided him with a lot of labor. The progress of the construction of the camp would be greatly accelerated. It's a pity for these cultivated lands. Soren stood on a higher slope and looked at the cultivated lands near the tribe. He could not help but feel pity. These cultivated lands are ripe after many years of cultivation, and there are specially dug ditches. Although the area is not very large, it is quite valuable. It's a pity that the place to develop is not here. And the river here is not very convenient to connect to the sea, so I can only give up all these cultivated lands. The cultivated lands could be developed again. However, the location of the natural port was difficult to change by manpower. Soren could not change his plan for a little land. His strength could not be dispersed because the outer islands were very dangerous. Chapter 272. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning. The first batch of indigenous slaves was transported back to the camp. The other pirates who did not participate in the battle all watched with curiosity and excitement, watching them drag groups of slaves from the ship. These indigenous slaves were relatively short, with dark skin and rickety bones. No one knew if they were born like this, or if it was caused by living habits. The pirates kicked and kicked the indigenous slaves down, and then all of them were locked in cages in the camp. These slaves could not start working right away. Qualified slaves must be professionally domesticated. The slaves that were originally transported by Soren were still busy working. After seeing these captured slaves, they could not help but show curiosity and gloat, but there was not much pity and sympathy, because there were not so many people in the world who were overflowing with sympathy. Otherwise, the paladin would not have become a spiritual symbol. Strictly speaking, this was an era of moral decay. Whether it was the noble class or the rich class, their lives were relatively luxurious and debauched. Even the poor of the lower class were not necessarily kind-hearted. Because of the hardships of life, many of them were full of resentment and extreme hatred. It was just that there was no chance for evil yet. Otherwise, no one would use the paladin as a tool. This situation would continue until the devils appeared. Their provocative words would arouse hatred in the hearts of these lower-class poor people, and eventually turn into widespread riots and rebellions. This was the precursor to the beginning of the Age of Turmoil. When rebellions and riots occurred, the arrival of the Avatar crisis was already very close. Vivian's figure appeared on the deck. The little girl seemed to be indifferent to everything in front of her. Although she was a very kind little girl and was very sympathetic to others, as long as things involved Soren, then her moral concept would become, her brother is always right. So she just looked at it calmly, then turned and entered her room. In her mind, another guy was about to bare his fangs and brandish his claws, making the little girl want to pull him out and give him a good spanking, just like how Soren would occasionally spank her a few times when she made a mistake. Lillian. The little girl raised her slender eyebrows, raised her little white hand and knocked her forehead, and said to herself, "What are you doing? Hurry up and calm down." He knocked himself on the head. At this moment, the little girl looked a little silly, but also cute. Looking at her, one could not help but want to laugh. "Do you feel it? Do you feel it?" Lillian's voice sounded very excited, as if she had discovered an earth-shattering secret. She waved her claws in Vivian's mind and said, "Didn't you feel it? You actually didn't feel it? You really are an idiot. Haha." Sure enough, Big Brother is the closest to me. Am I the only one who felt it? There was a hint of anger on Vivian's adorable little face, and she harumphed as if she were a little unhappy. "Lillian, are you crazy? If you have something to say it quickly. If you do this again, I'll lock you up. You should know that I'm in control of this body now." Lillian finally behaved herself. There was no other way. Although she was a little stronger between the two of them, Vivian was the one in control after all. Her control of the body was innately higher than hers, especially after Vivian also began to master divine power. Lillian seemed to be a little angry, but she did not dare to refute blatantly. She was like a naughty child who was completely suppressed by her parents. She held her breath and said, "You really are an idiot. You didn't even realize that Big Brother had merged with the divinity of the spirit bear. Big Brother also looks like a deity." She finally noticed something. In the past, although Soren also killed the Son of Fear, he only absorbed the divinity, and the divine power was transferred to Vivian. Therefore, the two little girls did not notice the difference in Soren. They just thought that the power of the killed Son of Fear had been transferred to them, but it was not completely transferred. However, Everything that happened when dealing with the spirit bear made Lillian notice a slight difference. There was no transfer of divine power, and the divinity was directly merged with Soren. Son of fear? Vivian was startled when she heard the words. Then she frowned and murmured, "Is Big Brother also a son of fear? But why didn't he become like us? Big Brother doesn't seem to have divine power?" The room was silent. Vivian and Lillian seemed to have thought of something else, and they were all lost in thought. Soren could absorb divinity, but was he a son of fear? This time, even Lillian was not so sure. On the other side, the tribe of the indigenous people had been turned into ashes. Soren led his men to watch over the indigenous captives, and at the same time, he ordered the leader of the Drow warriors. Darkblade. Andri's expression was a little hesitant. It seemed that he was not willing to accept Soren's request, but he could not refuse it. In the end, he could only helplessly say, "Your Excellency, we have sworn to give up our faith in the Spider Queen Lolth, so we have abandoned many cruel skills. I'm afraid your request will make us feel very embarrassed." "Is that so?" Soren had a playful expression on his face, and he said slowly, "The Dark Maiden has fallen for so long. Is the faith of your tribe still maintained? Without the divine skills bestowed by the gods, your decline is almost inevitable. Are you still pedantically pursuing the so-called kindness? You have been wandering in the surface world for so long, haven't you seen through the nature of this world? Kindness requires strength to maintain. Without strength, kindness will become weakness that can be bullied. You are already so weak. Do you still want to abandon the important skills inherited from the Drows? They may be evil and cruel, but at least they can maintain your tribe, right? Look at these indigenous people. If we don't find a way to strengthen ourselves, it will be difficult for us to survive here for a long time." Soren's words were like the devil's temptation, and Darkblade showed a struggling expression on his face. The Sur in front of him was tempting them to fall again and find some evil traditions that had been abandoned. Those bloody, cruel, and ruthless methods were the key to the Drow's reputation in the Underdark. When they were pursuing kindness and the surface world, they had given up many cruel methods. These included extremely cruel punishments, as well as various methods of control and slavery. "Look." Soren raised his hand and pointed to the indigenous slaves in front of him, and said in an impassioned voice, "There are nearly 1,000 people here. They can work for us, provide us with food, build cities for us, and in the future, cultivate some of them for handicrafts. What we need, these people can bring us. Do you still expect the warriors in your tribe to work for us? I have been to the Underdark. I know very well how evil and cruel the traditions of the Drows are. I also hate the ruthless killing. But those are forcibly distorted wills to please the Spider Queen. We can abandon the traditions that appeared to please the Spider Queen, and find the oldest dark skills of the Drows again, so that we can have a foothold here. Maybe you should ask the female priests in your tribe to come and talk to me. I think they will agree with my point of view. The Drows were really strong. If you knew anything about this race, you would find that every family of the Drows was in a cruel internal struggle, and from time to time, children and brothers would kill each other. Then you would open your eyes and look, and you would find that every family of the Drows was fighting among themselves. The families in each city were still fighting among themselves, and the cities were still fighting among themselves. In such endless internal fighting and killing, the Drows could still dominate the entire Underdark and become the most powerful force. From time to time, they could also send elite troops to counterattack and harass the surface elves. One could only imagine how powerful they were. Anyone who understood the traditions of the Drows could clearly feel that they were a race that courted death. The cruel rule of the Queen of Spiders was also quite courting death, but it was this constant courting of death that made both the Queen of Spiders and the Drows grow stronger step by step. When Soren walked in the Underdark with others, there was only one intuitive view in his mind. That was, if the Drow family and the Drow city united, they could form a huge army that was so powerful that it was terrifying in an instant. In the Underdark, the attack on the surface elves was carried out by a Drow city. In other words, the Drows were city by city, and very few Drows were united. No one knew what the Queen of Spiders was thinking. Anyway, she had always encouraged the cruel struggle among the drows. Perhaps she thought that this would make her feel happy. Punishment, slavery, assassination. The dark skills of the drows were useful skills that Soren valued. They were crueler than pirates and more professional than slave traders. Especially the female priests among the drows, they were experts in this category. Soren needed these evil means. Otherwise, it would take a long time for him to control these indigenous slaves. In the entire Underdark, the drows' means of controlling slaves were second only to the Soul Eaters. They were more skillful than the Beholders, who were completely controlled by spells. Every drow city had a large number of slaves, and their dark skills were accumulated over a long period of time. Of course, their evil also manifested in obscenity, chaos, depravity, taboos, and so on. What Darkblade was worried about was that once the door of evil was opened, his people would return to their original lives, unless there was a strong external force to force them out of the abyss of complete depravity. Otherwise, the tradition of assassination within the drows would gradually recover. It was difficult for people to become good, but it was a matter of a moment to become bad. Chapter 273. A day passed quickly. In order to transport these indigenous slaves back, Soren mobilized 3 large ships. Because they were worried that these indigenous captives would resist, they could only transport them in batches, escorting about 100 people at a time. After running back and forth several times, the final count of captives was 1,056 people. These captives were very useful. As long as they could be controlled, Soren's construction progress would be greatly accelerated, and it would save him the trouble of transporting captives from Port Tylon. Batches of people were transported back. By the time Soren was done, it was already dark. There were suddenly more than 1,000 people in the camp, and both space and food became tight. Fortunately, there were still a lot of rations in the indigenous tribe. Soren should have no problem supporting them for about 2 or 3 months. Because the number of indigenous captives was too large, Soren had to order his men to guard them strictly. All the captives were divided into 3 parts, and 50 or 60 people were left in each place to take turns to keep watch. Even the drow warriors were arranged to be in charge of guarding the captive indigenous warriors. These were very troublesome. It would be best if they could be subdued, but if they couldn't, Soren was ready to kill them all. At least he could get tens of thousands of slaughter EXP. Manpower was really important in a relatively barren era. Logically speaking, Soren's strict arrangement should not have any problems. Because he hardly slept that night, he just closed his eyes and took a nap for about 3 hours. There were only more than 300 pirates in the camp, and only 30 drow warriors, but the number of slaves and captives reached more than 1,300. In this case, it was difficult for Soren to rest in peace. He was even prepared to use cruel means to suppress the resistance of the captives. However, the real problem wasn't the captive natives, nor the slaves that were brought over. It was Soren's own men. His men were missing. There was more than one missing person. 3 people suddenly disappeared in the middle of the night. The pirate in charge of guarding the fence tower patted his chest and promised that no one went in or out at night, and no one approached the fence. But even so, 3 of Sauron's men were still missing. They disappeared completely inexplicably, leaving no trace behind. The pirate minion in charge of their shift stated that the 3 of them had completely disappeared from the campsite in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. How is this possible? Soren was sitting in the hall in the wee hours of the morning. He frowned as he listened to the one-eyed man's report. He murmured, "How could 3 living people just disappear all of a sudden?" These were all pirates who had experienced many battles. At the very least, they were Tier 2 pirates. His disappearance was so strange. This was probably not something that could be done through conventional means. "Keep looking." Soren looked at his subordinates in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Search the entire camp. I don't believe that 3 living people would disappear for no reason." The one-eyed pirate below nodded in response, and then the pirates set up their torches. Groups of pirates began to walk around the campsite. This sudden movement also caused some commotion among the captives, but no one acted rashly. The slaves of the inferior natives were still relatively high. One by one, The pirate minions scattered around the campsite. Some people even searched outside the fence, but there was still no trace of them. Half an hour quickly passed. Many people had returned to their original positions, but they couldn't find any trace of them. There were also no footprints leading outside. As for the footprints in the campsite, it was too messy to trace them. Time passed little by little. Soren naturally had to let his men rest when he couldn't find them. But he felt like something was pressing down on his heart, and he kept feeling that something was wrong. Soren naturally couldn't sleep in this situation. So he sat in the hall until a glimmer of light appeared on the horizon. But at this time, Soren suddenly heard a commotion outside. And then some people's screams and screams. He, who had been sitting on the chair, opened his eyes almost instantly. Then he saw Soren's figure turned into a shadow and rushed to the place where the commotion occurred at an amazing speed. In front of him, he saw a group of patrolling pirates. These pirates were hugging a person. In front of them, there were minions shouting and waving their swords, as if they were trying to stop something from getting close. The smell of blood. Soren frowned and leaped. His toes touched the wall of the house, and then his whole body flew through the air like an eagle, and then landed in front of the group of pirate minions. What Soren saw in front of him made his whole body tremble. Then a cold light appeared in his palm, and without hesitation, he slashed at the vague shadow in front of him. Shadow distortion. The space in front of Soren was like a distorted picture. Under the shadow of the house, there was a gray crack that looked like a crack. Inside it, there were 3 to 5 distorted shadows and 2 badly mutilated corpses. From the characteristics, scars, and clothes of these corpses, it was almost certain that they were Soren's pirates. The shadow crack. The space channel that connected to the shadow plane appeared for some reason. It had supernatural spatial power, and it was possible to directly suck people who were close to it into the shadow plane. Most of these shadow cracks appeared in places that were strongly connected to the material plane, and there were supernatural forces that maintained the operation of the cracks. Most of the time, they would appear at a certain time, and then when the operation of the energy deviated, these shadow cracks would gradually disappear. Retreat. Soren yelled at his subordinates beside him. Then he leaped and passed through the shadow rift. Sword form. Spinning strike. The scimitar in his hand drew a cold light and avoided the distorted shadows nearby. Then he kicked the corpses of the 2 pirate subordinates into the air and returned to the material plane from the shadow plane. Bang. The 2 corpses fell to the ground. The space of the shadow crack seemed to be gradually closing because the sky had begun to brighten. A string of data appeared in Soren's eyes, but he had no energy to look at it at this time. At this moment, the things that appeared in front of him had already shocked him greatly. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he came back to his senses, stomped his foot, and rushed back to the material plane through the gradually closing crack of the shadow plane. At the moment when he returned to the material plane, Soren looked deeply in front of him. It was a tall tower that pierced the sky. A wizard tower that was almost intact, with gray stone walls, no more than 3 kilometers away. The location and direction were similar to the place where Soren found the mutated plant in his memory. The only difference was, the one in the material plane was a ruin, but the one in the shadow plane was a complete wizard tower. Chapter 274. Space Closure. When Soren's figure came out of the shadow fissure, the sun just happened to rise from the horizon. Then there was some kind of unpredictable energy change, and the shadow fissure that appeared quickly disappeared under the shadow of the corner of the house. There was a blood stain on Soren's back, which was left behind by the twisted shadow. This kind of half-energy, half-material shadow creature was very difficult to deal with. Although it was only a 3rd-grade monster, it could threaten the lives of high-grade professions. They had a natural ability to dodge attacks and half-energy attacks. The injury on Soren's back was nothing, and his powerful regeneration ability had already begun to heal. He calmly put away his curved sword, and then bent down to look at the 2 corpses on the ground. There were not many wounds on the corpses, and they did not die in the hands of the twisted shadow. Evil spirit? Or curse? Or something else? Soren's understanding of the shadow plane was second only to the Underdark, So after looking at the corpses, he knew that the pirates in front of him did not die in the hands of the twisted shadow. After they entered the shadow plane, they explored it for a while, and then found the exit, but they encountered the twisted shadow. How is it? Soren looked at the others around him and said in a deep voice, "Can the other one be saved?" Of the 3 pirates that disappeared, 2 of them were dead, and the last one was covered in blood and had fainted. No one knew what happened to them when they fell to the ground. At this moment, the pirate who knew medicine had already rushed over. He stretched out his hand to check the breath of the unconscious pirate, and even opened the pirate's eyes to check other characteristics. With a serious face he said, "Your Excellency, he seems to have been cursed. I'm not sure. Whether he can survive or not depends on his luck." There were some pirates who knew a little about magic. After hearing his words, Soren's face did not look very good. He turned to look at the others and said in a deep voice, "Seal this place. No one is allowed to come near this area." The shadow plane was connected to his camp. It seemed that there was some incredible power in the shadow plane. This secret was most likely related to the ancient arcane empire. The tower Soren saw was even taller than Gloria's wizard tower. It was so tall that it looked like it was piercing through the clouds. This kind of construction was quite difficult, and it was built in the style of the arcane empire. This was because the legendary great arcanists were quite arrogant. They built such tall adept towers with the intention of standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Most of the ancient wizard towers in the material plane had been turned into ruins. Soren didn't expect that there would still be a wizard tower from the arcane empire in the shadow plane. This thing was very dangerous. Because if it was controlled by someone, then it would be a terrifying strategic weapon, basically not too far from an atomic bomb. But if it was not controlled by someone, then it was also quite dangerous. This meant that it had a terrifying defense program, so no one had controlled it until today. Soren was not naive enough to think that this wizard tower had been waiting for his arrival. There were also native creatures in the shadow plane. Although many of them were not very intelligent, it was easy for them to find this wizard tower, not to mention travelers from the material plane. For thousands of years, someone must have found it, but he didn't know who had successfully entered it. In front of a resplendent and magnificent building, Adele Isabella stood in front of the door with a box in her hand. In front of her was a heavy steel golem. This was one of the territories of the Alchemists Guild. The great arcanists were still as arrogant as ever. It was quite difficult to meet them. Even the red-haired female pirate, who was a grade 4 profession, took 3 days to meet the person appointed by Soren. In the end, the other party was still busy with experiments, and did not have time to meet an irrelevant woman. The glory of the wizards could still last for a while. At this stage, the great arcanists all over the world were still high and mighty. The Wizard Alliance's sphere of influence covered the whole continent, and they maintained contact with each other in a loose structure. Adele Isabella's face was not very good, because if someone wanted to see someone and waited for 3 days without seeing them, they would be in a very bad mood. She looked at the steel golem in front of her and said helplessly, "Well then, if Sir Lucian is really busy, then please help me pass this box to him. I believe he will be interested in the things inside. There is also a letter my master gave him." The steel golem looked at her, then nodded and put away the things. Don't underestimate these alchemy puppets. The great arcanists had already extended their magic to the range of souls. These alchemy life forms were all creatures with souls, but they were not complete souls, but some broken soul fragments. They had simple wisdom. Although most of them could not think directly, they were equivalent to smart computers. As for the more advanced alchemy puppets, they were complete life forms. They had souls, could think, and could even learn to create, but they were quite emotional. The most common place for these life forms was the clockwork Nirvana's mechanical mirror. The red-haired pirate sighed helplessly. She looked a little frustrated. Before she came, she was ready to complete the task given by Soren, but in the end, she did not expect that she could not even see him. This was not a small blow to her, and it even made her doubt her own ability. There was also a sense of urgency in her heart. Now she only hoped that the great arcanist would take the time to look at the things she brought. Otherwise, she would not know how to explain to Soren. In the past, she did not have much contact with high-grade spellcasters. But now, Adele Isabella found that those high-grade spellcasters were really quite difficult to deal with. In the camp, because 3 people suddenly disappeared last night, the other pirates could not help but have a trace of panic on their faces. Even if Soren ordered to block the news, the pirates still vaguely knew about the shadow plane. For ordinary people, supernatural things were very rare, and the things that crossed the material plane were more of a legend to them. The shadow plane was quite unfamiliar to the pirates. Many of them did not know what the shadow plane was, so many of them felt a little afraid because of the unknown. Knowledge of the plane. This was indeed a very distant thing, because many people, except for wizards and other spellcasters, had to wait until they were close to the realm of half-legends before they could expand their vision to the scope of the plane. Soren's knowledge of the plane was not very rich. After all, he had only explored a few planes, but he was still very clear about the shadow plane. This was the core plane that was connected to the material world. Like the spirit world, it directly overlapped with the material world. It was like 2 folded pieces of paper, about the same size, but one was at the top and the other was at the bottom. There was a slight difference between the two. The shadow plane belonged to the half-material plane, and there were many half-energy life forms in it, so it was more closely connected to the material plane. The spirit world belonged to the energy plane, and there were almost no flesh and blood life forms in it. Most of them were spiritualized beings, which were completely energy life forms, and were directly connected to the kingdom of death. Wizards had many spells that could let the soul enter the spirit world, or directly spiritualize the body to enter. These spells were a bit like the projection of the astral plane. The material plane, the half-material plane, and the spirit energy plane. These were the core 3 layers of paper. Outside these 3 layers of paper were the other planes of the multiverse, and everything was wrapped in the almost endless sea of the astral plane. Soren knew very little about traveling in the astral plane, but he knew that traveling in the astral plane without the strength of a legend was basically suicide. Most of the time, traveling in the astral plane was done through projection. It was rare for the real person to go there, because the astral plane was too dangerous. Soren returned to the hall. The pirate leaders below were all gathered by him, and then they were assigned tasks one by one. Soren's face didn't change at all, as if what happened last night was nothing at all. As the core of the camp, he must be as steady as Mount Tai at all times, so that the people below could work with peace of mind. Time passed quickly. The order in the camp seemed to have been restored, except for an area where no one else was allowed to approach. Everything else was almost the same as before. The slaves were busy working, and the pirates were speeding up the construction. Some of the native prisoners captured yesterday had already started working, and there were double the number of guards next to them to watch over them. These people couldn't be raised for nothing. When the drows began to move, soon all the native slaves had to start working. Brother! Vivian's petite figure appeared in the hall. She seemed to have just woken up. She raised her little white hand and rubbed the corner of her eyes and wondered, "What happened? Why do you want to surround that area?" Soren looked at the little girl who had just woken up, and a rare smile appeared on his face. He concisely said, "This place is also connected to the shadow plane. 3 people went missing last night. I found a shadow crack there in the early morning, and I saw a complete wizard tower inside." "Vivian, are you sure you can enter the wizard tower?" The little girl's expression was serious. After a moment of contemplation, she said seriously, "Brother, a wizard tower is quite dangerous, especially a complete wizard tower. Even the 2 of us may not be able to crack its defense program. If it's really a complete wizard tower, I suggest you invite Sister Gloria. I'm afraid only she can crack many of the core keys." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.